judged by the names. The religious, the vast majority, except for a small pocket in Hungary, which were the forebearers of today's Eida Haredes, joined Zionism up until the Third Convention when Herzl announced cultural Zionism. The idea that religious Jews were afraid of Zionism is a complete rewrite of history. American Reformed Jews were afraid of Zionism, and when the Aguda turned against, Zionism because Herzl introduced cultural Zionism, the Reformed tried to join together, and they said what the Aguda responded was, "I'm against Zionism because I don't think it's Jewish enough. You're against Zionism because it's too Jewish for you."
That's not why the Reform rejected America.
That's confusing. Yeah, they had a different model.
They rejected Zionism because they thought it was going to be bad for Jews in America. Rather than a third, right? But not because it was too Jewish.
Yeah, that's the response they get.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying here, right? Right? Like, be Jewish in your home and not Jewish on the street. I get it, right? Like, there is that philosophy.
What I'm saying is what they wrote in the letter. Now, you're saying that they were sharp in the letter. I understand what you're saying, but this is what they responded.
But this is some of the politics, and like he said, the real answer to your question is that Judaism innately, from the 5 books of Moses, is Zionistic, as you would describe it. It is a movement for the Jews to occupy their homeland and maintain sovereignty there under their legal system, which they maintain is perfect and will never change. That is the Jewish value. It's always been to go to Israel. Zionism is a modern phenomenon, making a use of an old word, Zion, which is Hebrew and messianic and prophetic, in natural Judaism. They wanted a secularized, nationalizing movement in the character of the 1800s, wrought with colonialism and whatever politics they could etch together of the dispersed Jews and get them back to the land. And there were competing arguments, which is why the religious opposed Zionism at times when it went secular away from their religious values, but at their core, always wanted to be in Israel. Which is why
set up a government that was
a double talk
country.
From the religious people that want to oppose the state of Israel. They say that it's a violation of Torah law, meaning their objection to Zionism is that it is not Jewish enough, like Meir is saying. That the Torah is not being followed, and they're trying forcefully to impose a state, and that will incur the wrath of God. So they very proudly hope that the state of Israel is destroyed quickly so as to deter the destruction, and they support the Palestinians. Also, technically, they're hedging their bets in case the Israelis lose.
Look, anti-Zionism from a Jewish approach, anti-Zionism has been there from the beginning of Zionism. It's an authentic Jewish expression in conversation with Zionists, right? It's not some kind of aberration. It's actually an organic part of the whole conversation.
Did you say inorganic or
It is organic.
Organic, okay.
Well, what's non-organic and what's completely anti-intellectual is marrying that to a anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian stance because they
That's correct.
Work together. There is a group called the Torah
I
Carters
think
that
I'm
do that, and they're intellectually dishonest.
Right,
I
the
think
internal
that's
discussion is just
he goes
indicative
back.
of why the Jews need a state. They are such an established culture that they have a uniformity of view, and yet a diversity of opinion. That's the logic as to why they need a state, because they always function like a state, whether you put them in a state or not.
Okay, do you want to hear my current term? Because you can put it together. I'm trying to put it all together.
Go ahead.
Israel is requesting from the United States to bomb the last nuclear reactor with a Moab bomb. So
Moab? Okay.
Moab, mother of all bombs. That's not what it stands for. You can Google it. It stands for. That's what everyone calls it, but it actually stands for like modified. I have to look it up in a second what it stands for.
Okay.
It's Moab. So Israel is requesting Edom to bring Moab and destroy Paras. Makes sense of that.
Yeah, it's
Destroy what?
there's something there. Persia.
Persia.
There's something there.
Using biblical names and calling America Edom because it's like a descendant of the Roman Empire. So
I see where you're
playing
going.
with names.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Yeah, America's the weak link in your connections. Everything else matches. Moab is nice.
I think Moab is the joke one. It's
No,
just,
Moab is nicer than
it's just a con.
That's fair.
I love the name Moab.
Edom is like from hard to say here. You're gonna say that's America.
Also in Hebrew.
Wait, what's a bomb in Hebrew? Not pizzuz. It's a bomb, right? Okay.
You know, it's really interesting. This conversation about Zionism, religious Zionism, that was really interesting. I have a private student we're reading Soloveitchik called Dodi Dofek, which is how would you translate that? The voice of my beloved comes knocking, which is his magnum opus on religious Zionism. It's really fascinating.
Wait, who wrote this? I'm
Soloveitchik.
And it's called Dodi Dofik?
It's called Kol Dodi Dofek. He writes in 1950. He's writing in 1953, and it's about his vision of religious Zionism and why it's like a Torah command and what it means to be makers of our own
And this is the
destiny.
American? Yosef Soloveitchik?
Yeah, the Rav.
Okay. Yeah.
It's very good.
Can you imagine like how weird it would sound if Arnold Schwarzenegger was saying bomb in Hebrew?
Yeah, what?
Down. There's a tata in the building.
Do you know that Schwarzenegger means in German?
I can figure it out.
Black nigger?
Yes, I've realized that.
He's a nigger.
Yeah, the black.
Her German name.
Double black. Anyway, I pinged him back, this guy Maximilian. I have never seen him, but we were following each other. I don't know where I know him from. But I
I
pinged him
really
back.
wanted to hear his opinion.
I wanted to hear his opinion as well, but so I
He was
texted him
using
and I said,
slogans,
just come back. I asked him not to gang up on you because I can tell that he's a man with a boy with feelings. He's a lefty. And so I just said, come back, that I wanted to hear his opinion because it was interesting to me. I mean, like, I hang out too much with all of you Zionists, you know, that are on the, well, no, Caleb is on the left, but all of you are Zionists, and I've never heard, I don't think I've ever interacted with a Jewish person that is anti-Zionist.
I know tons of them.
Well, yeah, but here in the app, I just hang out with all of you who claim to be Zionists, so I don't know.
We have one, Emrose, that she's in the app. Her name is Emrose. She's an Israeli from Israel and very anti-Zionist.
But when somebody says, I am an anti-Zionist Jew, does that imply, like, yeah, well, they are completely for Palestinian rights and they hate Israel, or what does that imply from a Jewish perspective?
Just like everything with Jews, there's never one thing. I think some anti-Zionist Jews are like what you said, you know, totally pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel, right, anti-West, woke, right, that kind of a thing. And
So they believe also that the Jews control the world, or the Zionists control the world.
you know, some people can be taken in by that, but I think most Jews are like that part, right? I think what I see is an attempt to, right? What's the line that they say, right? Shared safety. It's about shared safety, right? We're not all free to let go on the street. So
In
it's
the
about
end, it's
allyship.
an argument that wins the best.
Right. So I think that's like the big argument over there, which is right. We can't stand on our own. We have to have and so anything that Israel does that isolates or alienates, right, is actually against shared safety. That's I think the logic.
And what are their views, for example, in terms of anti-Semitism? And I'm not even talking about like in the U.S. anti-Semitism. I'm talking about anti-Semitism like the hardcore one, you know, like Palestinian anti-Semitism, that they want to kill the Jews because that's what they want to do. What do they think?
They don't care. They actually want to maintain a very strict separation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism because they don't want to be implicated in that, and they don't want their cohorts to, right? Nobody wants to be called an anti-Semite, right? But they've bought into the fact that the movement in general is sort of, what's the word I want? Innocuously anti-Zionist, right? Which is about critiquing policy, as opposed to anti-Semitic, which is about,
So they believe that people want to kill the Zionists, but not the Jews.
They think that the political violence against Jews is coming from the right and not the left, and that the left is Jews because of their allyship, and you can be critical of the state of Israel without being anti-Semitic, but what they're doing, in my view, is they're just giving cover to the anti-Semites who are using anti-Zionism as the cover. They don't get it. They're not understanding, right? That like they're going to be kicked out of the
I
movement.
mean, they're too accommodating. You're right. They'll be good friends, but they'll also be great friends with your enemy.
That's right. And at a certain point, all of the progressive movement will be devoid of Jews. Again, this is my opinion. Will be devoid of Jews that have mainstream like associations with the Jewish community, because they'll be forced to choose between sort of Jewish affiliation and progressive values.
Huh.
It's already happening.
Is Amos an anti-Zionist?
No.
Yeah. Yes.
No, he's not. He's just a liberal. He was.
I'm really curious how these two Jews are going to get to three opinions on this yes/no question.
I don't think Amos is an anti-Zionist. He's like a classic Rabin liberal.
How can you support Hamas and be a Zionist at the same time? How can you support a two-state solution and support a Palestinian state and call yourself a Zionist?
You can support
Those are two different things. Those are two different things.
I don't think so. If you support Hamas, if you support a
Wait, Mark. Yeah, you're going back.
which wants to kill the Jews, kill Israel, how can you be a Zionist?
Yeah, so Mark, I agree with the first part of your sentence, but you could support, well, a two-state solution is a slogan, but if you support a solution, which is a true solution, that includes two states, that could be a Zionistic position, because you're saying it would be better for the state. Then you'll just be wrong.
And
You're still a Zionist, you're just wrong.
debatable.
Right.
You don't know that would work. There could be a proposal, a state model that provides peace to the region.
I mean, again, if we think
Sure.
if we think that the anti-Zionist Jewish positions are organic and authentic in some way, right? Because they're coming out of the real lived conversation, then the two-state solution is also an authentic position of Zionism. It might be wrong, it might be a misguided strategy, right? But it doesn't disqualify you from being a Zionist.
Right. I mean, I was friends with Guy. We disagreed on most of these issues. He's clearly a Zionist. He wants the best for the state of Israel. The worst he is wrong. But the opposition to a two-state solution is two states will create the solution. Very few Israelis are against a true solution that involves two states.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
It's very simple. The reason why people are against a two-state solution is because it won't be a solution. The solution part is the problem. So there was a leftist movement which pretty much died today.
You're presuming the definition of a two-state solution.
The slogan two-state solution was by the political left in Israel, which is not the same left that we have here. And their ideology was, if we create a state, that will be the solution. If you speak to there are some Dati Leumi.
I want to interrupt you for a second. I don't disagree with you that the two-state solution has a specific marketing and branding, and yes, you may be right that an iteration of it was that two states is the solution, but I'm going to stop you right here and say that when people support a two-state solution, they are not necessarily supporting that two-state solution.
That's true.
That's literally the distinction I was trying to make. So there is a group in Israel called Dati Leumi that will not cede any land to the Palestinians, but the vast majority of right-wing Israelis, if there was a solution, would be fully happy with giving up land, or maybe not happy, but willing to give up land if it creates a solution. So again, you can be two-state solution and be very pro-Zionist.
That's just veil, right? With Gaza and Hamas, it's clear that a two-state solution with a group of people that wants to destroy Israel is not a solution.
Well, Mark, you're making my point. You're saying it's not a solution. You're saying it failed. You're right. But if it would succeed, you can't call those people not Zionists. So I could say about the Democrat Party, if you make a single-payer health care, that's bad for the country. But you cannot say they're not American, they're not patriotic. You could just say they're wrong.
No, right. But hypothetically that works. But now it's not hypothetical anymore. It's We see what happens. They're firing rockets. They're killing people. You have to be
So
blind not to see
they're
that that's
wrong
not a
after being
solution.
proven they're wrong. Again, that's all you get to. They're wrong after
We
being
have
proven they're wrong.
receipts now. We have the
I agree. I agree. But it's still not an anti-position. It's just an incorrect position. Now, there are those that you can say, I mean, I don't know church ones, that are nefariously trying to undermine and coming up with solutions that they want to fail. I mean, that's a massive accusation that I don't know how you could make against anyone that I've spoken to.
Hey, wait, guys, I posted in the chat, I wrote an article about a Trump being called a Nazi, and my opinion on that, and it's going a little viral, and, I'm still a candidate for office, that's getting some attention. I'm wondering if you guys think I made a mistake. What you
It's
think?
brilliant. Just, do you know what
Did
advice
arrest
would I give you?
for mayor today.
You know what advice I have for you, Mark?
What?
Get yourself a better microphone because this is horrible.
Mayor.
What's good about
I
that?
don't know what you're doing.
Can't get your
Usually
message
you
out
have
if
a
no one
good
can hear
mic.
you.
It sounds very it has static, a lot of static.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Is it a wired mic or a wireless one?
No, it's my phone.
Yeah, but I do think that it's naive to the point of stupidity to think that the solution will not involve a recognition of the Palestinians and how they organize themselves under a sovereign territory under their own control with the ability to present their own version of events. I don't think that this ends without that. They have to change the way they see events. That's fine. That's what war is for. But the idea that they are going to remain in this stateless state forever, that's insane and stupid. Obviously, in some capacity, they will have political representation somewhere.
Why-
Jordan,
why is
Egypt,
also-
Palestine.
why is
It must happen. And you're
Wait,
naive
why?
if you think it's not going to.
Makes sense. It's also an interesting.
What about
It's also an interesting part.
what about? I mean, how
No one can hear you. No one can hear you. It's also a kind of irony that's said, right? That like we who had been stateless for so long, right, organized ourselves, made infrastructure, made systems, right? And so again, for a Zionist position to be right, a Zionist position is we understand statelessness. Right? And so we understand their statelessness.
Correct.
Right?
Mark, can you connect your phone to an external
We
mic?
also happen to know how to build states in that very particular region. We have a track
Yes,
record.
but here's
That's right.
Yeah, but I actually agree with that, and I had this conversation with Mark, and he ended up agreeing with me because you end up in a matrix of conclusions, and that's the only landing point. But in that idea, the way this state is created makes a colossal difference in the outcome. So that's why the two-state solution. The problem is they put the solution before the second state. That's why I framed it that way. Just, there will be something that the Palestinians will do. But if we create it wrong, like we did in Gaza, there will be major ramifications.
I still say they should take like half of Jordan.
What? Leave the Jordans alone.
Jordan is made up of Palestinians.
I know,
Palestinian
but
land.
they also have a lot of Christian Palestinians, so leave them alone, dude.
Let them be Christian.
Yeah, Jordan has. You guys have had a good relationship with Jordan and Egypt and others right now, and you're collaborating. Like, leave them alone.
I think you
Don't
have to realize
touch
how
them.
the quote-unquote good relationships were made between those people.
I want to hear Simon, another Simon, because he's been texting something in the chat. I want to hear his opinion because he seems not to be in agreement with what you guys are discussing.
Well, for me, it's, thank you anyway for asking my opinion. For me, under international law, which has said that, a country or a state comes to exist through population exercising their right of self-determination. Okay. And that is quite a fundamental thing. So for me, as I see it, as an outsider, perhaps, is that you've got the population, and this is not just like having an election, to choose which side you want as a party to govern. It's that they both want the right self-determination, both Palestinians and the Jewish people, and I cannot for 1 minute think of any other solution. Now, how you get there is obviously the devil's in the detail, and that's a tricky part, but
Precisely.
I can't agree with that, so I agree with that, but I think one statement we can all make, surely, is that both sides need the right of self-determination.
So, Simon,
But it
Yeah.
says that.
Just let me finish.
so, oh,
Sorry, so I have been. Do you not agree with that? But that has to happen.
it's not that I
That's
agree.
the war
I
right here.
agree, Michael, hold on 1 second. So I agree with it in spirit. Here's the details that complicate this whole situation. Number one, Palestinians are not a real nationality or ethnicity. They're a made-up ethnicity, right? Most of them have their roots either in Egypt or in Jordan. And when you talk about those international laws that talk about self-determination, they have to do with a nationality or ethnicity not having any place to go. With Jews, that was exactly the case, all through 20th century and especially after World War II, because they didn't have a state that they could go to, so they had to, have some sort of physical representation of their will to exist. Now, Palestinians, or what we call Palestinians, they have plenty of states they could exist in. They could be part of Jordan, they could be part of Egypt. The problem is those people, they're brothers and sisters.
They don't want them.
They don't want them, exactly, for unbeknownst reason, wink, wink, not.
They always start shit.
You know why they
And
don't,
so,
they don't want them
of course,
to deter the existence of the state of Israel.
yeah, of course. Now, Michael, I wanted to pose something to you in the spirit of what I was saying. How do you feel about that population getting absorbed by those two entities that I
Jordan
named?
and Egypt.
Yes.
They don't want it either.
I would mostly be fine with it, especially if they were granted, a specialty status as, a state member of a federation kind of thing, like parity to Jordan or Egypt. I'd be fine with that. Gaza as, just an annex of Egypt, historically accurate. I'd be fine with that. But I'm just saying, the idea of, two states is not a solution. The thing I wanted to deter from that is that, the problem is their lack of political representation. And that, the Israelis are not letting them in. They are not a part of Israel. That's very clear. They don't want it. Israel doesn't want them. Okay? So then the problem is, who is representing their political interests other than Hamas? In honesty. Can you say there's a single person that's looking out for them more than Hamas? You can't. And that's why I'm saying the idea of removing their capacity to communicate at a state level to the world about their situation and how to negotiate deals to improve their situation, that's insane. Obviously they can't be destructive with this power of statehood, and that's why they're in this position, but you can't keep it away from them, especially in this world of communication. Maybe if no one knew what you were doing, you could pull off something. But no, they need representation.
So would you make them an Egyptian Puerto Rico?
Yeah. I'd make it a hybrid deal with America and Egypt, and make part of all the benefits from the Suez Canal, send it over to Gaza. Why? It's just a toll or a
Because
tax.
it's clear that they are not capable of restraining themselves in terms of
Yes, I know. That's
So they need to not have. They need to be provided
That's
with
why they don't have a
defense.
state.
They need to be provided with defense. They need to be provided with infrastructure, with services like healthcare, education, all of that kind of stuff.
Stop killing humans.
Correct, but they should be over controlled. They're like a little child. Yeah.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Egypt is a nice angle. Egypt and America and the Suez Canal, that can grab international interest. And then, Gaza will have its own weight. But, in a different sphere of international communication. We don't need to worry about the Suez Canal so long as there are some, exceptions for Israel because of that war that started that other time. They tried to block the Suez Canal from Israel.
I want to push back a little bit, Issa, on the, they're not capable bit. I think that's kind of, a little bit the racism of low expectations. I prefer to actually
They're not a racist, Colin.
No, but you understand what I mean. It's the bigotry.
They
Call it bigotry.
Point, just a little bit.
they have demonstrated that their ideology
Let me
is
finish that.
not that
Just
they
let me
can
finish
respect
that
them.
thought. Let me finish that thought. Thank you. I prefer to think of them as exceptionally capable, right? Because it makes their failures even worse. If they're not capable and they fail, then, well, they weren't capable in the first place. But if they are capable and they decide to do other things, right?
They are capable of forming a state that is not focused on killing humans.
Absolutely.
However, modern state expectations rely upon a certain acculturation of citizenship. People from different parts of the world, Mexico, New York, California, Idaho, Canada, Africa, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Congo, there are different modes of civilian citizenship. And the acculturation necessary for certain levels of statecraft is highly classist in terms of the
Yeah, for sure.
And
But what you're saying,
it's fair to say to some degree they are not accustomed to the type of state we are expecting them to engage in.
so that's just a political culture legacy question. That's not a capacity question, right?
It's about capacity over time. It would take a couple
Over time. That's what I'm saying.
lifetimes to re-educate and acculturate people to a new style of citizenship. You understand
That's
that?
what I'm saying. That's
But
the
it's
same.
not capable in their lives.
Right. But that's a similar
Mean that
thing.
they're dumb. It just means that they don't have they haven't acquired the capabilities to deal with other states at the same level.
That's fine. So long as we're not saying that intrinsically, whatever. I won't say that intrinsically they're less capacity. They
I'm
just
saying
don't
it
come
would
from a
take
political
a
culture.
brainwashing.
No. Agree. Exactly. That's what happened. That's very similar to the political cultures that Mizrahi came from that weren't Western, and they had to figure out how to be quasi-Western in a Western society, right? And that took a generation to.
And they
Same
were
idea.
Jewish brothers, and they were able to figure it out.
Same idea, right? So again, the parallels here between stateless, whatever you want to call them, right, and the methods in which Zionism created institutions, created infrastructures, right? These are models. These can be models for Palestinians to, those interested in Palestinian statehood to promote, right? Build the infrastructure, and then eventually it'll be oh yeah, and you have this society that's peace-loving and wants to coexist. Oh, great, and you have police. Great. Sounds like could be a productive state.
Can I just make a point?
Yes, you all of them dual citizenship and most their militant citizenship.
Yeah. Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I don't know if it's a direct comparison, but obviously in the UK, in Northern Ireland, we have obviously had effectively a civil war between Catholics and Protestants, and the Northerner? In Northern Ireland, that was murder on the streets, From the 70s it started, because, the Catholics, there was a lot of anti-Catholic sentiment, and they didn't have the same rights in society in terms of jobs and stuff like that. Anyway, then it was, nobody in a million years thought that was ever going to be solvable, because it was such an entrenched, and I'm not saying it's a direct comparison, but it was such an entrenched society, one against the other, Protestants versus Catholics, the British Army on the streets. And what happened was the solution ended up being put your guns down and we'll legitimise you politically. Sinn Féin could therefore become not a terrorist organisation, but a political
party that is actually the ruling governing party in Northern Ireland is Sinn Féin. So that is a 25, 30 year transformation from what was murder, terrorism, bombs, in London, bombs, and I can't say that, it's a direct comparison, but you legitimize them. All the terrorists they were basically allowed out of jail on both sides, the Protestant and the Catholics, and there was a peace solution put in place, and they had to down their weapons and become a legitimate political entity representing their people. I have to say, that was unbelievable, at the time it was achieved, and I don't know whether that would be even possible, but that surely has got to be part of the process of the self-determination, in my uneducated opinion.
Simon, have you ever read Hamas Charter?
No, but I've seen people murdered on the streets of Northern Ireland. So whether there is a charter or not a charter, the effect was the same. We're going to kill police, we're going to kill Protestants, we're going to kill Catholics.
Women waiting at bus stops.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. The Omar bomb in a shopping mall. Yeah. Boom. And those, they had to be, yes, absolutely exactly the same. Exactly the same.
The history with the Jews and the Palestinians is much shorter than the history of Ireland and England.
No, that's not true. That's actually not true.
Really? How far back do you think the history of Ireland and England goes?
Well, it's same as Jews and Palestinians. Yeah.
The same as Jews and Palestinians?
Yeah, from the Roman era, right? Yeah.
Oh, you think that these guys are related to the Plishtim?
But do you think the length of time when it comes down to people being murdered, and it would war for
Do you think the length of time matters? Because I think people are dumb and related to other people who are dangerous, and I think that it takes a few generations for people to learn the error of murder.
Read history makes it. Palestinians and Jews have known each other the same time as Irish and English, or Protestants and Catholics.
So you know,
Probably
the
more than
1200s?
Yeah.
What were the
When did Catholic Protestant split happen? When did Catholic Protestant split happen? 500 years back.
Do you understand my question?
I understood your question. That is the answer. Catholic Protestant, split happened 500 years back or 600 years back. Palestinians.
You hear the question. You said you heard it. Could you repeat the question?
Okay, repeat
You actually heard the question?
Oh yeah, repeat, go ahead.
Okay. The question was, you said the Palestinians knew each other as long, with the Jews, as long as the Irish knew the English. My question was roughly the 1200s. What was the Palestinian perspective on the Jewish community in the 1200s?
They exist. What is the perspective? Yeah.
I'm asking, what did they do? You said you knew that there was a coherent Palestinian community that had like an internal tradition of the Jews that were living in Israel in the 1200s. I'm asking, what was that perspective?
The perspective is that they saw the Jews exist. They lived with the Jews. Yeah, that is the perspective.
And who shared this view? Like, that's just kind of saying there were people there that knew there were Jews around.
Buddy, they've been living together for the past, however long they existed. Yeah.
The same.
The Jews have continuous existence in Palestine for the last 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years. Should I teach history of Jews to you? Seriously.
Say what?
Should I teach you the history of Jews to you in Palestine? Like,
No,
I don't think that is
the history of Palestinians that didn't exist until 1967.
Are you saying that Palestinians did not exist in 1200s?
That's
Is that your point? Then you should have said that.
They did not exist until 20th century, and they were manufactured by
That's not true.
Mufti of Hitler. That is.
No, that's also not true. Yeah,
It is true.
Okay, so what distinctive word out of an empire had an opinion.
The people who were
You have, like, a
Celestines
governor
in
of
the Bible are not of the same origin ethnically, geographically, or genetically. The
You
people
want to
who
look at the
follow-
odds.
They share the same ancestry. Semitic people.
Those are the odds, the people that
There are not Semitic people, you idiot.
They speak Arabic, right? Arab language is Semitic language. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, so I don't think.
They are not studied Indian language. Arabic is not an Indian language.
I did an experiment yesterday.
Right about this at least.
So I did an experiment yesterday. When we don't have retards on stage, the conversation is more pleasant. So I'm sorry, but I don't think we're going anywhere with Aaron. So I move to the audience and an interactive chat.
Sorry. But yes, the history with Ireland and England goes back through a few different monarchies. And then the colonization project of Northern Ireland. And then the political and religious divisions. You could go back millennia, but I would really just go back centuries to when King Henry broke from the church. So, yeah, it's an old and complicated fight, and it's not just like on the simple headlines of it. It's more just the different cultures that develop when you have those many headlines for 400 years. The Israelis and the Palestinians is a very modern issue. It's 100 years old. It's not as old, and that's what I'm saying. England and Ireland, it took a while for them to come down, even with like all of the modern sensibilities of the 20th century in the Troubles. It took way too long, and it was insane, and it was stupid, and people didn't even understand what was happening. And I'm saying that it takes generational wisdom to learn that murder is bad, and I don't know how long it'll take the Palestinians to learn that.
Did you think he should, when you said that, because it was like Palestinian, so that's a one-sided change?
Yeah, I think the Jews understand that murder is bad. I think it's happened to enough of them. I think that they made an army in order to prevent murders from happening. I think they know that murder is bad, and I think the Palestinians have not yet learned that fact.
Yeah, okay. Just do that.
Well, they do have an ideology and a framework that we try to understand from our own Western principles perspective, which doesn't work, right? I mean, Simon, these are guys that, for bad or right, I don't know, like they believe, well, they have certain beliefs. First of all, they're being brainwashed, you know, since they are very little kids, they are being desensitized against killing Jews. So that when they grow up, I mean, for them it's in their nature. They see as killing Jews as almost like a virtuous thing, you know. And on top of that, it is a religion, it is an ideology that gives you a prize when you die in war, right? So you cannot threaten a Muslim, or especially an extreme or a fundamentalist, with death, because you're actually taking them to heaven, you know. So when you are dealing with a complete opposite ideology and a complete opposite culture, it's very difficult to find some common ground and some common principles. I don't know, it's just my bias, but it's a different culture, and you're seeing it in your country, the United Kingdom. Today, you have a clash of two completely different cultures that cannot coexist.
I would say that the troubles in Northern Ireland started off with the IRA, which is the Irish Republican Army. Yeah, so they were trying to fight for a united Ireland. That concept has completely gone by that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's trying to speak or...
In fact, so they just wanted to be legitimised and have, as it's transpired, say in the government of Northern Ireland, which they didn't have before. So, obviously, yeah, I see that that's a difference that's worked out.
I've never seen, and there's still technically Tahil. There's a second state. There is a border between the two, even though they've gotten control of
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, I did say that I brought it up not with any massive degree of confidence that I was doing a fair analogy, to be honest. Yeah. It was more that, well, there was a big change from total violence, anarchy, death of civilians, yeah, to a legitimized political process that included everybody. That did happen. But it doesn't mean it's the same. I get that.
Yeah, you had a different case in Ireland, even if it was Protestants against like Catholics and there were political differences, but the background is still the same, you know, it's Christian, a Christian background, and you have more things in common than you have different, I think. It's not like Gaza and Israel. And by the way, you said in one of your comments...
And Ireland is very complicated.
Yeah. But also you said in one of your comments, if I recall correctly, you said something like, yeah, they're both two groups of people living in the same land that they call Israel. I think that's incorrect. I don't think Gaza, the Gazans consider Gaza part of Israel.
That's just them arguing with history. It's a weird Muslim trait. They'll get over it eventually.
Yeah. Anyway, the Indian killed the room.
Like, you know, if we were to completely dismantle the state of Israel and wipe all the Jews out from the face of the earth, the history records of America and the world would still read, this is where Israel was. They just want to, like, ignore facts, which is dumb. It weakens their position, but they're a young culture. And they apparently haven't learned murder is bad. Huge problem, right? In their instruction, somehow, the murder is bad across the board didn't quite stick.
Yeah. So what do you think is gonna happen? Like, so right now, Israel is focused on Iran, right? So are they still focusing on Gaza at the same time, Daniel? And then
Yeah, they're stretched thin.
Well, other places.
Lebanon and Syria and Yemen.
Among others. But yeah, one of them.
And the citizenship is stretched thin. They're going in and out of bunkers every 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is so stressful.
It's exhausting.
It must be. I mean, it must be horrible. And especially right now, also with the heat, I mean, I guess the bunkers are not like luxury accommodations, right? I mean, like you're underground and you're boiling down there.
Yes, they have not yet developed the mountain fortress of Switzerland.
Yeah, just yesterday I was looking at a video, and it said that Switzerland is the only country in the world capable of surviving a nuclear war or something like that. And it was saying that we have here 400,000 bunkers capable of hosting the full capacity, you know, of the full citizenry or whatever residents. You know, 100% of that
is actually like a line in the Torah. There's some Jewish theology built up around the fact that Israel is aware that it is not the most secure region in the world. You can comment on like, yeah, over in Egypt you've got that Nile, Switzerland you've got those mountains. Over here, well, you know, like the faithful, we rely upon the one true God.
A really strong faith. Yeah.
Takes faith to live there.
Here there are like cities on the ground, you know, like there are hospitals and coffee shops and everything. And yeah, they have beds, they have of course toilets, they have everything. There is a whole network of bunkers, you know, underneath, and they are communicated also through the Alps, through the mountain.
Yeah.
The self
Yeah, but who wants to be Swiss? Fuck, they're boring as fuck.
Well, the Swiss aren't really a people. It's just a conglomeration of the different people on mountains that realized they couldn't be conquered.
It's a confederation, yeah. Well, I live in Switzerland. I don't get bored here.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realise that. I wouldn't have insulted you for saying that.
I don't care. I'm not Swiss. I live in Switzerland.
They're not so much like a united people as just sakes up there in the mountain.
Yeah.
They have more referendums to decide their laws than any other country.
Yeah, because it's a direct democracy.
Yeah.
So everything is asked to the population.
Yeah, but you don't have any issues. I mean, if you've got no issues, hey, who cares? Let's have a referendum.
Well, we pass referendums here asking whether we should dehorn the cows or not. I mean, those are important issues.
What should we do with the Nazi goal? Let's have a referendum. Yeah, I mean,
No, I'm telling you, the horns of the cows are more important.
yeah, but as well as the bounty.
Important for what? For you guys to continue just
Well, we have the best milk in the world here, the best cheese in the
how
world, so
you
it's
like
important.
value neutrality as like a good for humanity.
You don't have the best cheese. You have the blandest cheese. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Switzerland is a fort, and yeah.
Not the smallest navy.
Mixed, as you were saying, you guys should learn better.
No, you're right. You just need our mountain bunkers.
Yeah. Oh my god, this guy Aaron, Andre and Daniel, if you want to bring him up, you have to do it. I can't anymore because I already brought him up 2 times. But if he doesn't behave, he's not only going to be thrown down to the audience, but out of the room.
Oh, he was speaking on my behalf. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was just like yelling. It's annoying.
What do you think you sound?
Well, it's my room. If you don't like to hear me yell, you can leave.
You're moving.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway. I am excited you can bring him up. I don't know. He's going crazy with the hand raise. And he's crying in the chat. Like a little Indian bitch. Yeah, I'm so not sad, but I'm annoyed that this guy Maximilian left the room. I really wanted to hear what he had to say about being a non-Zionist Jew.
Well, that guy is, I think, relatively new to Clubhouse. I've heard him get triggered before, so I didn't see what happened, but I heard you say, Maximilian, I wish he had stayed in the room, and I'm not surprised that Maximilian left.
Were you listening to a room from John's room?
No, I literally just came in, and I heard you say, I wish Maximilian had stayed. I already knew who you're referring to. I've had interactions with him before, and I think, respectfully to Maximilian, I think he might be relatively new to Clubhouse, because I've heard him he gets really triggered
He
easily.
sounds like you in the early days.
Exactly. It takes one to know one. It takes one to know one. I'm still known to have an emotional freak out, crash out, but in season 1 of Clubhouse 3 or 4 years ago, it happened a lot more.
Oh yeah, we've all been down that road. Yeah, we've all been there. Yeah. I've been thrown out of 2 rooms. I've not been thrown out of anywhere for years. Yeah.
No, it's like any community. It takes a while to get to know them.
Exactly. You got to get to know the culture of Clubhouse and how things work here.
Because a lot of these people already know each other, right? So there's like
Right.
and norms and customs, weird.
You weren't there, Mixed, but I had a really interesting experience the other day. I mean, I'm 37, but I have a friend of mine who's 19. Oh, my phone's fucked up.
No, it feels okay.
holding on.
Go on, my friend. You are doing fine.
He said his phone messed up.
Is it muting every time I'm talking? Is it randomly declined?
No.
Okay, so I was just going to tell you a very short anecdote that I invited a 19-year-old friend of mine who I met at the jiu-jitsu gym, and I was talking with him about Israel, and I invited him onto Clubhouse to have a chat, and he was really enjoying the app. We had a good conversation. Mr. Anderson came in.
Oh my God.
It was like, I was talking with him about Israel-Palestine. This is my friend, a 19-year...
Clubhouse?
No.
A 19-year-old
because...
Jew to speak with Mr.
No, he's not a Jew. He's Iranian. He's Iranian. And he was saying a lot of anti-Semitic things. He's only 19, and he's a good guy.
That's why he got along with Mr. Anderson.
And then Mr. Anderson comes in. I'm like, listen, you're going to love my friend Tim. He hates Jews. And Mr. Anderson was like... more extreme even than my 19-year-old friend thought was possible. But it was funny, Mixed, because my 19-year-old friend, although he really enjoyed his Clubhouse experience, and although he contributed to the discussion very well, he got triggered like so quickly. He was only on there for like 8 minutes, and then he got triggered, and he was like, I gotta go, I'm sorry. It's like...
I agreed to quit after anything.
He got triggered while listening to Rohan.
Oh yeah, well, but that's, I mean, Rohan can trigger people.
I thought Rohan was being reasonable, but he was kind of, he was being too calm for my friend Puya. Puya was like, let's have a heated debate. And then Rohan came in and he was like, okay, listen to me. I'd like to break it, you know, and he's like, and then I think Puya was like yelling and yelling. He was like, I can't listen. But he didn't know that on Clubhouse, you have to listen to people who you disagree with. You have to listen to Rowan droning on, and you have to.
You don't have to, but there's ways to play it.
Yeah, there's ways to play it. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, don't bring these kind of people to Clubhouse. I brought my sister like 3 years ago. It was at the beginning when I was doing all the COVID rooms, you know, the massive rooms we had. And I brought her here so she would listen to the doctors we had and stuff because I didn't want them to get vaccinated, you know, and I was like, yeah, well, I'm not good like transmitting this message. They need to listen for themselves. And well, yeah, she came, I don't know, for a week or two, but then she just like hated it and she left. I think she still has got her profile.
It's funny because a lot of people.
But yeah, my sister hated it. I'm actually thankful she hated it.
It's hilarious.
Hello. No, it's funny because like Ann was there, conservative Ann was there, and Joe B was there, and Mr. Rambleson was there. So it was a lot of like my Clubhouse like OG friends. Like I've known Ann and Tim and Joe B for a long time, and Ann and Joe B were joking. They were like, Zach, don't bring your friend to Clubhouse. You're doing him a disservice. You're gonna get him horribly addicted. But then I had to realize, like, not everybody gets addicted to Clubhouse. Like, it's a very self-selecting. It's like, I mean, look at the people in this room. You have to be interested in hearing other people's opinions. You have to be interested in debate. And if you can't tolerate other people's opinions, well, why would you waste time on Clubhouse? Like, I've shown...
It's not only that, it's also the fact that we...
That's like saying not everybody gets addicted to crack cocaine, you know what I mean?
It's not only that, it's also a fact that we know each other already for 4 years.
Right.
So we have developed some sort of weird and toxic relationships here, you know? Highly dependent relationships, and so we like to hang out with each other.
Everyone knows what chillism is, or Jeff's coffee room, right?
Exactly.
And
So we all know each other from the different circles, so it's like a town, you know, where you just hop online and you're like, hey, how's it going? Like waving at everyone.
It's almost like a
Oh my
Clubhouse.
God, can someone please bring up the Indian? He's driving nuts with his hand raising, or I'm gonna kick him out.
Let's pop into the English speaking spaces.
Why are they writing about these raising his hand?
Jesus. Like, we could have, like, a map of Clubhouse. English speakers are in this region.
I'm sorry. Fucking everywhere. There was a time when there weren't so many blacks on not Stickam, what early.
I know, only you and me know about Stickam.
I think I've only been to Black.
Not English speaking, even though
I think I've only been to the Black spaces like 1 or 2 times, and that was like 2 or 3 years ago, and I came in with my whole personal responsibility shtick. And they bashed
Yo,
me
Abdul,
so
change your PTR,
badly.
dude.
I was like, yeah, I don't want to.
And if you're gonna speak, try not to speak like you're a retard.
Because I cannot even speak ghetto to them, you know, like I am not good at quick. So I never came back.
Issa, explain to me how 13% of the population can occupy over 90% of the rooms on Clubhouse. Like, when the fuck did that happen?
They ain't got nothing better to do.
Yes, I think that that's true. I think that there are a lot more black people who are available to waste their lives than losers like you. And I mean, look at yourself, by the way. Look at you. You're a respectable man, a father with a family and a job. I don't see you on Clubhouse every day, 1776. I'm happy when I see you.
A lot of fathers with that I don't know what they're avoiding, but they spend a shitload of time on Clubhouse.
What I find funniest about the black spaces is that when I go into them and I start having a intelligent conversation with them, they all of a sudden, when they figure out I'm white, they dismiss me.
Hey, this nigga white! Hey, you white?
I'm totally white. Yeah, no. It's freaking hilarious.
Exactly, don't behave like that.
Smoke a lot.
My friend, how do you account for white people being 70% of all online pedophilia content?
I don't know that statistic.
I can explain that. It's not very nice, but if you've ever been to the hood, they don't need any, content.
Yeah, maybe it's because the black people don't have
our children.
Maybe it's because black people don't have any children left after you abort them all.
But how do we protect our children from white Chicago at a 70% of all pedophilia?
I don't think there are that many white pedophiles who want to abuse a black baby. I think most of the white pedophiles are going for white babies.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think.
Okay, we are going to change the topic. I don't want to get clear. Thank you very much.
Have preferences and who you like to abuse?
We're going to change the topic. I don't want to.
I do, for sure.
Oh my! I mean, you as a black pedophile, do you want to?
Oh my God, Steven! I said we're changing the fucking topic. We are going to just shut down.
And some people care who they abuse, and some people don't care who they abuse.
Can I tell a short anecdote that will change the topic?
So why would they want to? Yeah.
I have a short anecdote that will change the topic. I wanted to.
The only flat space that I sometimes go in Clubhouse is Slide's rooms.
I didn't know he was still around.
Yeah, his rooms are not that big anymore, but he's still around. I like Slide.
Slide from Switzerland, Slide?
No,
Slide.
Okay.
Slide.
From UK.
Oh. So right into the black. The black league? Wait.
Yeah, he's still here.
Anyway, go ahead with your.
Well, my short
Are
anecdote.
you gonna tell us how you fucked a tranny again?
No.
It's
No, but it's related to the different. It's related to the Clubhouse map. When you're like English speakers over here, I had a very interesting experience that I don't know if you guys can relate to, or I think you might have been aware of it when it was happening, but it was happening to me, not you. But about 2 years ago, when I had lost a couple accounts, right now I have this account and I have access to. I have a private fake number that I've used to create this account. But back in the day, like 2 years ago, I had this service that would give me a fake number to use Clubhouse. However, the number was shared by other random people on Earth. Random people. And so I would get a phone number, I would log into Clubhouse, and there would already be an account created. And it would be like, in like Cyrillic Russian, or like the name of the account would be in Arabic or like Thai, like some foreign language. And then I would go into my hallway and the entire hallway was in a foreign language. And it's like, the fuck, I like respawned in like the wrong server or something. It was a weird time time in my clubhouse life.
It's funny. I imagine it like as Clubhouse being some kind of metaphor, and you end up like in a world of
You would get like reincarnated as in like a foreign country or something.
Yeah.
God forbid a foreign country cry. Well, that'd be all wrong. By the
You
way,
love foreign countries. You're in the UK.
I've got an objection to the fact that you keep talking about speaking English. None of you can speak English. You're very poor in your vocabulary, yeah, and the way that you pronounce things, so I'm sorry about giving you that. There's only one.
That's coming from the
I
person
cannot
that has a
understand what this
raw.
man is saying.
Yeah, it just right.
Well, that proves my point.
You sound poor.
How does it prove your point when you sound like you have a dick in your mouth?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it sounds like he's got a mouthful of
That's also he's a fucking huge dick. It can actually go in my mouth.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Can we?
This is not like me. Sorry. I said, yeah. I got
I'm not the bank thing. I thought it's the bank stuff.
Yes.
whatever.
Now, every UK person calls me Isa because they hear it in the bank investment things. It's an Isa.
Are you tax free?
Yeah, I'm always tax free.
Is every black man secretly homosexual? With this
Well, it seems like the ones in this room are. Daniel will tell you that they are.
They're secretly bisexual. Maybe that's it. But like,
Daniel can help you find out.
Bisexual is a gay place, right?
Is Daniel gay?
Yes.
No, my husband's husband.
Just his husband is.
Issa, how do you feel about all your people being deported out of the United States?
I think it's great, actually. I think they should not be allowed to be illegally in your country. I think that actually having offered the opportunity to get in your country legally has killed many of them, and it puts my people at risk. So yeah, I think that closing the borders is the best thing that can happen to my people. And when you go to my country, you will see a lot of people supporting Trump. In fact, when Kamala Harris went 3 years ago, there were bunches of people waiting for her at the airport saying, Kamala, go home, and wearing Trump hats. And yeah, nobody likes, in my country, the Democrat Party. They have been a huge pain for countries like mine. So yeah, we love Trump. We love what he's doing.
Did you see that video of those cucked white people singing the song, Hey Kamala, Kamala, hey Kamala?
What's even a good song?
Oh man, they ruined it. But yeah, it was. But no, they were just terrible people. Those are just
The family, right?
Yeah, the fucking family is like all parasitized. They're like fucking zombies, man. I remember back in like the 80s, 90s watching like Night of the Living Dead, where like the idea of a zombie was like this abstract concept. And then, you know, fast forward 20, 30 years and you have zombies. Like fucking people who are possessed of an ideology. It's just been weird. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, there's this concept.
I'm not aware of what you're talking about at all, but I'm listening.
The zombies. Yeah, there was
The slumpers?
No. Zombies. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Zombies. What do you mean by zombies?
Unfortunately, we can't.
Okay. So there's this concept in theory of mind, philosophy of mind. This guy, David Chalmers, he came up with this concept called the P-zombie. A P-zombie is a philosophical zombie. And from the outside, when you interact with this person, it's essentially an NPC, right? You're interacting with this person, but behind the veil, like there's just a script running. There's no real ratiocination happening. There's no critical thinking. There's nothing. All there is.
Now inner monologue.
A shadow into our, like you, it's a window into our conversation the last 3 years.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a time when it was like an abstract thing, and like zombies were, they didn't exist. And now, like, they fucking do, man. They do.
Right. I mean, one example that I can think of is people use words that they don't even know why they're using this word. Like my 19-year-old friend who I referenced earlier when we were having.
Why do you keep referencing his age? It's weird.
Well, because that's the only thing you know about him.
Let him do whatever he wants.
You don't know his name. My friend, his name is.
Context.
His name is. Yeah, it's nice to know.
But you keep saying, like, if it was a girl, I probably would get it. But
Were you trying to fuck him? Like,
my point was.
Are you fucking this guy?
Other than.
that's what I'm saying. So it seems like he might be.
Well, you're getting turned on by this, Lou. I mean, what is going on?
Wait, he's not a 19-year-old black kid. Black. All right, so my point is that when you talk to these anti-Israel types, they often use a word like they'll say, the Jews are so bloodthirsty. And I think it's interesting that they don't say Israelis are warmongers. They don't say Israelis are warlike. They don't say Israelis are violent. They don't even say Israelis, like sometimes they'll say evil. They won't even say hateful. Like they'll say Israelis are evil and Israelis are bloodthirsty. And I was talking with my friend and I was like, yo, do you know that for thousands of years, people have been saying that Jews literally drink the blood of babies? Like 2,000 years ago, they were saying Jews drink the blood of babies. Do you know that you're invoking a 1,000-year-old racist trope? Do you know that?
Come up with some new material.
And his response was, but Jews are killing babies. And so that's what makes me think. But they do be though. So the point is, he doesn't even know that he's running a script. He doesn't even know that he's using the word bloodthirsty because he's subconsciously evoking this 1,000-year-old trope, and he's not even aware of the script that he's running in his brain.
Right.
Ignorance is watching the news is bliss, and when people are exposed to this false narrative and this idealism, their whole lives, and it is quite punctual that you refer to him as a 19-year-old, because this is an epidemic amongst the younger generations who have been just inundated with false information from the internet, and this is just sheer proof that the tactics of hypnotizing the majority of the people is working really well. These people are just hypnotized and they believe everything at face value. They don't investigate it. They don't do any research. They're just, the internet says it, so it must be true.
So then the question then becomes, what is the proper course of action after you run the 60 IQ? How would you feel? How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast yesterday? Test on them, and they come back and they're like, "But I did eat breakfast yesterday." Then what do you do? All that's left in my tool bag at that point is either violence or just ridicule. Like those are the two, and ridicule is kind of
ridicule is better than violence, personally.
Ridicule is a kind of violence.
Shame them. Maybe you could shame them into educating themselves. Highly unlikely, but I mean, it's better than violence. I don't agree with violence.
How do you incept awareness? How do you incept intelligence?
Okay, you want to know my honest answer? A really high dosage of LSD. Because you know what? When you take a really high dosage of LSD, you aren't hiding from the truth. And the truth comes barreling at you. Like fucking, you will not be, most people would not be able to handle it.
We're not just going to go around dosing people with
I understand.
We need to figure out how to trigger an endogenous release of like an LSD analog inside their own neurobiology.
You know, muscle therapy, I don't know, but I mean, it really comes down to like prying open your third eye and understanding that, you know, the exact scientific realm in which we dwell. You know, I mean, we see everything in 3 dimension. That means we're living in the 4th dimension. If we see everything in 4th dimension, that means we're living in the 5th dimension. So if they're seeing everything in 1 dimension, that means they're only living in the 2nd dimension, because you can't see the exact dimension that you're living in. You can only see the opposite or the forward.
What a load of tosh. Yeah.
Yeah, I never understand how they believe everything that they're told, and then why not tell them something different if that's true?
No, what a load of bollocks. I mean, the reality is, I want to know the truth, okay? And it doesn't help you taking the piss out of people who actually genuinely do want to know the truth and might not know necessarily where to go or what to trust to get that truth. So well done in taking the piss out of people who actually do want to know the truth. Hey, that's really going to achieve a lot. Anyway, carry
Now
on.
the question is, do you know if you're actually ever going to know the truth? Because if the answer is no, then why are you obsessed with it?
I don't know if obsessed is the right word, but what I would say is because it's fucking pretty important, isn't it? Isn't it important to know the truth?
Is it? I don't know. Like, how does that affect really your day-to-day life and the decisions you make, as in like how to live a good life with your family and get along with the people you love and make a living and all of this? Does it even make an impact?
Yeah, I do live in the U.S. and I'd have to say that, you know, the majority of people are absolutely content being ignorant and don't want to look into things like, you know, how the King James Bible is even in existence. They don't want to know the history of it. They don't want to know because it would fuck with their own narrative, and they're so stuck on their own narrative of how things are that they don't want to know the truth of the history. And it's very unfortunate, and it's very disheartening as an American that does seek the truth, because that's the way I was raised. I was raised to always question authority, always question the people, always refer back to biblical texts to make sure that your pastor is telling you the truth and not his own damn opinion. You know, and same with the walk of Christ, man. All these people out there saying that they walk with Christ, yet they have scripture in their mouth but bile in their actions. It's amazing to me the willful ignorance that this quote unquote Christian nation, and mind you, this is not a Christian nation. This is a nation founded on religious freedom. Not any particular religion. You're not mandated to be a Christian to be an American. That's ridiculous. But there's a good majority of people out there that believe that if you're not a Christian, you're not an American. And it's disgraceful as an American to see this happening.
Yeah, well, it is disgraceful. It would be disgraceful in the UK because we're secular societies. Yeah, so the freedom of to worship who you wish is sort of fundamental. Yeah, and so to try and turn it into something else, which is called, you know, our government's got to be based upon religion, well, then that's just like Sharia law. It's just the same concept.
Yeah, that's a sheer sign of oppression. I mean, that's the way oppression has always worked. You know, they use religion and falsified religion on top of that. You know, I mean, I dare anybody to go read the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, which is the oldest Bible on the freaking planet Earth, and the most complete Bible on the planet Earth, and then go read the King James Bible and tell me how they're relative.
Yeah, right. Well, obviously, it was written in Greek, and then some guy translated it, you know, to English. But that translation is...
Well, it was written in Latin originally, and it was the Bible was a book that was only held by the people and people of very high wealth. It wasn't a common book amongst, you know, the illiterate of the countries because, well, they couldn't read
translated to different languages? Because I know in
you gotta look at the context of, like, let's say the King James Bible. You know,
Right.
King James freaking imprisoned his own mother, Mary Queen of Scots, and then beheaded her. He also wrote 3 books on demonology, as well as retranslated the freaking the Bible into English. So, I mean, just that short bit of history, knowing about King James, his nefarious freaking adulteries, his assumed homosexuality, or at least bisexuality, and all these things, just about King James. Just about King
I will look into it. Yeah. Thank you.
Mary Queen of Scots was beheaded by Queen Elizabeth I. Queen Elizabeth I, she died without any children, which is why then I think it was James IV or the V of Scotland. He became James I of England.
The reason I'm asking is, like, in the Islamic world, right? They don't encourage translation. They'll say that any translation that's not Arabic will change, the meaning of the text, and therefore it's not really Quran, right? But the problem is most people don't speak Arabic that are Muslim, and so I thought this was a problem, but now I'm confused. I'm starting to think maybe it was a good thing. What do you guys think?
I think it's a good way to preserve the integrity of any book. That's just any book, because especially when you translate it to English, as somebody pointed out earlier, American English is terrible. It's misrepresented. It's not well translated. And that's part of the difficulties that have fed to this absolutely absurd idealism of Christianity here in the United States, especially because if you'll notice, a lot of these quote unquote Christians, man, they don't embody they don't embody Christ's
the teachings. Yeah, that's why I always thought.
Embody the teachings of Christ, which is peace, love, humility. Shoot, the Bible completely condemns. The Bible completely condemns.
What was happening right now?
Are you?
I feel like I'm listening to group therapy. Yeah, no, I agree.
Sorry, you guys want to reset the room then?
No, I don't know. Daniel, are you there?
I'm just.
Yeah, we're just checking on each other. We're here, so I'm just.
Anyways, yeah. I came in, I saw the title, and so I'm a bit confused because I've been dedicating the last few days into looking into Iran, right? And so I made a list, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong. There are people who are royal. Okay, Daniel. Okay. So there's a group that are royalists, right? And they like this guy named Pahlavi. So there's that group. Yes, and I watched the interview with him. It was in Farsi, but I seen people translating it, and he said that he's okay with having a constitutional monarchy. It doesn't have to be hereditary, and he seems like a nice guy. But then when you go online, you get Iranians that hate him, and then you have Iranians who are what's it called? Anyways, there's so many. Yeah, like there's some. I know that Iranians are Shiite, but a lot of other Muslims are starting to like Iran now because they're fighting against Israel, so they're winning brownie points when most of those Sunnis never liked them, so it's strange how that's happening. But so what do you guys think will happen?
It's just with the people, the Christians, that hate the Jews, and they dislike the Muslims as well, but now they're supporting Palestinians, and it's simply because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so
it's so weird.
It's like they all share a disdain towards the Jews, and that's what matters the most to them.
Yeah, like Jews, unfortunately, hating Jews has become a unifying force. It sucks for Jews, but for Khomeini to be put on a pedestal by these Sunnis, it's so shocking to me to see. But what I wanted to know is what do the Iranian people want then? Do they want Pahlavi to go, or it's like I just want what's best for their country, but it's hard to understand because they have so many divisions, you know. Like Pahlavi looks like a nice guy, you know, but I don't know.
Nice then.
Seems like a really nice guy with a nice family, yeah, that cares for Iran, yeah. But yeah, who knows, right?
He's a great guy.
Samia wants to pull Islam into the topic of Middle East. Yeah, I brought it in. Sorry.
Samia is Muslim, so she can do that.
Yeah, I brought Islam into the Middle East. Sorry, my apologies.
The Muslim women weren't supposed to talk.
I know. Yeah. Is there Sharia on Clubhouse too? I'm not supposed to talk.
I'm just asking, like, it's...
That's fucked up.
Well, I mean, it's your religion, not mine.
Did you see actually in the UK that they're really now pushing against the Sharia, not law because it has not been codified into law yet, but all these Sharia rules that they're trying to implement on citizens that are criticizing Muhammad or the Muslims or all of this stuff. Like, it's amazing.
We just had somebody sentenced in jail, I can't remember how long, a few years, for burning the Quran, but they didn't specifically state it. They said that the actions of this person posed a worrying issue for, sorry, don't quote me, but basically this person, because they burnt the Quran and they've been sentenced, this is the first blasphemy case.
Oh yeah, they created a law, an anti-blasphemy law or something like that, right?
Yeah, against Islam. You can do what you want with any other religion, but if it's Islam,
Well, you can't do shit about the Jews here. In the US, at least.
Yeah, but it's not illegal, honey.
Well, no, I mean, I think it is in some states. I don't think you should be making fun of people's religion.
You think it is in some states?
It's not, dude.
Okay.
I mean, killing Jews is illegal, but criticizing them, everybody does.
Obviously.
You can actually stop them from going to class, make like mass protests, call for their death, but you think it's illegal in some states. That's fine.
I mean, they're trying to pass laws that I'll look into.
You look into it. I'll make how much you want to make a wager? There's no law that says in any state of the United States that says that it's illegal to make fun of Jews.
I've got $100
I mean, I didn't say that make fun of them. And it's not something make fun of them.
So restate your statement.
Let me think about it for a second.
And
That's a good idea.
Also, it's not, I mean, what's happening in the universities is not critique of the Jews. What's happening in the universities is like they're preventing kids to go to class and they are threatening them and they are taking possession of buildings and they don't let them in, and that is not.
I don't think there should be talking shit about people's religion on a college campus. I don't think that's a good thing. Jews, Muslims, doesn't matter.
It might not be a good thing, but it's fully legal.
Well, in the UK we have hate crime. So there is.
Well, the UK is a failed state. It's not interesting.
Oh, I don't give a shit what you think, dude. Yeah, but we have.
Not nice.
We
You're on that, Simon?
reserve lives to take the line which you cross. Yeah, which it becomes from you go A, big nose, right, to a hate crime beyond that, which is then a criminal offence. What that line is, I don't really know, you know. So
You agree with the hate crimes?
no,
I do.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with anything that's a criminal.
I mean, a crime is a crime. It doesn't matter if it was motivated by hate or by love. I mean, there are a lot of love crimes, right? And they don't make it
Yeah,
less.
we all hate crimes.
No, they actually
What's a
do.
love crime?
A love crime is the one that is like, I'm gonna kill her because I love her so much. I don't want anybody else
Yeah,
to
that's
have
called a
her.
crime of passion.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
But no, I mean, the UK UK is a failed state. I mean, you barely even have property rights at this point, and let alone free speech.
Can you name one state? Hold on. Can you name one state in the whole world that is not a failed state?
Hey, was that dude got the same name as me? Yeah.
Ignorance in the state of Iran.
Oh yeah. So we got Seaman and
Simon, you let him
So Seaman, can you name one state in the world that is not a failed state?
Well, I mean, considering that the UK was like the source of like one of the
just answer.
Why? Let me just give context to what I'm saying.
Because every state is a failed state according to your.
Yeah, but I'm talking about where the Enlightenment happened.
Religion.
Don't pick on the.
According to your religion, every state is a failed state.
No, it's not. He blames it on religion.
I don't blame it on
No, but
religion.
according to Simon's religion, every state is a failed state.
I don't blame it on religion.
He literally said that all religion is having a negative impact.
Simon, if every
religion does have a
failed
negative
state
impact.
and you're the common denominator,
Okay, well,
you're the failed one.
If you want to always start the Enlightenment period and we're trending the other way and you're blaming, like, what else? Right? Like,
there's a lot of negative philosophies that have also impacted the West. It's not just religion.
Anyway, have you been able to rethink your question, Lou? Oh, sorry, Simon.
You'd be better off having a monarchy. I mean, look at your head of state. What an embarrassment that is.
Well, there you go. See? That's why the UK is a failed state.
No, it's
Who are you talking about, the US or France?
Yeah, well, no, the US. I mean, come on.
There you go. The US is a failed state. Because this guy, and he's coming from the UK. Oh my God! Like that's what I'm saying. We're listening to a British guy talk about the U.S. being failed. Like that's a joke.
Hey, look.
No, I think he's right. Monarchy historically has worked out phenomenally. I think we should go back to that.
We've got a constitutional monarchy. It's working very well, and you've got.
Charles is a Muslim.
You've got a knobhead. Yeah, as a president and head of state.
What is your like? This is such a bad.
Guys, I'm surprised you guys can even speak freely at this point. Like.
But what do we monarchy have to do with that?
Oh, there's someone banging on my door. I've said something I shouldn't have said. Oh, I'm going to be arrested. Oh my God.
See, the funny thing about what you just said is I know you're being facetious, but the reality is that actually happened.
Lucy Connolly, Simon.
So, I mean, what'd you say, Sarah?
Lucy Connolly, who's in prison for 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Sarah, you in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry to hear that.
State.
Of course it's a failed state.
Is this the Sarah that used to be in these rooms and had a baby? Is that you know?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen you in months. How's the baby?
Yeah, she's good, man.
Gotta see the baby.
I don't share pictures online. Sorry.
No, I'm good. It's a Seinfeld joke. I don't actually.
Oh.
Congratulations.
Your baby.
Gotta see the baby. But yeah, okay.
We don't have any freedom of speech.
You guys barely have property rights. Your police don't even have proper equipment to defend themselves, let alone protected citizens. I mean, what are we even talking about?
How's the
Where is this?
in America?
How are the stabbing rates in the UK?
Less from the gun deaths.
No, that's actually false. That's actually false.
No, it's not false.
Yeah, it is false. So it's something like out of all the gun-related deaths in America, it's like less than 30% of them are actually homicides.
Okay, so what you're saying is,
Simon, how about you look up British Simon? How about you look up the stats right now? Tell us how many murders are there in the UK per 100,000 civilians, and how many are there in the United States? Let's compare numbers.
There's a reason that they lost the war.
For the very state that you're looking at gun deaths alone.
Right, but that's a stupid metric. What the question is...
Exactly, that's what I want.
Okay. Just take away civilians is another thing that has worked out really great. So far, your idea was to take away the guns from the civilians and institute a monarchy. You're selling me so far.
Well, hey, look, there was a degree of
sarcasm and dark humour in that suggestion, right? However, I don't think, the Second Amendment, is it the Second Amendment that says, right, we all, come on, that was in 1750 whatever, when you had single musket.
Are you saying 1787?
Yeah, whatever. So am I looking at murder per 100,000 by country?
I didn't even, was that even an argument? Come on, it was in 17 whatever.
I don't know.
Well, we need a ban of belt knives.
It was a bad day for us, so I tried to put it to one side. Yeah, but you're looking good with your head.
The Second Amendment was written a decade after your bad day.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
It was a bad day for monarchy. It was a good day for humanity. You're welcome, by the way.
People get the wrong idea what's going on. I mean, dude, I live in Arizona. You can walk, like, everybody's walking around with guns. It's not as dangerous as people. Yeah, it's like, especially when it's like understood that people are armed. It's actually tends to be less.
Yeah, the unsafe states are the ones where it's like the gun crimes are.
We don't like
not gun crimes. Yeah, no. I mean, really, it's just where the black
Where gun laws are the strictest is where there's the most crime. Go into the inner cities where the strictest gun laws, and you'll find the most crimes.
100%.
Basically, leftist states and leftist cities. Just in principle alone, this is not even debatable. I mean, you just basically don't have freedoms. Like, everybody's just a cuck to the government that they did.
Oh, are you living here?
We're literally about to get a guy arrested for proving him wrong.
Don't be ridiculous.
Are you
Good luck, my guy.
Right, okay. Can I just say, I just Googled what you want me to do, which is intentional homicide counts per...
This fucking idiot. Who are you anyway?
Oh, so...
Someone just wrote in the chat, can you deny the Holocaust was real? Oh my god.
It was a British guy that didn't like to deny it.
I'll stop talking, but I just want to address the challenge, which was intentional homicide counts per 100,000 of inhabitants. Alright? So, number 65 with 5.763 homicides per 100,000 is the United States. Sorry to disappoint you all. I'm scrolling down. Maybe I went past it. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Oh, hang on.
Okay, this room's called Jay Bresker starring a pot fit on racial idea.
No, 1.536. Yeah, no, 1.148. So, those people who quite happily broadcast that there are more deaths due to homicide and murder in the UK compared to the US by population percentage, you're wrong. All right? I'll now shut up. And you can...
Yeah, well, you're wrong about the...
What about violent crimes?
Simon, you are wrong about that. And I wish you could find out.
Okay, never mind.
Why are all the Simons always wrong?
I'm not always wrong. That's why sometimes I get, oh yes, you're right about utilitarianism, Simon. Yes, you're right.
Hey, dude, yeah, you're wrong about that claim you made that there are more murders in...
Who made that claim?
I said violent crimes.
Oh,
who made that claim?
Simon
That's why I said
what? Wait.
I said
Simon says.
There are less homicides in the UK by population count as a percentage than there are in the US.
I said violent crimes, and then because you brought up guns, and I said like not even half of the gun-related deaths are from murder, and that was all I mentioned.
True. But if you include acid attacks and honor killing, I don't think they even report those ones, and stabbings.
No, they don't report violent crimes.
I apologize. I was just focusing on murder.
I didn't mention murder.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay.
But you know who came up with the whole grooming gang? It was Suella Braverman, but she is of Indian descent, and it's trying to silence her. Like she's trying to create some, Indian Pakistani kind of conflict.
Yeah. I hear. Well, you could. Asians and what?
It's an emergency, Iranian emergency delegation that came to try and negotiate to stop the escalation in the situation with Israel.
Okay, interesting.
מה זה חמקן B2 ספיריט שמופק בגולן? מי זה? מה זה?
B2 זה ראשית הרכבת בארצות הברית, זה ששוקי כל הזמן אומר עליו. לא, אני רואה. מטוס יום הדין, ה-E4B, שנשיא ארצות הברית נחת מוקדם יותר ליד וושינגטון. הפעם האחרונה שאירוע כזה נצפה, הייתה ב-11 בספטמבר. יש סטרדיווריוס בקפריסין, את יודעת מה זה?
לא.
מה? אתה מכיר את הדבר הזה?
איך? סטרדיווריוס? יש לנו סטרדיווריוס, אבל.
יש בארץ? אני לא יודע, אני כבר מיליון שנה בישראל.
יש.
דן, מה זה המשחק הזה?
איזה משחק?
מה אתם מנחשים?
אני צריך לנחש את שלוש חנויות בגדים שחנה הכי אוהבת. אם אני מצליח, היא מביאה לי 100 שקל בבית. אם אני לא מצליח, אני מגיע ל-20.
מה מתערבים שהיה לראשון? אני מצליחה.
ואם את מצליחה, את מעבירה לכל אחד עם 50 שקל?
אבל זה מוכר, נכון חנה?
כן, סתם, אין לי.
יש לך.
אז יש לך. לא.
לא?
ממש לא. לא, אבל אני לא...
תעבירי לכל אחד 50 שקל.
בזרה אני קונה רק בייסיק. למה את קונה משהו במיוחד ואז כולם איתה עם זה.
אני קונה רק חולצות טישרט שחור, אפור, לבן, כאלה.
בייסיק.
כן.
מתאים לך לקנות במנגו.
גם לא.
אני אהבתי, יש חנות ארטה בירושלים שנקראת טופ... לא טופ, לא, של בגדים.
אני אוהבת מאסימו דיוטי.
טופ שופ.
מה טופ טן?
מאסימו דיוטי מוכרים נעליים יקרות כזה לבנות וכל מיני כאלה, לא?
גם בגדים, כן. מהקבוצה של זהר. מאסימו דיוטי. מאסימו דיוטי.
כן, לי שם פעם נעליים, נראה לי.
זה כאילו זה חנות
אני אוהבת את ה-24/7. סיגרות הכי רגילות, אבל הן מתוקות.
את מוצאת לי שם משהו? זה של...
כן, אני מוצאת בטח. אני אוהבת. שם בטופ שופ, אבל טופ שופ יש רק כאילו שוב שאני הייתי בתקווה ובחיפה.
מה עם זה? פוקס קידס.
לא אוהבת את פוקס בכלל.
לא אוהבת TNT? עדיין קיים TNT?
לא, מה פתאום, כן ולא, זוכר? כן ולא.
כן ולא.
אני קונה
כן ולא, וואי, מוכר לי.
כן ולא, נו.
אני קונה פירות.
איפה?
את זה אין לנו.
רוס. קוראים לך דוד רוס.
מארצות הברית וגם מחירים שלהם. בדיוק. מחירים שלהם חבל על הזמן. אני פשוט אוהבת לקנות הרבה בכלום כסף.
אז אני אגיד לך מטרית, את אוהבת פוקס תמנון?
לא, בכלל לא. בכלל לא. לא.
אורבניקה?
כבר לא.
למה?
בואי נראה כנחשים מה אני אוהב, איזה מותג אני אוהב.
אתה אוהב מנג'י?
סוכה קרמל.
לא, הוא אוהב... מה קוראים לזה? נו, של המטיילים של המטפסים. לא.
אני חושבת שזה
לא. קולומביה וכאלה.
קולומביה טובים.
זה המותג השני. לא, מה המותג הראשון שאני...
נו, אני יודעת, זה דומה לקולומביה. איך זה נקרא? נו, זה לא היה אברסט.
לא
נורפורס.
נורפורס זה קולומביה.
נורפורס
זה קולומביה מבחינתי זאת לא מותג, אבל אני מדבר על מה הראשון שאני אוהב.
מה הלוגו?
טימברלנד.
לא, זה נעליים אבל.
רגע, אבל אנחנו מדברים על בגדים, נכון?
טימברלנד זה לא נעליים, זה גם בגדים.
אצלנו זה נעליים.
לא, טימברלנד זה גם בגדים. צודקת ככה, יש לנו בגדים, כן. אבל לא, זה לא...
לא מכיר.
קיצור, נייקי, המאפני.
מה? קשור.
קשור, יש להם את הבגדים הכי טובים בעולם.
אני יש לי את הטקסט ליז של נייק, את הקפוצ'ונים והמכנסי טרנינג שלהם.
כן,
דברים שלך בצד. אחי, יש לי...
מה, אני אוהבת אדידס?
איזה 40.
אני גם אוהבת.
לא רק אני מת על אדידס.
גם אני מעדיפה את זה.
אדידס, תמיד מזכיר את הרוסים האלה מהראש פיתוח. מהמכנסיים המאופסים.
אני באדידס, תמיד כל הנעליים הכי הזויות, כל הצבעוני המוזר הזה.
לי יש נעליים של סטלה מקארטני עם אדידס, ואם תראו את התמונה של זה, תבינו מה הסטייל שלי, מה אני אוהבת. בוא נראה.
אני משהו מיוחד.
אין לי כוח שלך.
המותג היחיד שיש אולי נעליים.
נשמע צריכה לקום להרים מזוודה ולארץ.
מזעזע.
היא פשוט לא רוצה לחטוף בפניך.
אני אוהבת גם קרוקס על זה.
אתה אוהבת קרוקס?
וואי, זה מזעזע. קרוקס על זה גדול, נו.
קרוקס וטרקים אדידס.
אבל אני ראיתי את השאלה.
חנה, כמה שנים את בקרוקס?
אבל לא קרוקס הרגיל, אני לא הולכת כמו זה...
לא, יש את החנות של קרוקס, יש להם דברים יפים, אבל אני לא הייתי הולכת עם זה.
אבל ככה שקלים במטבח של מסעדה?
לא, יש את הקרוקס על הפלטפורמה.
אבל רגע, בקרוקס שם אני קדימה את הסיכות האלה?
כן.
יאללה, אני קדימה כזה של פיס וסתות את הפה.
הנה זה.
לא, יש להם נעליים יפות, אלה של פלטפורמה, כל הסנדלים זה, אבל אני לא הייתי הולכת עם זה כי זה לא נוח.
אני בהלם שאני חשתי.
מה שאלה?
יש דלם מייט של האג.
אם יש לה אג. איזה מושפעת.
כן,
אבל אני לא לבקשת המחורת דווקא, זה לא יודעת, לא אוהבת.
האמת, אני בקושי נולדת נעליים. אני מאז ההיריון שלי עד עכשיו עם ריף. כאילו, אני לא יכולה להוריד אותה מהרגל, כאילו נדבקו לי לרגל.
מי זה?
זה נעלי, שלי זה נעלי אצבע של ריף. וואי, יש להם נעליים כאילו נוחות בצורה מפחידה. אז מאז שהייתי בהריון קניתי, לא יכולה להיפרד מהם. ואני קונה מלא נעליים, לא מסוגלת. רק אותם.
רק אני חננה עם טבע נאות. הכי נוח.
הכי נוח.
אבל בלי זונות, זה אבל 300 שקל.
גם הרבה קר,
גם זה יש.
300 שקל באילת, שתראי לי.
כן, זה יקר, אבל זה נוח, מה?
לא יודעת, רוצה לי לקנות
לא, טבע נאות.
פשוט פה זה דרד.
$30 פה באמריקה.
כל הקיבוצניקים שמים את זה.
יש עוד איזה חנות.
זה נעליים של קוקסינלים.
כן.
אנחנו קוקסינלים.
מי אלה?
שכחתי את השם, יש עוד איזה חנות. גם הייתי קונה בה באילת דווקא. של נעליים.
To go.
לא, ממש לא.
נעלי גלי.
יש את זה בכלל, את התוגר הזה?
יש, כן.
אני יודעת מה. מה שאמרתי לך. סקופ.
לא. לא סקופ.
אני אוהב גם את אופנת הגלגל.
ברח.
3 ב-100, 4 ב-100.
מה זה אופנת?
תפלס.
מה זה? אתה צוחק?
לא, נו, אז זה גלגל שיש עלינו מבצעים.
אני עכשיו...
5 ב-100. 4 ב-100.
אני נגיד באינטרנט אני לא אוהבת לקנות נעליים, אבל עכשיו קניתי איזשהו זה נעל כאילו שהיא עם שתי רצועות שהן שקופות, זה שלו, זה כאילו פלטפורמה שהיא מין פס כזה מבז', משהו ממש יפה, וממש ממש נוחות, ממש נוחות. זה פעם ראשונה שאני ממש נהנית מנעליים שקניתי באינטרנט.
אני את כל המגפים בוגרים שלי קונה באמזון וזה אחלה.
אבל גם שאתה לא קונה את המגפיים שאמזון בייסים פרודקט.
טראמפ אמר, נתניהו מקבל יחס... תקשיבו. טראמפ אמר, נתניהו מקבל יחס לא הוגן מהמדינה שלו, כל המחאות נגדו מביישות.
אבל טראמפ שונא את ביבי. מה יגיד לפיד על זה עכשיו?
ראיתם מה הוא אמר? אתה איבדת את טראמפ?
כן. טראמפ לקח אותה כמו ארנב מסונבר לחדר.
ראיתם שמד"א ופיקוד העורף התאחדו?
באמת? זה לא נשמע אמיתי.
מד"א פאקר. מד"א ופיקוד העורף. איזה אבלים?
אין סיכוי שזה יקרה בעולם.
לא, זה
אני הייתי באיחוד הצלה. הייתי מערית.
גם אני הייתי, פרשתי.
מאור.
פרשה מוקדמת.
כי היה לנו רק ערבים מטופלים.
מה ג'יילו?
I wrote to Clubhouse for you to ask them how to get rid of your stupid 18 plus profile picture.
Okay,
I don't know, they didn't answer me yet, I just wrote to them.
I also asked. I also report my picture. Myself.
Did they answer you?
No. I said it's a violent sexual abuse picture.
You reported yourself, I'm gonna clip you.
אתם באים ביותר מטומטם?
Mama, it reminds me of when somebody called
myself.
And they said, "Hi, officer," and they said, "What's your problem?" And the guy said, "I'm a drug dealer and I just got robbed." The police said, "Okay, we'll be right over."
No, there is actually a video about from bad cops about someone that
חלק שמעו את זה בטח. מישראל. והשכן שלי, סתם זה הזכיר את זה, מי ששמע את זה לא נורא. היה לי שכן חרדי, הוא ואשתו גרו מעלינו בקומה שנייה. ושבת אחת הם לא היו בבית, וכשהוא חזרו במוצאי שבת הם גילו שהחלון היה פתוח ושמישהו גנב להם כסף לבית. דיירים. אז הם קראו המשטרה, למחרת בבוקר המשטרה באה כאילו, והתחילה לקחת טביעות אצבע בבית, כאילו, מז"פ ועניינים. והתחילו לגעת בארונות וזה. בקיצור, פתחו לו את הארונות מטבח ומצאו שמה מעבדה של סמים. אז הוא כבר נמצא לו את מי שגנב לו את הכסף מהבית, פשוט הורידו אותו באזיקים. מה? מה? את בסדר. כן, אני מוכרחה לצחוק, אני לא נרגעה. זה כיף.
זה רק תצחקי כל החיים.
Aldo, are you there?
תראי לו אותו זלוק בקפה, חכי. חכי, אמרתי לה, חכי. צנצנת.
וואי, אתן שתיכן. עגל וצ'קל.
אוי מלא. אני כאילו בראש שלי משחזרת את מה שנאמר, וזה עוד פעם מצחיק אותי. כולם עושים את זה כמוני?
בטח, זה בלאוויה.
וואלה, זו הייתה הפעם הראשונה שנפתחתי ככה בעניין מין.
נו, אבל זה בדיוק העניין, לשחזר את מה שנאמר. בהחלט נפתח. תרתי משמע.
תגידי, את גנבת תוך כדי? אני לא זוכרת.
תמיד גונחת, זאת אומרת, לא יודעת.
באוטו, אני לא יודעת, כאילו, הם שמעו רעשים, אז אני מניחה שכן. הם לא שמעו רעשים, הם עשו שם פטרול או משהו, ואז אמרו רכב, ואמרו, אני אבדוק אותו. זה מה שאת חושבת.
או שהאוטו תתקף כל דקה.
מה? הגב שלך, בחשיפה של האוטו. אוי אוי.
Apple is really good about like giving you your money back subscription.
זה מצחיק, אנחנו המדינה היחידה שיודעת מתי מגיע טיל ולא יודעת מתי מגיע האוטובוס.
I'm very well. How's everyone?
Fantastic. So happy you're here. Do you want to catch up or you want to jump in?
I'm gonna catch up. I'm still catching up. I'm having my breakfast and coffee, right?
You said breakfast. Coffee. They can't really go ahead, man.
I love it. Is coffee, is that Brooklyn or Boston? When she says coffee like that. Probably a combination, right?
She's a New York City girl, 100%.
Okay, cool.
That's why she gets the green bean, not the fact that she's beautiful, but she is.
Let's roll with it. Now, I just was going to add to what Nye and the other gentleman said. And I think, JB, you asked a really good question, man. A lot of times we have these conversations, but don't consider the linguistics of it, man. We're usually arguing about stuff and are actually processing the words and their definitions differently than the person that we're arguing with. So setting up level playing field in the languaging or the nomenclature, I think, is a good thing. So with racism, the reason I think it's taken out of context a lot of times is because most of the definitions, if you really read it, and how some academics speak it, is it means having the institutional power to do something with your prejudice. And so most people don't think about it like that, right? So we throw it around. So racism, bias, implicit bias, prejudice,
we have two beautiful women on stage, each named after a state. We got Alaska and we got Nebraska. So let me say good morning to Nebraska real quick. Nebraska, how you doing?
Good morning, JB. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing amazing. It's a great day to be alive.
Yes, it is, and it's better that you're here. So do you want to chime in on the conversation, Nebraska?
Yeah, okay. I actually wanted to piggyback a little bit off of what Alaska was saying. And I like what she said, but I feel like there's a couple nuances that I could maybe potentially add that may or may not be helpful. So there is this concept that I want to introduce to you all, and it is called the accusatory fatigue cycle. And it's a psychological phenomenon, we can say, that you could observe it across any type of group. But I believe that this would particularly be able to explain why sometimes we see what we see among white individuals in the context of like them saying, oh, I'm experiencing, fatigue. And basically what happens is accusatory fatigue cycle. You have repeatedly let me see, how can I write this? Okay, it's when like a group of people, particularly we'll use white people for this particular case to apply it to white people in the racial dialogue, right? They constantly get accused of a negative moral trait, like let's say racism or white privilege or white guilt or something like that, right? And it's not based on their particular actions, but it's based on the group. So a lot of white people are gonna come in, the form of, it's gonna be told to them like, hey, look, you're complicit in white supremacy, you're a white supremacist, you're a racist, you're privileged, it doesn't matter, you're benefiting from oppression. And when these white people start to, like, I think at first people are going to want to try to engage. So they're going to read about it. They're going to try to learn a little bit more about it. And then they're going to get into the conversation because they're going to get curious about it. But then what's happening is they are not met with any type of solution. They're not met with first there's no encouragement. So they're instead like, when they get more curious or if they start to push back because they're challenging and trying to make sense of what they're learning, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's, it doesn't even matter. Your empathy is insufficient, your allyship is performative, whatever it might be, your silence is violence. There's a bunch of shit that I've heard, right? And what happens is over time, this is going to create an emotional exhaustion, and it's going to create like a sense of futility. And they're going to be like, you know what, if I'm going to be labeled a racist no matter what, if I'm going to be accused of having, a white privilege and that I'm complicit in this white supremacy, the classical psychological aspect of learned helplessness happens. And that's just what repeated like failure leads to when someone's trying to stop something. So basically, because we don't have a lot of times in these discussions, we don't have a descriptive a descriptive guideline to what white people can do. We don't offer them like these are the things that you can specifically do in your life today that can change. They start to experience what's another psychological phenomenon, because this is what the accusatory fatigue cycle is. They experience reactance.
I need you to land, Nebraska.
So it's okay, and so that is a psychological pushback against feeling morally coerced. So then they're just like, you know what? I'm just gonna. They just end up withdrawing and resenting the conversation altogether, not because they reject justice, but because they're no longer feeling that there's a path to moral dignity for them in it, and a frustration with it all. So I think overall, and I'll land here, is I think that it's not that the white fatigue, because I do believe, I do agree with Alaska. I'm not sure it's so much fragility as much as it's rooted in something deep, like a deeper psychological reaction to feeling being like morally damned by default. But the good thing is that it can be broken by just offering opportunity and an honest dialogue and a place for them to go and to make the changes so they don't have to feel that way.
Thank you, Nebraska. Man, I love when you share, but I don't know how you don't pass out from a lack of oxygen. Because you talk like a New Yorker. You're so fast. But hold on, Nicholas. Because I want to go to Alaska, and then I'll come to you. Alaska, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I'm really interesting what Bima said. I was just chiming in, what was I going to say? Oh my goodness, what's I going to say? Oh yeah, just that, when I was learning about words and things, I learned that even the word racism, the ism implies system. So sexism, racism, I can't think of any other examples, which is weird. But just to throw that in.
You want me to come back to you?
Also, no, it's just mainly that. And also adding to what Bima said, the idea of cognitive dissonance is a subject I find super interesting. And it's very hard because you go between obviously wanting to educate people but wanting to keep your peace in certain areas, and it feels like it's an education thing that really should be discussed. But anyway, I'm going to stop there. Sorry.
No, you're good, Alaska. Thank you. So let me just address two things in the chat. Anybody that engages with Frank, you're on your own. He's an idiot. I wouldn't even address this idiot. And chillism sucks. Fuck chillism. Bunch of racist assholes in there. Just my opinion. The great Nicholas, how you doing?
So, Mother Superior is here. Hi, the great JB. So, I got a couple of things. So, do you suffer from racial fatigue? Yeah, this app is, I'm exhausted. Like, I've reached a point where I just don't care. And I think maybe that is, becoming desensitized to certain things. Like, people say horrendously racist things, and I'm like, oh, it's Tuesday. And I used to be like, oh, wow, look at these people. How could they say these things? And then I'm like, oh, this is just another one of those people on Clubhouse. And I don't know if that's healthy to not even flinch anymore. Also, another thing I'm getting into. Oh, fuck, am I in the Matrix?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, so another thing I'm becoming desensitized to is the whole Israel situation. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about them. They're 1,000 miles away from me and have no impact on my life. Why do I care so much about Israel? So that's another thing. And then the third thing is just like subtly racist things. Like, you could run an analysis in your brain sometimes, like, is this even worth my time to address? And for me, it's just, the answer is increasingly becoming no. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, the great Nicholas. I'm going to say, man, I've been on this app 5 years, right? Since the beginning. I'm an OG. And at the beginning, man, people would say covert racial undertones, right? They would say things like, what does he or she mean? Now it's the Wild West. People will say whatever the fuck they want. They don't care. And here's the thing. I think a lot of people who say those things actually mean those things. That's how they really feel. Right? And this gives them a platform. Frank, I'm not bringing you up, you moron. JT, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, JB. No, you made an excellent point right there, too. I would say I experienced the same thing to where now it is just certain rooms, you can just expect to get what you're going to get when you go in there. But I wanted to kind of speak to what the sister was saying earlier about what white people can do. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be brief in just saying, I think on a macro level, and I know you have a lot of these rooms, I think reparations is obviously the next step in comparative justice. But on a micro level, right now, with this administration, we're seeing a lot of changes taking place that affect, black people in general. We've seen them wipe away affirmative action. We've seen them with the DEI hiring rhetoric. It's always an attack on black Americans, right? We see them with now, what is it that he's doing? Oh yeah, when he first got in, he was trying to wipe away funding to HBCUs. He was trying to get rid of blacks in the military, black history. I mean, there's just a whole host of things that have taken place since Trump office, and our white quote unquote allies have been silent about it. I've seen almost no pushback. So I guess the question I'm asking, if people are really serious about an allyship, trying to find out what can be done to help black people. I mean, we can start with just the things that you do have the power to change. You are the majority, right? If you speak out on things, people are at least going to listen. You're at least going to have media attention. On your jobs, where you're seeing, things that are taking place in administration, just I'm sorry, I know y'all can hear that. Just subtle things like that, where you can be effective, just trying to be a decent human being. I think people can start there.
Wait, I have a question for JT.
Wait, hold on, Nye. Let me just say something. I brought Frank up. We're going to let him speak after you guys have this dialogue, and I'm going to show you why this guy's a moron. Okay?
I know, I'll make this quick, and this is in response to JT's submission, and anyone else in the stage or in the chat can address this as well. JT, I'm curious to know your thoughts on this. I mean, the narrative has long been that black people benefit the least from DEI and affirmative action, that the primary benefactors of these initiatives, these programs, have long been white women. So, A, what do you think about that narrative? And B, if that is true, if the numbers and data and per capita and all these other terms we like to quote prove that that's true, how does the dismantling of DEI and affirmative action impact black folks?
Well, I would say that both are true. I am aware of that. I think my overall point is that, I'm sorry, I'm driving, I'm just not here. I think the overall point in that is that if we know that these things have a negative effect on the black community that we say that we're allying with, because that was one component of the overall statement. When we consider what he was doing with the black military, when we consider what he was doing wiping away the history of black success out of the American annals of history, right? It all fits. That's just one part of it. And the point that overall point that I was making is that if we see these things are happening as an American society, and we submit to the idea that we're supposed to be morally just, justice for all, equality, if we're saying we're moving past racism and all of these things, where are all the white people to stand up and say, wait a minute, that these black Americans who've been here since the beginning, fought in every war, who've been citizens in this country, they have a right to be a part of this history. And we need to stop, trying to ostracize them from American society and constantly attacking them racially. So I don't know if that really answers the question, but I would say those two things, DEI and affirmative action, are really just parts of an overall bigger problem when it comes to what's taking place with this administration.
JT, let me say something here. Yeah, I agree that other communities could definitely do more for the black community, but it's been my lived experience from what I've seen, and if it don't apply, people let it fly. The black community, in my opinion, hasn't been very welcoming to help from other communities. And that's fine. They want to do it on their own. They want to, whatever that is, that's fine. But I gotta tell you, bro, I get, how much smoke I get for opening these rooms? 1,000,000%. I get so much smoke. How dare this white man in the corner even bring up issues and talk about the black community? Well, maybe I want to learn about the black community. But look, before we continue, JT, let me introduce their esteemed Frank. Frank, are you there? Frank.
I'm there.
Do you want to chime in on this stimulating conversation? Do you suffer from racial fatigue?
Can you repeat what you said? Because it's pretty complicated. Because I'm not full like you.
Why would you come to the stage if you don't know what we're talking about?
I can talk. I can talk, but I can speak.
Well, then talk. Talk on the subject. What are we talking about? Do you suffer from racial fatigue, yes or no?
Yeah, I can speak.
See, this is is what I warn people about this moron. Nobody listens to me. All right, go sit in the audience. Have another bottle of wine, fucking moron. B, good morning, B.
Yeah, good morning.
What up, B-licious?
Hello, Nine. Hi.
B, do we suffer from racial fatigue?
I personally don't after leaving Oregon. I'll be honest, every time I go to like a blue state, even though New York is a blue state, New York is different because people are about their business, doing what they have to do. But being in Oregon, it's just, I do suffer from fatigue because there's always so many questions. Is that your hair? Are those your lips? Explain this to me. What's your thoughts on George Floyd? I'm like, okay, you know what? I just wanted to come and have a roasted tomato bagel, okay? It's just, with a chai tea. Like, go Google this stuff. So, no. In New York, I don't have racial fatigue. In Oregon, I'm wore out, honey. Child, I'm wore out. I'm tired.
Thank you, B. Vera, did you want to push back on the blacks being moved out of the military?
I just questioned it. Is that true? I tried to look it up. I didn't find any evidence on it. I mean, when I was in the military, it was, lots of black people in them. I think, I grew up as such a sheltered lifestyle. I grew up on a farm most of my life in Texas. So it was just me and my immediate family. And then just all them, we're mainly like a Mexican area. And so, honestly, my very first black friend was in the military. Because it just wasn't in the neighborhood, right? Mostly Latin. So, are black people being pushed? Actually, systematically, whichever. Are they being pushed out of the military? Because if so, that's a problem. And if not, then I don't know where we're getting that information from.
Yeah, I didn't know that either, that black people were being put. I'm sorry, CEO, is that?
I was just gonna say, I don't know about push out of the military. Go ahead. I'm sorry, somebody jumped in there. Go ahead.
That was JC.
I'm kind of in a bad area, so y'all might not be able to hear me, brother. So if you got something to say, go ahead.
I was gonna say the reports that I heard, Nye and JB, were that I know factually what happened is that he took several black heroes, from Tuskegee Airmen to Buffalo Soldiers and black people that had defended the country, down from government websites. And then I think somebody challenged him, and then he put a couple of them back up. He just took Martin Luther King out of the White House. There was a bust of Martin Luther King out of the White House. Obviously, he took Obama out, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, there's definitely a movement with this administration to erase black history, to remove the accomplishment of noble black soldiers.
Yo, CEO, you know what's crazy, though? And I'm not disputing what you're saying, but what's crazy to me is he has no problems changing these forts back to Confederate general names.
Yeah, well, that's a part of it. That's what I'm saying. He's whitewashing everything. It's almost like the lost cause. If people are familiar with the lost cause, the short note on it is after Confederacy died, the lost cause was a narrative or a movement to basically whitewash it and make it seem like it wasn't about slavery, and to make all of the people who fought in the Confederacy that were anti-American seem like noble heroes, and to turn it into a thing about culture. And that was basically establishing the names of all these, just like JB said, all these military bases, statues with Confederate heroes, right? That was the lost cause. He's doing a new version of that. He's erasing black history and reestablishing all of the movement of the lost cause. So he's literally working like he's a part of the Confederacy to me, from states' right to reestablishing Confederate heroes, to erasing black people, to banning black countries, literal with federal bans, to use verbiage and coded words like DEI, woke, and BLM to discriminate against people of color. This is not theoretical. This is factual. I will respond to Nye, a point that you made earlier. You spoke to white women being the chief beneficiaries of the diversity and inclusion program. Well, for what it was worth, it also eliminated benefits for people who are disabled, and a part of that group of legislation, and all other minorities. So yes, if white women in one sector of that, because there's multiple sectors, did get benefits, system needed to be reformed. So demolishing it doesn't help. So they give us so many talking points to excuse their blatant and overt racism, right? And so, oh yeah, well, white women benefited a lot. Okay, cool. Because women were traditionally left out of a lot of contracts. I owned a business, right, that where we partnered with different companies in a particular sector to bid for government opportunities, right? That whole business model, which is only one element, is completely busted because now those majority businesses that might be friends with the people that Trump are friends with, they have no need to even have even 5% of those billion and trillion dollar government contracts be associated with a minority vendor that's certified. And so it literally busted a lot of wealth from the government by being able to provide services. So if white women were a part of the last point I'll make after this point, white women were the beneficiaries, it still doesn't remove the fact that black people obviously were able to get into businesses that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get in because they were locked out. And that's across the board when you really think about it. I'll just stop there and let somebody else speak.
Thank you, Sia. Hold on, JT, because Moose has been patiently waiting. I think he wants to push back on the Army thing. Good morning, Moosey.
Hey, JB. Thank you, man. The mod of mods. Guys, we agree to disagree, but you're a top mod. Yeah, and I'll say, I think it was Vero and who would ask in the chat about, he's not like sending out, he's not dismissing massive troops of color, but he's doing it, he did it strategically. One of the most big shakeup he did in the Pentagon was firing Air Force General, not only Air Force General, a decorated fighter pilot, 40 years of service, Air Force General C.Q. Brown, but he was also the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Like, he's in the war room talking about Ukraine, talking about the Middle East, and he, I believe, was only the second black military personnel to hold such an esteemed position. And essentially, it was a major shakeup, and Trump's rebuttal was essentially, it was the DEI thing. We're talking about an impeccable record, and he was dismissed. I think a year and a half after he was appointed. So, again, it's not hundreds of black soldiers that he's firing, but when you fire somebody at that level, that sends a message. That sends a really strong message. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Moose. Before I go to JT, I just got to make two quick announcements. This is really a pop-up room when my puppy's at the groomer, so when I have to pick him up, I'm going to close it down. Moose, you don't have to go down. A second thing, Vera, respectfully, that PTR is fire. JT, go ahead, JT.
Real quick, JB. I shared in the chat too that the military before Trump they did an annual. They used to hire black engineers into the military. They would do that annually. There's an article talking about it there where because of once again the DEI, where black engineers had an opportunity. That was something that the military had set up a while back that they were doing annually, where they were able to hire from black universities. He shut that down as well, and just certain little things, as everybody else mentioned, where he's specifically targeting, black servicemen and black servicewomen. You know what I'm saying? Just to say, the brother he just mentioned, I wasn't even aware of him, but to have that type of tenure for somebody just to come in who's not a part of the military and just say, oh, no, all your accomplishments, that's all DEI, and just fire them. That's what we mean when we say, when people see these type of things, like, where are you? Where's your voice? And at the same time, some of those same people who would agree with that, as he mentioned and as you mentioned, will be the same ones whining and crying about Confederate generals who, committed treason against the United States government and tried to take it down, will be celebrated back, in their minds. I think it's just, those are the type of conversations that should be had with our quote unquote.
Thank you. Let me just jump in real quick, guys. Two seconds. So, Sarah, I'm going to say something to you respectfully, right? because we share a lot of spaces together. And I'm going to keep it 100 with you, right? You do say a lot of racist shit. I don't know if you give a fuck or not, right? But here's the deal. Iran is under attack by Israel. Your people are being oppressed and suppressed by the Iranian regime. And I've heard you in these rooms basically want people to feel bad for your people. But when you come out of the other side of your mouth and say anti-black things, yeah, that's kind of hypocritical to me. I'm sorry, I just got to say what it is. Let's go to Vero, then CEO, then Keith.
Yeah, for sure. My experience in the military, it doesn't just revolve around my personal experience in the military. My mother's a Marine. My two brothers, my two sisters are Marines. Grandfather was in the Army. It's just uncle. You can't put your arms too far out in my family without hitting someone who served, right? Continuously, my 18-year-old niece just joined the Marine Corps. So, this whole decorated, and I'm decorated. I'm very decorated. You know what I'm saying? If you're in the military for 40 years, you are decorated. You are established. You cannot be in the military for 40 years without being an outstanding individual. Another thing in the military they try to teach us, it's not racist here, it's not gendered here. They do teach us women how to bend down, quote unquote, correctly, so we don't entice the men, of course. So what I'm saying is I don't put it past them to do some racist ass shit, if it doesn't fit their agenda. I talked about this yesterday. If you move in the military, if you move away from the agenda, they push you out quick. So my sentiment is, although I have not seen that with my own eyes, I did get out of the military in 2015, so during Obama. So it was a different world, right? We haven't even pulled out of Afghanistan just yet. I had just gotten home from Afghanistan, so it was a different world. But today, I don't know. Maybe because they don't fit, because they're black and they don't fit into the agenda, we can call it racism. But even if they were white and they weren't fitting into the agenda, they'd be pushed out the same way, I believe, honestly. Or Latin.
Well, I have to say, Ms. Vero, respectfully, if you don't want to entice men, don't wear that dress, because fine. Just gotta say
I'm out now, so I'm gonna entice all y'all motherfuckers.
It's working. But I'm going to go to CEO, and then I want to welcome Keith and Sarah to the stage. CEO?
I think I forgot what the hell I was going to say. Oh, yeah, I was just going to mention that there's a librarian. Oh, yeah, I got it. The librarian, obviously, similar to the general that the gentleman just mentioned. Thank you for the point about that, general. I'm familiar with that. I want to even get into my family members that were discriminated against that had long-standing positions and a high rank in the government and in the military. But yeah, that person was done wrong, and he's so decorated. Similar situation with the head librarian at the National Library. She has a decorated career, has every degree you could ever think of, survived several different Republican and Democratic regimes, and Trump fired her and just literally appointed to be the head of the National Library, a lawyer with basically zero experience working in law anywhere. And the only thing that he has is he's just white. So when we talk about the racism and discrimination against our culture, and the removal of DEI, he's using DEI. He's using diversity, equity, and inclusion. He's just using it now exclusively for white people. And I think he's literally exploiting the white fatigue with hearing the word racism. I think he literally plays into that. And that's one of the main reasons that people support him, because it's given license to say things that they've already feel with this fatigue. So I think the room title is a really good point. But at the end of the day, I'll just mention these 3 points and I'm done. The interns for both of his terms in office, if you just look at the picture of the interns, right, and then look at every other president for the past 4 years, you see different flavors of people. His interns, only white. Literally, there might be one black person out of 100. His cabinet, traditionally only white. So yeah, there's diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's just gone and swung the pendulum back to the other side, and it's white or Confederate.
Thank you, CEO. So Keith, I know you were here first, but I definitely want to go to Sarah because she's not very patient. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hey, I want to say something though. I think you're messing with me, JB, so that's why
No. I meant what I said.
Can you give me a couple of stuff that I've said that's racist?
That black people, I've heard you say you're tired of hearing black people complain about handouts.
Does that make me racist?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Why? That just makes me someone who lacks compassion. If you think black people have a right to complain, and I'm tired of that, that means Sarah has lack of compassion. She has no empathy. That doesn't mean I'm racist. Look right now, Theo, he literally labeled me and said Sarah's racist. The only thing I wrote in the chat was, is the new narrative that they're kicking black people out of military, and he writes in the chat.
I know what he wrote, Sarah. Sarah, this is not our first rodeo with you. This is not the first day that you wrote something that would be inflammatory. So listen, you're entitled to your opinion. You can say whatever you like. I let you into my spaces. I come into your spaces sometimes. But you're not immune from being called out on your bullshit either, just because you got pretty privilege.
Thank you for calling me pretty, but JB, you and I might have like complete opposite view on systemic racism. You believe we have systemic racism. Sarah believes we don't have. You believe we owe reparation to people who were not slave. I don't believe I owe reparation to anybody. I'm a person of color myself, so we have different points of views, but to go around and call me racist,
well, because you have this, I didn't call you a racist, but you say racial things. But you have this ideology, right, that reparations is just for slavery. When it's beyond slavery, it's about redlining, school to prison pipeline, all the oppression that the black community has felt. See, maybe wherever you went to school, you weren't taught this stuff. You know what taught me this stuff? Real life experience, Sarah. So there is systemic racism. Maybe not in your little ivory tower in California, but here in America, there's definitely systemic racism. Just listen to the conversation.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue about this with you because I don't know what to tell you, how to respond to you. As a woman who's person of color, Middle Eastern, and lived in Texas in the 80s when with a religious parents, where I've actually seen what discrimination looks like. Like, this is the thing that I'm not playing victim though. The people who just try to always assume they know other people's everything, including their past and their experience, and it's just crazy. But I think, JB, you just felt like you want to fire up the room or something. I do have a conference call. I have to. Wait
a second. Why when I say what I feel, that's not okay? I'm just firing up to. But you say what you feel, and that's okay. And listen, I'm just going based on what you've said in past rooms, in my rooms, and other rooms. See here, Sarah. This is what makes me. And I'm gonna be 100 with you. One of the best mods on this app. You ready? I pay attention when people speak. I also read the chat. But like I said, this is America. Welcome to the country. Whatever. You're fifth generation. I don't give a fuck. You're entitled to your opinion. But I'm also entitled to push back on it. And that's how I feel. So we're gonna go popcorn style. Thank you for coming. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go to Keith real quick. Sorry for the delay, Keith. How you doing?
Good morning, JB.
Good morning, man. Listen, Keith, I'm not trying to dox you, but I've heard your story a few times. I think more people should pay attention to you. The mic is yours.
I appreciate it, JB. Peace to the room. I just wanted to say, man, I've been tired of it a long time ago, like when I was 8 years old. But I come to the conclusion that, what don't kill you make you stronger. And I'd rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. So I just call it like a challenge for all of us that been oppressed, and whoever you are, black, white, Chinese, classism, whatever it is, to use it as motivation.
Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. So let me say, I just need you to mute up, my friend, because I get feedback. Thank you. I need to say hello to one specific person. My sister from another Mr. PB. Guys, if you have racial fatigue, she's a licensed psychologist. So we'll have a one-on-one session with you for free. This is how generous this woman is. She don't care what color you are. She don't care what religion you are.
Come on.
She looks forward to it. So guys, please reach out to BB. She runs a room called the Back Room. Run into that room. Share your thoughts. Alaska, you want to say something?
Sorry, no. I just I feel like we should hype them up, get them paid. I don't know.
feel good.
Thank you, Les. Let me welcome Tori to the stage. Good morning, Tori. Tori, are you there? All right. Good morning, Dave. How you doing, Dave? Dave? There you are.
Good morning, everybody.
Dave, I need you to do me a favor, bro. I need you to cash in that pink ticket. Yes. But go ahead. Did you want to chime in? I'm sorry?
How do I do this?
He's new to the app, clearly.
Yes, I've been listening, but I've never really. This is
Okay, so this is what you do. You're gonna see where it says "healthy debates" up above. You click that and you join the house. But do that when you're done speaking. Did you want to?
Okay.
Do you want to join?
I did. I can, as far as racial fatigue, of course, every black person's experience there, or should I say, a lot of Black Americans. I just wanted to put a little.
You're in the matrix, young man. I can't hear you. Dave, you're in the matrix.
Yes. Yeah, your service is not great, bro. So it's coming in and out for us.
Oh, jeez. Okay, it could be.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay. No worries. It's my fault. So I'll put a stop until then.
Thank you for that. I mean, I could barely hear you.
Just try to if you get better service, make sure you have full bars or connect to Wi-Fi and then come back and try again.
Tori, good morning, Tori.
Tori, I'm listening right now.
Okay, if you want to jump in, just give me the thumbs up. You can still do thumbs up. You can't raise your hand. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. If the other mods want to run it for a few minutes, I'd appreciate it. Oh, we got Jordan on stage. Dr. Jordan. The Clubhouse Zoologist. How you doing, Jordan? Jordan?
How are you?
You're here, so I'm doing something right. So, Jordan, do you suffer from racial fatigue?
No, I don't. But I mean, I think this is a great conversation. But I think we have to keep in mind that there are all kinds of things that different segments of the population are subjected to, right? Like, if you're the scapegoat in your family, you've been bullied your whole life. You're bullied by immediate family members, extended family members, outsiders. You likely have complex PTSD due to relational trauma, interpersonal trauma. You could be Jewish in this day and age. I just had someone on my podcast yesterday who's a distinguished professor at WashU, and she was talking about how, she was she's quite liberal, but she's seen so much anti-Semitism on college campuses that she's just astounded by it, and she's actually in a position to make changes. So, and she's a four-time degree holder from Harvard, so she's also involved with helping Harvard. In fact, it was once thought of as the establishment, now it's thought of as the resistance. So, I mean, things change. It's not to say that we don't have to honor that people are definitely have succumbed, that people definitely succumb to systemic racism. But I think on an interpersonal level, we all are dealing with a lot of toxic people because there's so much dichotomous thinking. You're either this or you're that. There's no middle ground. So the world's in a crazy place, and be kind to each other.
Thank you, Jordan. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. If you want to speak, just grab the mic. What's up, Rohan?
I just want to say thank you to whoever just spoke. That was very beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I have a question for my friend. You wrote in the chat that it's not racist to use the N-word. Can you expound upon that?
Sure. Yeah, I think that in general, it could be, anyway, it could be construed as racist in the modern definition of racism for sure. But I think that it could certainly be used in a joking way, without having hatred in your heart for black people. It could also be used in an academic way, like, I'm not going to use it right now, but if I were to use, for example, the N-word just in a conversation, not invoking it or saying like, you dirty fucking N-word, you know? I think that if you say it with hate in your heart, it brings me back to the age-old Clubhouse topic that I love to discuss, which is, does sucking a dick make you gay? And I think that there are ways that you could suck a dick without being gay. For example, if somebody forced their dick into your mouth, just because you're sucking, or somebody had to suck a dick to save your mother's life, you're not enjoying sucking the dick, so you're not gay.
Is this from personal experience?
No, just purely theoretical. But my point is, the thing that makes the N-word racist is the hatred that you have in your heart for black people. And I think if you say it in an academic or a joking way, if you don't actually hate black people, then you're not racist.
Can I ask you a question?
Do you have any hatred in your heart for black people?
No, certainly not. Certainly not.
Okay.
Well, I'll ask you. Want to ask him a question?
Sorry, this is a thought experiment. I'm not threatening anyone. But just because I'm of the belief that that effect matters more than intent. So for example, if I punched you in the face and then like as hard as I could, and then your nose is bleeding, you're like, oh, what the fuck, and I was like, oh god, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Is your face hurting less?
No, of course, and that's a good point. I mean, I'm familiar with the argument. The counter argument is that impact matters more than intention. So even if I didn't punch you in the face, if I complimented your hair, but you had recently changed your hair, I don't even know if you're white or black or Asian or whatever, but if I go up to a black lady who recently changed her hair and I'm like, hey, I love your hair, that could even potentially, especially depending on the tone of voice or my level of relationship with her, or if I was like, hey, I love your hair, can I get a feel? Can I touch your hair? Yeah. I'm complimenting her, but it's a microaggression, and so the impact of my action is actually harmful. I understand that argument for sure, but I think that using the N-word jokingly is not as harmful as punching somebody in the face, and not even a breach, like touching somebody's hair is not punching them in the face, but I think that touching somebody's hair is inherently more harmful than the N-word, because I would never touch a stranger's body or even my friend without their permission. I don't want to touch anybody's body without their permission. Exactly. I don't want to touch enter anybody's personal space.
So why do you, as a white man, though, feel the need to use the N-word jokingly with intent? Like, what does that do for you? Are there no racial slurs of your own that you can kind of use and crack a joke with? Because at that point, it seems intentional and it's weird.
Yeah, especially publicly, that's the only point I get really, really stuck on as well, because it's like, you could be joking around, but you don't know who else is going to hear that.
I really want to know if you can answer my question. What do you get out of using the N-word, my friend?
I think that under certain circumstances, there are a lot of different racial slurs. I would say all racial slurs could be funny under certain circumstances. I mean, I'm like academically trying to defend the use of crass humor, and so it's kind of a challenging position. But I could give you an example if I can. JB, do I have your permission not to say the N-word, but do I have your permission to say the K-word in the use of referencing?
I can't stop you from saying anything. But
okay, so do you guys know this term, JB? You probably know this term, Yiddishkeit. With a T, Yiddishkeit?
Yeah, do me a favor, Zach. Engage with the other mods. I have nothing to say to you.
Okay, well, I'll just be brief. There is a term, Yiddishkeit, which I believe is a Yiddish word, Yiddishkeit. And it means like, basically like the greater Jewish community, or like the Jewish way of doing things, or, it's a term that refers to Jewish community and Jewish practice. So you could say like, here we are in Yiddishkeit because you're like having lunch with your Jewish friends, or you could say like, oh, that's part of the Yiddishkeit, referring to some teaching from the Torah. It's like, oh, that's just Yiddishkeit. It's more of the...
Are you a complete idiot? Like, did you wake up this morning and fall on your head? Like, I just have to ask the question.
I'm trying to say,
guys, I gotta go, but let me just finish my idea really quick, just to not dangle on a cliffhanger.
No, don't go. I got questions too.
I know, but I have to go to work at noon. I gotta run out the door. But the joke that sometimes I make with my friend Randy on this app is, he says, "Oh, Yiddishkeit," and I say, "Oh, I know you don't like Yiddishkeiks." Because the joke is he's an anti-Semite, and I'm like, yeah, you don't really fuck with the Yiddishkeiks, do you? And the joke is really funny because kike sounds like kite with a T. And so I know the word is Yiddish kite, but it's also funny to be like, here I am with the Yiddish kikes. And it's just a funny racial joke. Anyway, I gotta go, but I will be.
Would you let a black person use that word?
For sure, yes, for
you
sure.
think black people should use that word and your community won't get offended?
I don't want to should all over you. Saying the word should is pretty tricky, but I certainly don't have a problem with it. But I gotta go, and I'll be back later. Thank you, JB. I appreciate you.
Everybody, hold on. No, you don't. You're a piece of shit. But let me say hello to Rohan real quick. Good morning, Rohan.
What the fuck have I walked into, Jay?
You walked into one of my typical rooms.
No, it was going no. Until he started talking, it was going pretty good.
Well, listen, it starts off great, and then we get to Zach and the other races coming in, justifying their thoughts.
Hysterical. Yeah, look, very interesting topic. Have people been speaking on the topic itself?
Yeah, we actually been having a great conversation, but he likes to come in and center himself around his racist views. It's like playing with your food, Rohan. But we can get back to the conversation. I'm actually going to be leaving in a few minutes. I got to go pick up my puppy.
Show us a picture, please.
That's sweet.
You want a picture of my puppy? I'll show you a picture of my puppy.
Yeah, show us the puppy, all right. And by the way, I'm just popping in. It's like 1:45 in the morning over here, so I'll be heading off to sleep very shortly.
Thank you, Rohan. So while I look for a picture, his name is Enzo. Let me say good morning to Black Rage. Black Rage, how you doing?
I am that I am.
Okay. Did you want to chime in on the conversation?
I came up because something was being said, but I see you guys don't necessarily rock with the last idiot that was speaking. That was pretty idiotic. I don't understand that sentiment, but nonetheless, what do you mean by racial fatigue? What specifically are you talking about? Because as a black man in America, shit, I've had racial fatigue all my life. So what are you referring to as racial fatigue?
Really, we just want to hear what you have to say about it. So, it seems like you're going to have a lot to say about it.
Oh, no, I don't have too much to say about it. I don't have too much to say about it. I just don't. Oh, I got an echo. I just wanted to figure out what are you guys referring to as racial fatigue? I could like a little definition as I answer the question. I mean, I can answer it as what I think it is, tired of racism.
That's what we want to hear.
Is that what you mean? Just
Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, Black. Sincerely, I apologize. I PTR'd a picture of Enzo if you guys are interested. Othello, you want to have this dialogue with Black?
So cute.
Yeah, that's a beautiful dog, JB. But yeah, it could mean a lot of things. That's what I found out just through the energy of the room. And if you want to go into how you're tired of having racism or prejudice used against you, you can go into that as well.
Look, I've got a definition I can read out. It's also known as racial battle fatigue. It refers to the cumulative psychological, emotional, and physical toll that racism and discrimination take on individuals. And also, I think it could be deemed for collective as well, but we're talking about individual maybe here at the moment as well, particularly people of colour. And that's more so related to, I guess, an American experience. But I believe that it could also relate to racism where ethnic groups, for example, ethnic minorities or marginalised people are involved. But it's not just about isolated incidents, but rather than the consistent or persistent exposure to a racial bias that would include, for example, microaggressions and hostile environments for periods of times, which can lead to exhaustion, frustration, even like trauma long term.
Thank you.
How's that?
Black, before you go, I want to ask Alan Dean, because he wrote something in the chat. I think he'll enjoy this. Alan, what did you write in the chat, Alan? Alan Dean?
Yeah, I've written a lot of things. Which one in particular?
What is racial fatigue to you, Alan?
Well, what did I say? Well, racial fatigue is I think, how did I put it? People being tired of black people always centering themselves
in every single conversation and making everything about race. I mean, that was, if you look to the origins of critical theory and critical race theory and the expression everyday CRT and what they wanted to promote in education, it was, and if I'm paraphrasing, but it was that everyday CRT, the goal was that every discussion would revolve around race, and that race would always be used as the explanation of why a disparity exists, why violence happens, anything. So that, and now we're seeing the effects of that. It's largely been successful. You see race discussed all the time, and here we are in a room about racial fatigue, and it's still centering around black people.
Let me just make this public announcement. Alan Dean does not speak. His views do not reflect the views of Healthy Debates. He's his own man. So if you have any smoke for Alan, bring it to Alan, not Healthy Debates. Thank you very much. JT, go ahead, JT.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, JB, that see a guy like Alan, I ran into him so many times in these rooms. I think it's so interesting how he'll come into a room like this. Clearly, he can see the title, and then complain that black people are always talking about racism, yet always seems to find all the rooms on Clubhouse. One after another, we always see Alan in these conversations with some disrespectful stuff to say about black people. That I find that to be interesting. If you're so tired of it, Alan, you know what I would do if I was tired of something, Alan? I would stop inviting myself into rooms that discuss those type of things. But we all know the reason why you're here, Alan. And so I think for the most part, your dialogue on conversations like this are for a specific group of people who have that same type of mindset that likes to try to pacify black people and ignore clear white supremacy and problems that we have in this country. There's never been a conversation that I've ever been in with you where you've ever acknowledged racism, discrepancies around race, racial divide, or anything like that. So I think whenever you come into these rooms, we already know you're going to be on some BS.
Oh, JT, hold on, Alan. I'm going to come back to you, but I wanted to go back to Black Rage because he wanted some preference on what is racial fatigue. Black Rage, are you there, sir?
Yeah, well, I'm working my team. Go ahead.
All right, I'll come back to you, bro. My apologies. But let me go to Gwen Stefani, then I'll go back to Alan, then Hakima. Gwen Stefani, good morning.
Hey, gratitude and abundance, everybody. How's everybody doing? Appreciate the topic. Appreciate the room as always. You know what? I read the title, and I highly doubt. I highly doubt anybody has the cure to it, but I would like to submit my my thesis is that if we start, or if we took the risk to acknowledge that there are such things as racial disparities, discrimination, systemic racism and or oppression, if we really just decided to take a stance and just made the conscious decision to say and or acknowledge that yes, racism is a thing, there is a such thing as a racial disparity, yes, there is a form of discrimination, plain and simple, without all the fluff that I'm giving, I feel like I'm attempting to give. If there was just an acknowledgement that there is a such thing as racism and races, I truly believe that would cure it all. It's a long shot, but I honestly do believe that that it would actually be cured and world peace could actually be conquered. Do I feel like me as an African American or my people have the innate ability to be racist? No. But do we have the ability to be prejudiced? Yes. Everybody has the ability to be prejudiced. But the reason why I say my people, African Americans, or Black people, foundational Black Americans, or ADOS, or whatever it may have you. The reason why I say that we don't have the innate ability to be racist is because, let's just be honest, we have suffered the most oppression and atrocities when it comes to having to deal with those types of oppressions. That doesn't mean that we need an extra amount of sympathy and or empathy. But I don't believe we have the ability because we still today are fighting for privilege.
Thank you, Stefani.
I don't think that, and I'm going to wrap it up, I don't personally believe that we should have ever started fighting for privilege. And I feel like us fighting for equality for so long kind of conflated with privilege, but we don't have the ability to be racist, but we have the ability to be prejudiced. But I honestly think if we got some form of acknowledgement, or if the world decided, yes, there is a such thing as racism, systemic racism, discrimination, anything of the sort, then I honestly do believe that would be the cure to end all racism and discrimination against people of color, Jewish people, anybody that is not Anglo-Saxon.
Stefani, I need you to land.
I think that's what would be the cure. Period.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I'm going to go back to Alan Dean, then Hakimo, and then Hermes. Al?
Yeah. So, I mean, if there were white rooms, I would go to those. And when Clubhouse first started, there were, and Black people came to those. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. As far as all of that, yes, there would appear to be racial disparities between different racial groups in this country, but they can easily be explained by other theories other than critical race theory. It's an interesting theory, but it's not the only one, and it's not the final one, though the people who advocate for it claim that it is the final theory. But JB, the other day, I want to answer JB. The other day you said you don't know my lived experiences. You don't know what I've been through in my life. So you really, I'm paraphrasing, you said you shouldn't judge me. Something to that effect. And I think the same applies to me. And I'll just land by saying, like 3 years ago, everybody knows Monica. She started a room. It was like, what do you prefer, brownies or yellow cake? And it ended up being a racial fight. That's how ridiculous this whole discussion has gotten.
Well, let me
complain about me.
Let me ask you a question. Listen, you're entitled to your opinion. Do you think this is a Black space?
No, I think it's a space. We're here talking.
Okay, CEO has a question for you.
Hey, Alan, and then let me do a follow-up, but you brought up critical race theory and kind of centered your argument around that being something that Blacks advocate in some grand way. I didn't hear that topic brought up today. Was there a reason you brought that up, or please explain?
Well, I specifically brought up everyday CRT, which its stated goal is that CRT and race should be applied to every problem and every disparity that one discusses, and that it is the reason.
Okay. Do you have any idea what critical race theory is, just briefly, without going to?
Yeah, and I'm sure my definition won't satisfy you, but critical race theory is a theory which seeks to explain the disparities between different racial groups. Not only racial groups, but then there are race crits, there are gender crits, there are, I forget the other different types of crit, which is the abbreviation for critical, the different ones that there are.
So what do you disagree with the science of that science and that hypothesis? What do you disagree with?
Well, first of all, it's as a theory, it's based on lived experience, which I have a lived experience.
Well, no, that's not what science is. Science is a more critical analysis. I think but science hold on a second. It doesn't have. Just really quick. It's not about a lived experience. It's a critical analysis. That's what I'm saying. Have you ever read anything? But let me just say this and just get off of it. Most people, like yourself, Alan, because there's a lot of boogeymen that right-wing MAGA propaganda does, and I can tell when someone's kind of plugged in to a specific channel, right? So most people don't even really understand what critical race theory is, that hate critical race theory. It's just one concept. It's of multiple things. It's just one thing that MAGA has chosen to fixate on to confuse the population to make us have stupid arguments. But you don't have to over-fixate on it, because what the gentleman said before you had nothing to do with critical race theory. Just look at it as a course from which, just like every other science, there's a lens by which to address something when it deals with race. You get what I'm saying, Alan? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand you're downplaying it, but that doesn't change the effect it's had and how effective advocates have been for it.
What has it done for you? What has it done? Just that's what I'm saying.
So for example, when you look to the first draft of the California math frameworks, and you look at the authors for that, and you look at who they reference, and the different academics and groups that they reference in justifying why they are changing the way math is taught, they use critical race theory. So that affects, 10 million, 15 million children in California schools.
So
is that something we should or should not pay attention to?
Yeah, it's one of several. Hold on a second, Alan. It's one of several things. It's just a science, just like
and it's science based on
one piece, though, right?
Lived experience.
I understand your lived experience, but what I'm saying is
that's what critical race theory is based on.
No, it's okay.
No, it's an analysis of systems that function in terms of government. What do you
Am I crazy? Look up "Am I crazy" in relation to critical race theory. And I don't have to speculate about this. I mean, about 4 years ago, I'm looking at a document given to graduate students talking about critical race theory and lived experience.
Which graduate students were they, though? Hey, Alan, listen to what I'm saying, though. Your point is mathematics, right?
That was one point, yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. Mathematics, and you say graduate student. So this is about academic study and the critical analysis of how things affect people. So it's basically just making a science of this theoretical lived experience discussion that you're having. And math in California for K through 12 has nothing to do with you, or college, right? And math, critical race theory applied to some consideration of how curriculum is developed is empathetic for the diversity of the student population. It does not alienate you or any white people that are a part of this boogeyman demonization.
Yeah, but CO, it does if you have teachers teaching third graders, or let's say, what grade would this be in? A typical math problem, and this is an actual example taken from the example curriculum that they proposed. And I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole.
So please don't.
But instead of a teacher introducing a math problem that says Bobby pays 5% interest on a loan for $1,000, how much interest did he pay after 1 year? The problem, what they then say is Bobby paid 5% interest on $1,000. Jimmy paid 7% on that same loan. Bobby is white, Jimmy is black. How much did each pay? Then do you think it's fair that Jimmy paid 2% interest more than Bobby? Let's discuss that. That is an actual example. Now,
hey, Alan,
Does percentage have a
that
color?
didn't happen. Would you? I'll just end the conversation there and give it back to JB. Would you post that in the things? And let me just say this.
And look up California Map Framework.
Even if
it's
it did.
there for you. It is.
I understand.
Hang on for a second. Alan, I'm the one who issued you. It's not because I'm not interested in hearing what your opinion is. It's just that we have a way of doing things in healthy debates. And if a moderator's talking, okay, just give him the privilege of being able to speak, okay? Two people speaking at the same time doesn't make for good content, all right?
Yeah, and thank you for that. And Alan, your voice has always, been valued because for whatever it's worth, good, bad, and indifferent, you represent a segment of this population that has a complaint and an opinion. My submission is to the room, Alan, to some extent, if we want to talk about victim and victim blaming, Alan and people like Alan, to me, they're typically a symbol of conditioning. They literally, I hate to put you down like this, Alan, because you were objective the other day in something you said when we reasoned through stuff. But I'm just saying, a lot of the stuff that people say is because this is what people are telling them. I hate to say it, but we have a part of the media and the administration that's normalized misinformation. And so people repeat this stuff. Critical race theory does not affect Alan in the least bit. If it does anything, it gives empathy to diverse populations in certain areas just to understand how curriculums are traditionally taught. The students are
CEO, let me just say something here real quick. And I'm not sticking up for Alan, right? I don't agree with anything he ever says. Respectfully, so he gets the same respect back. But he also said a few times it's been his lived experience. For me, I don't care who it is. I don't ever like to disparage somebody's lived experience. So that's all I wanted to say. And then after you're done, CEO, I want to go to Hakima, and then we're going to get Cuba, MJ, and her amazing conversation.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and thank you, and I acknowledge your point about a lived experience. And JB, I think you're very objective in your articulation of lived experience, right? But every racist on this stage has a lived experience, right? And some of their lived experiences don't relate to what's true for the masses. So I'm saying pushing back and having a conversation about critical analysis as it relates to, or in comparison to anecdotal experiences that might be a part of somebody who's been deeply conditioned by cultish propaganda. We have to have these conversations. That's what it's for. Now, land there.
Yeah, but hold on. Everybody, hold on. What's the funny? Hold on, bro. Here's the thing. And like I said, I'm not Alan's public defender. He can stick up for himself. He's a grown-ass man. But I believe Alan thinks the way he thinks now, his whole life, way before MAGA was around.
I agree with you.
But hold on, Alan.
That's where you'd be wrong.
Oh, so MAGA indoctrinated you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarity.
Yeah.
Hold on, Alan, hold on. Hakima, good morning, Hakima.
Good morning, Jay.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm good.
Mike is yours.
I don't want to join the conversation. Rowan invited me up, and I haven't spoken, so I didn't want to come up and say hey to Rowan because I haven't spoken to him in a while.
Mate, it's been a long time. I'm really glad you're here. Thanks for joining us.
I guess we'll talk more in another room. I'm just listening to this crazy talk.
Yeah, look, I mean, you know what it's like around here, dude. Yeah, look, I mean, we know what it's like around here, okay? This is what we're doing now. It doesn't really... Look, we can talk about just about anything. I mean, just look, I recall as going back a couple of years ago, we had a conversation here, went for probably about an hour and a half, with a self-professed neo-Nazi. Okay? The thing was, like, the conversation was very much worthwhile because we got to ask him questions. We got to be able to understand what was going through his mind, where he's come from, what his history is, how he got to these conclusions and so forth. There was no screaming, there was no yelling, there was nothing that was said that was highly offensive. And we made sure that was kept the case. It was good dialogue. It was an interesting conversation. I don't see why we can't do the same sort of thing here when it comes to, interviewing a person or speaking to a person, understanding why they have their views about racism.
Only thing I said to that, and I'll be quiet, is that I get if it was a one-off and you wanted to see how somebody thought, but when it's every day the same people, then it just get redundant and like, what is the point if we're going to do this? I'm sure you wouldn't talk to a neo-Nazi every single day. Like it wouldn't be interesting at some point.
Yeah, look, mate, I agree with you. We're on the same page.
Right, so here's the thing, guys. If my rooms are not your spaces, then go somewhere else. I have no problems with that. I enjoy my spaces. I run a great space. I'm probably one of the better moderators on this app. So if that triggers you, there's the equality button. Okay, let me finish because I didn't interrupt you. But when I run my space, I run some of the best conversations on this app. Now, if the topic bothers you, because yesterday we didn't talk about the black fatigue or racial fatigue. We talked about the Jews yesterday, Rohan. I know that's a sensitive subject, but if you guys have a problem with my topic, by all means, open your room.
Oh, mate, no, not at all. I think it's actually a really interesting conversation. To be honest with you, I'd never heard of racial fatigue beforehand. And when I saw the title, I thought, oh, this is interesting. What's this about? It obviously doesn't relate, directly to just one group of people. Although in America, and that's what I was saying earlier when I was reading more about it and got a better understanding of it does deal with like ethnic minorities as well, by virtue of the fact that racism isn't just about colour or race in itself, but about ethnic minorities as well. So I'm curious, like maybe there are other people who could experience racial fatigue who aren't necessarily part of Black America. That'll be like an even more interesting conversation, I think. But I love your rooms. Well,
we've had plenty of people in here who aren't part of the Black community speak on this. Because racial fatigue is for every community. Yeah, I gotta be honest, Rohan, I have a little Jewish fatigue on this app right now because the Jewish mafia doesn't want to hear the truth. I'm keeping it real. I keep it real. And I'm a proud Zionist. But I call out what I call out, man.
Yeah, you call him racist. You call him the most racist. That shit was wild.
But that's how I feel. It's my lived experience. Because my lived experience showed me that. Like, nobody could disparage my lived experience. Rohan, listen, I get it. Listen, you and I have been two of the biggest supporters of our community on this app. But the hypocrisy, arrogance, and elitism that comes out of our community sometimes, all that does is stoke the flames of anti-Semitism.
Okay. I don't know much about what the experiences you're talking about, but I'm happy to have a conversation with you about it. But I'd be pushing back on this notion that, well, look, I mean, I've heard that. I'll let you put it into your words. You're saying that the Jewish community are the most racist. Or am I mishearing things?
No, I said it very clearly. I had a room the other day, which community is the most racist? And somebody asked me, well, what do you think? I said the Jewish community. I didn't hesitate. That's from my lived experience, from what I've seen and experienced, Rohan. Now, that doesn't mean it applies to everybody, but it applies to me, in my view.
Right. Well, have you ever experienced me being racist? Ever?
And once again, if it don't apply, let it fly. I said my lived experience. I've never heard you say anything racist. I think you're a good man. I think you pour into any community you can. But you see how we do that? We centralize conversations, and I'm not saying you, but everybody does it. We centralize these conversations. Did I say that? Did I say this? I said it was my lived experience. That means in the real world, I've seen a certain segment of the Jewish community, by the way, who probably wouldn't accept you or me either, by the way. Not wanting to rent apartments to blacks, not wanting to hire blacks just because of their skin color. That's my lived experience. Now, maybe yours is different, but I know what I've seen here in Brooklyn.
Yeah, okay. I'd love to have this dialogue with you. I really would. It's well past my bedtime. More than happy to do it another time. Let's make a point of doing it.
Absolutely. I'm always available for you, Rohan. Hold on, Tori. I'm always available for you, my friend, in real life as well as on this app. And I love the fact that we can agree to disagree, so have mutual love and respect for each other. But Tori, you wanted to say something before I go to the next speaker?
No, I was going to say, you lie about Jews being racist. That's where I get so confused when you have white people who hate Jews because y'all are they're one and the same, in my opinion. We can see this with the Hollywood industries and how they treat black people and how they're the ones that actually promote this propaganda about black culture. So, yeah, I definitely can agree with that.
Well, thank you.
So, can you please articulate that just a little bit more clearer for me? What do you agree with?
That Jews are racist.
Okay. So you want to use a pejorative to be able to describe an entire group of minority
I don't know if
is being
majority, but I do know that Jews are racist, and they have the ability to be racist, but then they also weaponize what happened years ago to try to prove that they aren't racist. So because they do a Holocaust, then they feel like they don't have the ability to be racist, but they're still one of the same.
Okay. You're now making an argument that really is not doing yourself any favors, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, look, Stu, hey, wait, Tori, just let me get a thought out, okay? I'd really appreciate it. I was being really patient whilst you were, I guess, spewing that out. Yeah, it'd be stupid and also intellectually dishonest to be able to say there aren't people who are racist who are part of the Jewish community. I'd agree with that. But to be able to label an entire group of people as being racist is actually racist in itself. I think it's absolutely ridiculous and retarded. And I don't use that fucking word very often. You're just digging yourself into a stupid hole.
Right.
Let me jump in here real quick, Tori.
Go ahead.
And I'll come right back to you. See, let me just run it for a little bit. But you see where you started, Rohan? This is all your fault. We were fine. But you know, the truth, and I agree with you. You can't. I'm not labeling a whole group of community. They're all racist because people can say what they want about me. One thing they cannot say is I'm racist, right? And I'm a Jew. I'm a proud Zionist. But to label all Jews, I think people need a little more clarity when they speak, right? I just said, and this is the problem, Rohan. When I say it's my lived experience, I'm not saying all Jews. You're a good Jew. Dick at you on stage is a good Jew. I don't believe either one of you are racist. But here's the problem in our community. We never want to take accountability for what's really going on. That's just my opinion, Rohan. We just don't. We want to hold the blacks to a different standard, or the Latinos to a certain standard, or this group or that group. But me as a Jew, God forbid I get to say anything against my community. I lose my Jew card. Oh, he was never a Jew. I told you all this other bullshit. The Jewish mafia comes after me. I'm just calling what I see in my lived experience. Nobody has to believe it. I know what I lived through. But Shio, hold on a second. Brian, did you want to say something? Then I want to give Tori.
No, look, I could say a whole range of things, and it's probably not going to come out really well at this point in time. But also, I just want to say hi to Pikachu and also the other mods on the stage. Appreciate you guys being part of this room and part of the support conversation as well. And JB, always appreciate you, and we're going to talk about this another time, mate.
Hey guys, listen, guys, give Rohan a little grace. It is like 4 o'clock in the morning over there. Alan, hold on. I want to give Tori a chance to.
Yeah, I want to ask him a question too.
Oh, okay. Let me go to Tori first, and then I'll come to you, and then I gotta get the other new speakers involved.
Let Alan go.
Okay, Alan, the mic is yours.
Yeah, did I hear you correctly that I think you said CRT applies to ethnic minorities too? Did I hear? Were you the one who said that?
Who are you asking? Rohan, he's asking you.
Sorry, what was the question?
I said, did I hear you correctly that you said CRT applies to ethnic minorities as well?
No, you did not. I did not say that. You may have misheard me, and that's fine. What I did say that racism, applies to ethnic minorities, 100%.
Oh, okay, yeah, great. Yeah, because remember, there's 1.5 million Armenians in the United States, so we are an ethnic minority. And there's 44 million black people. I don't know how many Jewish people in the United States, JB. So the whole thing. So maybe I should embrace CRT, and definitely racism is prejudice plus power. And since numerically we are one of the smallest minorities in the United States, we have no power. So using their logic, I can't be racist. I get to say anything I want, and it's punching up,
Alan,
not punching down. Am I correct? Am I using
Alan?
Yes. Am I using the logic correctly?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Am I using the logic correctly?
Right. Look, fucking hell, seriously. It's too late for me. Right? I'll tell you what's illogical, right? When there's been like a very clear description of how we like to be able to have conversations here. And if you're moderating, including myself, or JB or CEO, right, want to be able to talk, okay, that means whether it's you, whether it's somebody else, just give us the grace and we'll have this conversation, let us talk. What I'm trying to do is clarify for you what racism is according to numerous dictionaries. Okay, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or a people on the basis of the membership of a particular racial or ethnic group, right? Typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Okay, I'm not talking about CRT. Okay, I'm talking specifically about racism itself. Okay, and if you've been subjected to racism, you feel like you have been discriminated against, there's been prejudice being utilized against you, and also an antagonist based on your specific ethnic minority group, okay, I'm sorry that's happened to you. It's fine.
Thank you, bro.
But you didn't address my point, which was about the logic. So thank you for the education about how I'm supposed to act in rooms. But if you could address the point I made about punching up, punching down, prejudice plus power. Because a group of 1.5 million people in the United States, according to their logic, has no power. Therefore, I cannot be racist. Now, if you would like to address that, that's fine. If you don't want to because you don't feel capable of it, then that's fine too.
Okay. Okay, let's put a hypothetical together here, okay? I don't know you from a bar of soap, but you're coming from a minority, okay? If you start saying something about the Jews are this, that makes you racist. I'm not talking about CRT, okay, which is what you want to anchor me into or lure me into this conversation about CRT. I'm talking about racism.
Okay, so black people can be racist.
Alan, I need to move on from you.
The answer to the question is yes, black people can definitely be racist, I promise you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We hold these discussions every day. It's here in Healthy Debates. You suffer from racial fatigue. We have the cure. Let me do my reset, please. Guys, if you have a pink ticket, cash it in. Today's raffle prize is an all-expense dinner with Alan Dean. If you have a pink ticket, Pepe, what's up, Moose? Kaylin, how you doing? I am Lyric. I see you. But let me say hello to my friend Sig. Sig, how you doing?
What's going on, brother? Good morning, and good morning to everybody in the room and on stage. What's going on, guys?
Good. Did you want to chime in? Or you want me to circle back?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at the room topic. Do you suffer from racial fatigue? I wouldn't say I suffer from it, but definitely get sick of a lot of the things that I see and experience. I took my wife out to dinner last week, and in the booth behind us, while we're eating our nice, steak dinner, there was a lady who was blasting her TikTok videos, sitting in a booth by herself and disturbing and disrupting the entire half of the restaurant because her volume was so loud. That shit I typically run into with a certain group of people, and it's very frequent. Even my wife pointed out, she was like, "What the fuck? That shit is loud, man. Like it's in your fucking ear, man. Like, what the fuck is going on, So, shit like that, I do get tired of. I do get sick of. I wouldn't say I suffer from it though, but yeah, man, it's out there, man. Like, I'm not gonna deny it. There's certain racial stereotypes that certain racial groups project very frequently. And a lot of people are scared to point it out and call it out. But if you pull them into a private room and have a conversation, they'll be 100% honest with you and say, yeah, this is my experiences with certain races, and I frequently have noticed very annoying, very fatiguing behavior.
So, Sig, you got it. I gotta go. I gotta go pick up my puppy. You guys want to keep the room open or blow it up? Sig, Nye, Rohan, Vero, CO?
Yeah, we can keep it open, man. Yeah. So.
All right, do me a favor, guys. For the mods, can we all play nice with each other, please? Respect each other. If not, just say boom the room. I gotta go. I'll catch you guys.
Take it easy, JB.
Right.
Can someone give a definition of racial fatigue?
Yeah, I think that the definition of the room wasn't necessarily talking about the behaviors of black people. I think it was black people being fatigued with racism. That's been the tone since I've been in here anyway. And then, when Alan came in, he kind of changed the trajectory. And now now we're kind of talking about, well, we talked about CRT for a while, and I'm not exactly sure where we are now.
I guess my question is the remnants of, I guess, persons of color, black people being racially fatigued, what type of effect did the Willie Lynch letters have on the entire United States?
Can you ask your question again, or a little bit more clear?
Yeah, because I got a bit lost.
Yeah, well, I think piggybacking off of what Hermes stated about Allen's premise on CRT and it being a larger, I guess it being an extension of a much larger issue as to why there's racial fatigue, I guess one would ask what type of effect did the Willie Lynch letters have on society as a whole?
Some people might not know what the Willie Lynch letter is. So, and you know, of course, I'm sure you know there's some debate that the Willie Lynch letter was completely fake or a fabrication of multiple racist ideas that were compiled into one letter and attributed to a certain author or authors. But if you could give the room kind of a Cliff Notes version of what the Willie Lynch letter is, that would be helpful, perhaps.
No, I'm good.
I was gonna say in 2025, Gwen Stefani, sorry. Yeah, in 2025, I mean, people won't even read the instructions on how to work their fucking iPhones. You think the majority of people in 2025 have sat down and read the Willie Lynch letters, or, you know, and Nia's completely correct. There is some discernment from a lot of people, whether they were true or really existed or not, man. So yeah, I would highly doubt they have any effect, because nobody, the average person in 2025 doesn't even know what.
I think I've heard that it's actually not an actual letter, but I think the premise of what it's supposed to stand for, I think that's accurate. I mean, when you consider, you know, what was done, the psychological effect that, you know, slavery in general, you know, has had on melanated people across the globe, I think that it's prevalent, of course. But, I mean, at the same time, too, there are a lot of things that have taken place, you know, over the years that affect, you know, black communities, you know, economically as well, that across the board, when you're in a situation of poverty, you tend to act out, you know, in those ways. So a lot of the things that we see in the black community that negatively affect our people are because of the economic situation that we are in. It's because of the government undermining in our communities. There's a various list of reasons why there are problems in the black community. If that's the conversation that we want to have now, I think we could express that a little bit more, kind of open that up. But I think the Willie Lynch letters definitely speak to that, but I don't necessarily know if those letters were actually true.
I just want to say, like, from my research and stuff, like, yeah, it's fake. Because within it they mention like a summit that was like meant to help slave owners kind of get more control and stuff. But that summit, there's no evidence of it ever happening. It didn't happen at all. So yeah, yeah.
You know, I'm kind of listening in and out. That was a really good point that was made. I think people don't realize that when you feel down, like, if you're privileged, if someone benefits from whatever privilege, or they've had a charmed life, they don't have the first clue as to understanding why someone might be reactive or activated, triggered, etc., angry, acting out, etc., because they've never been down and out. And it absolutely makes sense that when communities are down and out because of marginalization, they're gonna act out. Why not? Like, when you see other people who are living the fucking dream, like I have, for example, extremely wealthy family members, including extremely wealthy siblings.
I spent a lot more fucking time in school than they did. I failed a lot more. I took more risks. And I've been down and out in my life. I've been in jail, etc. I mean, I was a privileged Jewish kid. So if you don't know that experience of being down and out, you can't I shouldn't say you can't possibly relate, but it is very hard to understand. And I was just having this conversation with someone else where I was talking about I was complaining about my own life, and I was thinking, it wasn't until I was feeling better about myself that I was able to, climb out of that anger, that resentment, blah, blah, blah. So this is where empathy comes into play, empathy and sympathy. And the problem is that most communities, most people who have been privileged have not endured the kind of humiliation, the kind of negative experiences that they could even grow from, right? They've just lived a fucking charmed life. They don't know any better. So the question is, do we have empathy and compassion for them? I guess we can, but I think it's also fair to say, yeah, of course that person's fucking pissed. Their life isn't going well at this moment, right? And that is something that a lot of Americans can't relate to. I shouldn't say more and more, I suppose, can now. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that in while I'm working on something.
Can I say something too?
Hold on really quick to my fellow mods. I have to pop out real quick and do an interview. I'll be...
You got it, Roger.
I do want to say this though, especially when it comes to us discerning if something is real or not. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Just because you can't find evidence of something existing doesn't mean that it did not exist at some point. Like, even when it comes to me, I know for a fact that I can't find any information on my great-great-grandparents, right? I can't find any records or anything like that because realistically records weren't keeping very well. But that doesn't mean that my great-great-grandparents didn't exist, right? So when we start having conversations and saying, oh, well, we're going to hunt this down and we can't find any evidence of it, doesn't mean that it didn't take place. It's just something that may have not been properly categorized, or even if it was categorized, it happened so long ago. It could have been lost. It could have been destroyed. Anything could have happened to it.
That's true.
Like, we forget that things were taken on paper records and not like digital records like we have today.
That's a great point. Was somebody about to jump in?
Yeah, I was going to ask the driver a question based on his last statement, but if you want to go, you can.
Go ahead, Sig.
Okay, cool. The driver, so based on your last submission, I got a question for you. Do you think the world owes anybody any empathy or sympathy or understanding of their current life situation?
No, I don't believe the world owes anyone anything, but that's not how we internalize the pain. So if you feel down and out, you're still going to be acting out. You may or may not rationalize why. You may or may not rationalize that the world is unfair, but you still feel the pain. So that's the important part. And someone in a therapeutic relationship with a clinician would be trying to work on these things so that they don't act out, because they're processing trauma, what have you, anger, all the emotions that are associated with this kind of despair. And this is across all groups. I'm not suggesting that the impoverished white person experiences the same grief, despair, resentment as someone of color who's been marginalized. But fundamentally, this is something that people internalize and tend to act out. Reactive abuse, communally, collectively, is very similar to reactive abuse individually. If you get pushed enough, if you get pushed hard enough, you're going to fucking act out. This is what we see with protests. We see all kinds of things. So that's all I was trying to share.
I think it's a really good point. And if I could bring up a couple of things. The first is, speaking of the reaction abuse, and you speaking of it in a psychological frame, if anything, for those that are having the other side of racial fatigue, where you're tired of black people complaining, I would just submit that you're actually adding fuel to the fire, right? Because if people are marginalized, disenfranchised, and have to deal with a certain reality, and the large swath of the country, namely the administration of the United States government, is basically saying that this thing that they feel does not exist and that they're stupid for thinking it and taking advantage of it. I think, to the gentleman's point, it actually has an adverse effect on the community. And it's always kind of sort of cool to paint these, when we're having these stories, to talk about the narrative in comparison and contrast to other, cultures. It'd be like telling Jewish people that the Holocaust doesn't exist, right? You're not going to find a friend in that community that'll stick up to you, support you, or be an ally if you said that to any of them. It's not working because it's bullshit, right? So I'm just saying we just have to be very careful with the lady that just came on and said the Willie Lynch letter doesn't exist. Well, the Willie Lynch letter is more true than Columbus discovering America, and in every school book they write that bull crap down even though they know it's BS, right? Here's my point. You also said, and no, not to pick on you because I'm sure this is what you're conditioned to believe, but you said that there's no convention where slave owners got together and coordinated slavery. How do you think a bunch of little men?
Oh no. I just mean the event that they mentioned in that letter specifically.
So you just saying the slave conventions that were multiple by slave owners that they had all the time on how to manage slaves. You're just saying that it wasn't named as you saw it in some publication. Is that what you're describing?
Just I saw that there was a bunch of research done into it, and let me see if I can find it.
Okay, so even if you found it, what I was saying to you, Alaska, here's the facts of the matter. There's not one letter, but there's multiple letters. All they're just saying is that there's a process by which you enslave a human being. There are multiple publications that are written. Whether his last name was Lynch or his first name Willie, the part of the lynching and the part of the chattel slavery experience, when you say that, it's like you're denying the heritage of some group of people in America, and that's what becomes offensive if you don't understand what you're saying. It's a systemic process that was very intense, it was rape, it was torture, it was the separation of men from women so that they couldn't have family, it was breeding. It's so deep and insidious, so to infer or in the least bit say, well, the conference wasn't named what it was named in the letter. That's the part that would come off offensive. Does that make sense, Alaska?
Yes, no, of course, yeah, and that I don't at all think. So yeah, I definitely don't want to come.
Yeah, so they did a number on the people, and what was also mentioned, for whatever it's worth, in that style of letters or that indoctrination is basically almost the same thing as an elephant. If you train an elephant and you put a chain around its leg and make it walk in a circle, then even after you take the chain off its leg, it's going to walk around the circle in a circus. Well, the theory of the tools that they used were to indoctrinate and subjugate, torture, and rape our women so that they would teach their children, men to be effeminate, and women to be dependent, right, and independent, right, while they were indoctrinated with a bastard form of a patriarchal religion, and then gave none of the slaves a part of that patriarchy and didn't allow them to read. So this system literally still affects the mentality of our culture today, because cultures, reign for hundreds of years when you teach a culture something, just like the analogy that I just made. So I just wish that we had these conversations and don't think that black people are saying that we want a handout, that we want something for free. We just want to be properly considered in context, so there's no information that says we're some type of genetically predisposed, trifling culture, as opposed to, just like every other human, we want our conditions to consider when you consider our color. If I could say one more thing, and then let me know who the next speaker is. The one thing I wanted to say is the race card, right? If you guys think about, because this is not about MAGA, it isn't really about Trump, it's not about what's happening now. What's happening now is just the cherry on top for what's been trying to happen 30 years. When they were using the race card, I used to say, man, the race card is actually racist in and of itself. Because at the end of the day, race card and the way that it was used only applied to the credibility of one culture. it only meant black people stopped crying and complaining. So here's what I would say we have to understand as black people in order to get to a space that's better for our children, is that this voice that's been exacerbated by the current administration and these movements that have happened politically to gain power and pitting people against each other, this is a real voice. People are really, quote unquote, tired of hearing this. They've been tired. And there have always been assaults. Jesse Jackson is a race hustler. Al Sharpton is a race hustler. This person's a race hustler. These black people are complaining. Shut up about reparations. Go out and get your own. All of these phrases and these tropes, they're intentional. And I'll just land there that we just need to be careful and how we discuss these things, and the whole race conversation needs to be reformatted and readdressed so that we understand that there's a literal voice of fatigue on one side, but that our concerns are legitimate, and all we're asking for is the government to be what it says on paper, and that's each man created equal.
Can I quickly say something?
Please do.
Of course, was it Miss Clark? I would like to just ask you about your input earlier. You said that even though things aren't written down, and I agree with you, when things aren't written down, it's so easy for them to be lost in history, or when things are destroyed or taken away from us, burning of books, burning of letters, burning of statues, things like that. So the history is lost. I agree with that. But when we compare it to like my challenge, my pushback here is it's obvious to everybody that you would not exist unless your grandfather or your grandmother had existed. I mean, that's obvious. No one would exist without our grandparents. However, the oral history, that's not obvious. It's not obvious because if it's not written down, photographed, or I'm a documentary filmmaker myself, so I kind of, this is like really big for me. Writing it down, oral history is super important. Put it down. My family, we're Aztec, and although I appear white today, I don't know. My people were conquered. We weren't colonized. It's a different story. So I try not to. I don't do the whole colonizer thing. We were conquered, right? So now I look back at my history. In my family's home that we've had forever, there's a Bible. In that Bible is written. I have pictures of this. It's beautiful. I've been down to Mexico many times. Everyone's written down. Marriages, deaths, births, divorces, murders, history, everything's written down. And if that wasn't there, I would know none of it. I wouldn't know about the first people to come into America to fight against, the Union, to fight against Civil War, things like that. So, it's obvious that your parents had to exist for you to exist. But oral history, if this isn't the thing that this is the one thing I think we should be fighting for. And I'm putting my 10 toes down on this because this is my career, documentary film. So if we're not, it's up to me to continue on the history of my family. Unfortunately, the schools are not going to teach that. They won't. They're going to say the conquistadores came in and raped and pillaged and killed us and wiped out our entire existence. For many reasons, they called us savages, they called us brutal, because we're ripping out the hearts of 13-year-old virgins and letting the blood drip down our stairs. So, I wouldn't know that unless it was written down. So I'm just pegging I wouldn't want to parallel this to, your parents and your parents. I would parallel this to not being able to hold on to the history because of colonialization or conquering that has destroyed that history. I will say now it's up to us as individuals to keep that history going.
And Ms. Clark, I'm sure you want to respond to her. Go ahead, Ms. Clark.
No, yeah. I think the bigger point that I was making with my statement, and the reason why I use the obvious of my existence, is to infer that just because you don't have evidence of something existing doesn't mean that it didn't exist at a point in time. Just like how you said your community has that book, that Bible. If God forbid, wherever it's stored decides to catch on fire, does that mean that none of those events happen? Because there's even though word of mouth, you have the word of mouth. You can say, this is this. And somebody can come and say, but there's no evidence. There was evidence, as we can see. It just probably ended up destroyed or gone. And that's kind of like what I'm getting at. So when we sit here and try to say, well, these things didn't happen because we have no record of them, we act as if things don't happen in secret either. We act as if things can't be written down. I'm I'm pretty sure there was documentation that my grandparents were existed and they had their names, and it was written down in a book. Because, like, let's be clear, people back then when they were born, they just went on a line in a giant ass book. Who was the mother? Who was the father? Time and birth, right? And where you're born. In my case, wherever they held them burned down. Millions of records gone of people and their births, and that's kind of like why I use that example, because yes, it's obvious that I'm here today, but it can also be a thing where we can say, realistically, we can't say that something is alive or fake because we can't find substantial evidence of it, even though orally it's been passed down or we have some bits and pieces of it. That's why I said the evidence of absence is not the absence of evidence.
Hey, Vero, did you want to push back on that?
Yeah, I'll just say one thing, and I completely agree with you, 100% agree with you. But my only thing is that it is not obvious at that point. Because we don't have the evidence, it's not obvious. So it's difficult for people to understand. That's all I was pointing at. It's obvious to understand that your grandparents exist because you are the evidence. But because we say something with no evidence, it's harder for people to be persuaded. That's all.
I think I saw the remnant. Thank you so much, Vero. I think I saw the remnants of a concept that I'm interested in the answer for. Hey, Sarah, is there anything that you think that you like about Black people? Sarah?
What is it?
Is there anything that you like about Black people?
Are you serious right now?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
I love Black men.
I've only heard you say names and things.
Just say that.
Wow, wait.
Not Black men.
Most people do love Black dicks. So.
Clear
Is
words.
that what you said, Sarah? Did you say you like Black men?
I said I love Black men. I'm just trying to mess
Sarah, I'm about to
up.
put...
You know what I like about Let me tell you.
We love Black men in this room.
You know what I like about Black people?
Go ahead, Sarah.
They do actually have a very similar culture to my culture, to Iranians. They're very fashion, they dress well, they love their mothers. I kind of have a hard time understanding why there is such an issue with the nuclear family, because Black people, they love their parents, they respect their parents. That's something like, I've noticed, if you don't suppress them and you don't constantly tell them they're victim, they actually thrive, they're strong, they have good genetic genes. This is how I see Black people. What else do I tell you about? They're gentle, even though
you might need to stop. I like you today. You might need to stop right there and don't say a damn thing else for the rest of the day. You get one good day today. God damn it, I would give you a racist ass a hug if you were near me today, Sarah.
Sarah, do you like Black women too? I know you like Black men.
Of course I do. Did you ask me?
Yeah, because you said Black men specifically.
Well, that's because I'm like, come on, don't play stupid.
Hey, Sarah, did a Black man break your heart at some point?
No.
Okay, I did not.
No, I find Black men very gentle and very respectful, though.
Black men don't cheat.
Are Black women gentle? Just as
I've never been cheated by a Black man, so I don't know.
Hell no.
Someone said they cheat. I've never been a victim of that, so I don't know.
Hey, Dick, would you take Sarah out on a date?
I would take her out on a date. I'd bang the shit out of Sarah, but I probably wouldn't wife her. She's got a little too much mouth on me.
Hey, JB might be bad in the conversation right now. We just went all the way to freaking
Oh, hell no. We'll keep this between us.
So, hey, if I could, hey, Sarah, thanks for that. That was the funnest moment I've had in several days of tolerating you on this app. So at least I know you have a human side underneath that. I really appreciate it.
Can I ask you a question? What don't you like about Black people?
Man, I was
trying to
leave Sarah on a positive note, man.
I would have emotional shift.
I want to hear her answer. Zara, is there anything you don't like about Black people? It's okay.
Are you asking me that question?
Yes.
I don't really know anything. I don't have anything to give you. Is there like a single or like if you ask me what do you not like about me, I can tell you, but I don't generalize a group of people based on their race. I don't.
So you don't think we have a victim consciousness, or you don't think?
No, because I am surrounded by very, very successful different groups. Like I don't know. I think this is just a clubhouse thing, you know. I have a business partner that's black. I have a landlord that's black. I work in black community. I don't see this in real life as much as I see it in clubhouse.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Because you mentioned in the chat that institutional racism doesn't exist today, which I'm curious about. Because I gave you some examples.
I think black people exist to annoy white.
Yeah, the reason I tell you that is because I don't believe in differences in the same issues that people say equal right for women. I don't believe in that either. I don't believe America's racist. I don't believe America's sexist.
Would you marry me?
How do I? Huh?
Will you marry me?
Who's talking? No, I'm not marrying anyone. But who's talking? I'm being very serious right now.
That's either Pepe or Keegan.
I haven't said shit yet.
Oh,
I'm not talking.
No, I really don't believe in that, you know, and why is it? Is because honestly, I'm an educator. Like I don't see it. Like, look, do we have racist people? We absolutely do. I probably live in an area. I live in LA, so I probably don't even see, you know, the racism, like the community, society racism that people experience in other places. You know, but that's different than systemic. I don't see systemic racism.
Wait. So
but I know that, like, I've never seen a giraffe.
Racist judges, racist sheriffs, racist.
That doesn't mean systemic. That doesn't make it systemic.
How is it judge? How is a judge or like a mayor or like a sheriff not systemic? That's top down.
Is what's in the law, then it's like.
That's not what systemic necessarily means.
It's a system that's designed for people to fail, and I don't believe we have that. So we don't have that.
Hold on, hey Sarah. Hold on a second, Sarah. Truth, is that your voice asking her that?
I'm sorry?
Was that you asking her about systemic racism?
Yeah, that was me.
It was me originally.
Okay, and just for the record, Truth, and welcome to the stage. I don't know when you came on. And this is a room hosted by JB. He does a remarkable job with these healthy debates, man. We've had this discussion. We've talked about several things. Some of the mods have been here with him forever. I'm relatively new to the stage. All of these opinions don't represent the host nor the moderators, but these are individual opinions. Sarah's jumped on stage because we accuse Sarah in some regard of having racist views. For whatever it's worth, Sarah, I don't know you're racist because I don't know your heart, but I'm just saying a lot of the things that you say might have racist viewpoint, or from a racist viewpoint is what we say, and that's my opinion there. So for whatever it's worth, Truth, I would offer to you, and then I want to hear your opinion, that I can count, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would count there's probably 6 people, which I would assume represents almost half the stage, that literally have said that systemic racism doesn't exist, and racism.
What?
Yeah, it's a reality. I'm just saying we've had that go down a deep rabbit hole, but several of the stage, you can blink your microphone if you believe that, but several people on the stage have literally said on multiple occasions that systemic racism doesn't exist, and basically to some extent they're tired of hearing black people complain about it because it doesn't exist. Maybe there's a couple of racist people around. Then I've said, hey, here's what systemic racism is. So we've debated that ad nauseum. If anybody wants to address anything that was just said, let's do that. But I didn't want to go deep back down the institutional racism rabbit hole yet.
Can I address something Errol said?
So, Othello, then Keegan.
I have one more question.
Pepe, shut my neck.
Othello, then Keegan, then Alan.
Okay,
Pepe, shut up.
One more question. Is America anti-Semitic?
Right now, I think it is.
Okay, but it's not racist, you said? Because
but systemically, they're not anti-Semitic. No, it's not a systemic. But I feel like we are seeing a lot of anti-Semitic. You know, like all the stuff that happened in the colleges, they were anti-Semitic. And someone's like, oh, yesterday she was a doctor, today she's an educator. You can be both. Like, you don't need to. Like, I didn't change my job. I'm a college professor, but I also practice. So yes, I am both. But as an educator, I was in the colleges, you know, and I'm in LA again. We're radical here. I saw a lot of bad stuff right here in LA. I saw people going too far.
You don't think it's anti-Semite to stop students from going to their dorm because they're Jewish? Are you serious?
No.
You claim about all the suffering of the black people, in the past, and then you don't understand how problematic it is for any group of people to be stopped at their dorm and not being allowed to enter. But are we systemic anti-Semite? I don't believe that. America's the land of equality. We're all equals.
There's a breakdown in an understanding of terms here. So systemic has an exact definition, especially in the context of political. It does not mean legal. And this should be obvious, right? Because what you're suggesting is if it's not in the law, how could it be a part of the system? You mean Jews were people were prejudiced against Jews in Nazi Germany before it was on the books? No, until it was on the books. And therefore, by your estimate, the moment slavery ended, of course, things were just amazing. You obviously would not say that, so you're already full of shit because you don't even believe.
No, I'm not saying when slavery ended, everything was
stop. No, stop.
I'm not saying that. No, you're full of shit.
Sarah, hold on, Sarah. Let him.
You don't get to call me full of shit. Like,
you're getting
shit is your face.
You're getting triggered.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, because you just call me out because I don't believe in what you want me to believe. What the fuck?
Hey, I'm gonna give you guys a couple of seconds, and then I'm gonna pull a JB.
Yeah, I just want to finish my point just real fast. Yeah, and I say that with all due respect. Sometimes people need to be called out because they just have a desire to keep. Hold on,
Sarah, stop.
We have beef. Can you put that on
You can hate me on mute.
Sarah, let him finish.
Yeah, hate me on mute, and then I'll give you the same courtesy, except I won't hate you. Because you don't know any better, but you know you're full of shit. Here's how we know this. If I ask you, the day after slavery ends, there's no systemic racism, you would never say that. So what you're trying to argue in actuality is the degree to which there ever was systemic racism is no longer relevant. But you're not even using that verbiage because then you'd have to defend that literally, and you can't because we have academic peer-reviewed paperwork that proves so many different examples of systemic racism. And you're a modern woman. It's 2025. Fuck me, right? You got ChatGPT and Google. You could literally just put in studies, scholarly studies, examples, systemic racism. But you haven't done that. But you're on Clubhouse running your mouth. You're full of shit. And I'm not going to be nice about it. Shut up. Hey,
Hold on a second. Everybody, please. Look, I'm not going to be on here long. I'm going to pass it to Nye and Sig and Vero in a second. But while we're here, at least let's respect the host. He's really adamant about letting there be one mic. Let's not demonize any other person. Let's talk about the issues, not the people, if we could. And then these are tense topics. They're hard topics, but let's be respectful, please. Sarah, please don't come off the mic, or I'm going to move you back to the audience. Now we had your ass in the audience.
Here, I'll go to audience. I'm not going to sit here and tell me.
I understand. Okay. I wanted to hear Sarah, but I didn't move you. One of the mods.
I moved her because I'm tired of her mouth. Goodbye, Sarah. Just go down to the.
Good. Sarah. Yeah, and good, better, and different. Truth. I knew that wasn't going to go well. That's why I tried to move you away from it. So I said, let's not go down the systemic racism rabbit hole. And you took the bait for it. So, Truth, I'm going to partially blame you for that. All good, though. I got another one for you, Truth, because there's another one that doesn't believe in that BS systemic racism either. Keegan, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll recenter us into the subject of if I suffer from racial fatigue. I do suffer from racial fatigue. Okay, I suffer from really not the fatigue of race, but rather fatigue of the culture. I do have fatigue of Black culture. I don't believe. I believe it's become anti-American. It used to not be, of course, back in the 60s and the 50s, but it has become anti-American. It lacks respect and like just being cordial with each other. I have many examples, just anecdotally, my own life that I have to deal with. I bet we all do. Even Black men and Black women will have their own experiences with Black culture. And so I am tired, and I am looking for the cure. CO, Sig, Vera, Nye, if anyone has a cure for my ailment, please help me.
And your ailment?
So I'm waiting for the cure too, sir. I've mentioned plenty of times on this space that I have Black fatigue, and I do. Well, I'm reminded when I come here, although I'm sorry to interrupt, I'll make this very quick, and I'll pass it right back over to you. Then when I come in spaces like this, I get white fatigue because you have voices, and I'm not saying this applies to all white folks, but you have non-black people who deny racism, systemic racism exists. You know, they deny lived experiences. They deny laws that have been in place for years. There might not be laws that are, pushed today, but there's this blissful ignorance about the history of this country, especially how our land is soiled with the blood of blacks and natives, and yet you have non-black people, non-melanated people who will pound their chests and claim that it's all fake news and made up. So I have white fatigue, anti-black fatigue, and y'all know I have black fringe liberal fatigue. I'm not sure that there's a cure, Keegan, but if I find it, I'll let you know, sir.
Keegan, if we're just going by this situation that you presented to us yesterday about how you were at the park, playing with your child, and everything was copacetic until a black family pulled up and they were having a birthday party. When you have a birthday party, you have music. The music was too loud for you, and you said that you cussed them out in your head, and you said all other kinds of things, and you thought all other kinds of things, and you just left. The cure, I believe, would have been to go up to this nice family and ask them to turn their music down and give them the chance to maybe show you, that they weren't combative or anything. You said that there was a party, they had birthday cake, balloons. This wasn't a group of thugs. This wasn't a group of threatening people. And you just allowed in that moment. I think you were a coward, and I think you should have went up to them and asked them to turn the music down, and I think they would have obliged.
So can I ask you a question here, based on your assessment? Again, I bet you, same as me, will sometimes use stereotypical cues to understand safety. If these individuals were wearing designer jeans that they were sagging below the waist, mothers wearing, Cookie Monster PJs and Crocs, and their hair was nappy, would you still feel the same way? Would you feel like these people are, and again, blasting rap music that was cursing? Would you still feel like these people will probably?
I wish you would have went up and said slap that dog shit out of you.
Exactly. That's what I thought.
So this is the thing. Like, what is nappy hair?
Hair that has not been properly groomed. It shows a lack of, again, just a lack of self-respect.
And what is life, Keegan?
So hold on. I'm just gonna ask him a few questions.
Sorry, hold on though.
I'm just gonna ask, so can white people that have improperly groomed hair, can their hair be nappy?
Oh, without a doubt. Again, if this was a white family that came in beat up, again, they came in a GMC Terrain that most likely smelled like marijuana. I never smelled it, but I just always assume. As a mechanic, I have been in many vehicles that end up being picked up by black people, and it's always smelled like marijuana. But I continue here real quick. If a white family came in white, beat up minivan, and they were wearing white beaters, and they were playing country music super loud, I would do the same thing. I would say, okay, I'm with my daughter by myself. There's no reason for me to go try to be respectful and act with decorum, knowing that these people probably lack the intelligence to do so. And I wouldn't talk to those white people. I would just leave the park. But I would just wish that they have their own self-awareness to have some type of respect to not do so. But instead, they lack that, and they think that the park is theirs. Which I believe, again, that will experience of black.
Also, right, when I brought up the stat that black people receive the most hate-based attacks in America, you said that it's because we put ourselves in those predicaments. Do you still agree with that?
Again, not every single predicament, but we all, when we look at these type of metrics of what a hate crime is, the same thing when feminists say that 1 in 3 women are sexually assaulted in the world, and then you look at the metric of what sexual assault means in those type of data points, and you find out that being catcalled is considered sexual assault in those type of data points. I wonder what they consider a hate crime. And we went through that, and we found out that again, the threat of possible violence is a hate crime. So we actually don't even know what is considered a hate crime in this country. it's actually done.
Brother Othello, real quick. This is what we got to understand about people like Keaton, because we see this every single day. If you have social media, how many times have you seen black people just existing, right? I see every day, literally every day, a brother who works for Amazon trying to deliver a package, and somebody white stepping outside, ready to shoot him, ready to gun him down, calling the police on him. Somebody's walking the dog. Somebody's going to the store. Black. Whoa! I didn't cut nobody. I didn't cut nobody off. Hold up.
Don't let JT.
Can we make one mic on JT, please? Oh, I'm sorry, Sig. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. JT, you got it. I appreciate it. How many times have we seen black children trying to sell candy or trying to sell lemonade, and you got a Karen walking up on them, ready to call the police on them? See, the problem with a guy like Keegan is nothing that the black people were doing at the park, a public space, having a birthday party for children. It was just the fact that he had to see them enjoying themselves as black people in a park.
No, not at all.
Hold on, Keegan. Hold on, Keegan.
You're creating this.
Hold on, Keegan. See, Keegan, what I'm doing is I'm connecting the dots here, because your case is not unique in America. We see it all the time, where black people aren't committing crimes, right? Minding our own black business, just like everybody else, but because you show up, or because you're there, you have a problem with what's... Now, the brother asked you, well, why didn't you just go over and ask them? Well, I'm afraid of them. That's always that's the reason why when the Karen, the police come up on the... Well, I don't know what they would do. That's why I called the police, because I feared for my life. I don't know what they would have done. So black people are criminalized when they're actually committing crimes. Black people are criminalized when they're trying to deliver packages on their job. Remember, there was a case last year where a brother was just trying to deliver a package and he got shot by a man because he was delivering a package.
Hey, JT,
right?
Hey, good point. Give you 30 seconds and then let's give Keegan.
Okay, yeah, no, cool. So my point is, the problem is not with the black people, because we're not talking about crimes being committed here. We're talking about people just enjoying their life, trying to have a birthday party. And see, for a guy like Keegan, that's a problem. So that gives him black fatigue, just understanding that black people are doing the same thing everybody else is doing, having a birthday party in the park. That's the real...
Keegan, you want to respond?
Real quick, I just want to go ahead.
Go ahead, Sig. Hold on a second. One of the moderators is speaking. Go ahead, Sig.
Okay, thanks, yo. Yeah, just real quick, JT, I just want to let you know, you brought up the Amazon reference based on social media. I actually worked for Amazon in the delivery department. I was actually a driver for a year. Then I was an operations manager for 2 years, and I managed 80 drivers 7 days a week. What you're saying, it's not a common thing, brother. And we had to file incident reports, send those up to things when things like that happen. They never came through like that, bro. 80 drivers a day, 7 days a week, I managed for 2 years. What you're saying rarely, never even happened, bro. And this was not just my company that was working in that Amazon warehouse. There were probably about 15 other companies that had about 80 to 100 drivers a piece as well, and it rarely ever fucking happened. So that's just not true, man.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's what I've seen on social media. I'm not saying it happens every day.
Social media is crazy.
Yeah, I get you.
Say, can I get in there?
Well, wait a minute. JT's not...
Hold on one second.
No, I'm finished.
Can I respond?
So hold on one second. Keegan, hold on one second. Let's just get the cue light on the table.
May I get in?
Hold on one second.
Yeah, I'll keep the cue list. Who's next? Tell me the cue list.
Let Nine know.
So Keegan's next. Who's after Keegan?
And who's next?
YB.
YB? Okay, who's after YB?
Miss Clark.
Clark? Okay, who's after Clark? Frank, I see your back, but you never really know you have a contribution. I see Beth is after Clark.
I'll go after Beth.
That's the cue for now. Pay attention to the moderators. We might get in between that. But go ahead, Keegan.
Yeah, so again, my response to JT, it's not that I didn't and don't care that a black family families enjoying their time. I don't have a problem. That park I had never been to before, and I think that's the reason why there's a lot of different ethnicities. Is actually there's government housing right by that park, and I did not know that. But when I was at that park, many different ethnicities there: Black, Indian, a lot of Black and Indian, and I had no problem with it. My daughter played with a little Indian girl, a little Black girl the whole time. I had conversated with the Indian husband the whole time, and when that Black family came, other families left. Other Black families left. We all saw what was going on. And that's what's interesting is that Black people, when they will call out their own culture for being ghetto, for being ratchet, for being disgusting. And then when I'm a white person, go, man, I experienced the same thing. I'm tired of this. I'm tired that every time I go to the metropolitan area, every single time I go to the metropolitan area, I see some ratchet ghetto crap that I hate. Just like when you go to the white royal area where it's just white trash and you get tired of the trailer park trash, I get tired of the same thing. I call out that all the time. I live in a town that has a trailer park on the outskirts of our town, and we literally have town meetings once a month about how can we clean this trailer park up. So, like, you know, I'm just saying that it's because of gentrification, Black people are now moving to the suburbs, and so I have more interactions with them. And I'm saying I do not enjoy the ghetto culture, and I don't enjoy the idea that we can't have some type of just respect and decorum for each other's spaces. And if you're going to play ratchet rap music for your birthday party in a park, expect some like, oh, this is just disgusting behavior. And also, why would I don't understand why you're like, why would you not just go say something to them? Because we understand the stereotypical behavior of those type of individuals are willing to commit violence. If I want my daughter, I'm not going to put myself in any. And if I did, and there's a video of me getting knocked out, you know what the cops would say? That white man should just mind his own business. He should just said nothing. So that's my.
Give you more than 30 seconds. Wrap it up. 8-9.
White boy, I think.
Say it again.
He said man, I'm just saying boy. Sorry.
Before we go to the next person, Keegan, do you hate white trailer trash as much as you hate ghetto Black?
Without a doubt, I think I actually probably hate white trailer trash more than I hate ghetto Black.
I'll have to come back to you on that one. Hey, now who's next?
YB's next. Go ahead, YB.
Yeah, I will say this. I do have fatigue at this point. These racial conversations are kind of getting old. A lot of people are talking about the systemic racism situation. I don't believe it is to the extent of what people are saying, because there is really no policies that are really holding you back. If you're looking at like the housing based on, you know, school zones, things of that nature, that's been in place since the 1800s, where local taxes were funding those schools, right? You might think it is, you know, systemic because mostly there are Black people that live in those predominantly poor areas, but that's not a systemic situation, right? A lot of these scenarios or issues that people are having in America today, it's based on class. It's your social circle. Realistically, the wealthy Blacks aren't having this issue at all. They're not.
Let me ask a question, YB, before we go to the next person, really. And I posted it early. Hey, thank you guys for joining the room. I'm bootleg hosting. I'm not as good as the regular host, but I'm just jumping in and trying to make sure that people have a voice and get to speak. The room is healthy debates. We've been talking about race. They've been doing it in a responsible way. We had a couple of people that obviously they showed themselves and their attitudes, but that's what we're here for. We're trying to find something productive and positive about it. We have a queue here right now. If you want to speak, just let us know. Moderator Naya Sig will acknowledge you. YB, let me ask you a question really quick before we go to the next person. Just today, without having to look into deep history and litigate the effects of Jim Crow, slavery, and all of the conditions of racism throughout the years, just today, a judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, federal judge, right, called the Trump administration, accused the Trump administration of appalling and palpably clear discrimination against racial minorities and LGBTQ Americans. And here's what this judge said that was appointed by, again, Ronald Reagan, right? I've never seen a record where racial discrimination was so palpable. I've sat on this bench now for 40 years. I've never seen government racial discrimination like this. said U.S. District Judge William Young, a Massachusetts-based jurist who took the bench in 1948. And for the record, he was referring to the illegal and voided NIH, National Institute of Health cuts that Trump has tried to make that alienates the culture. Now, we don't have to look far. That's just one of dozens with this current administration. And you say what?
You said the healthcare cuts?
Yeah, these were all of the healthcare cuts that Donald Trump made. This is one of dozens that I can use as evidence, right? You said it doesn't exist, so forth and so on. This is a judge that said he's never in 40 years seen this type of government racism. Tell me your opinion.
So you're saying that they cut healthcare costs for the underprivileged?
Before we get into the specifics of the cuts, these are the NIH cuts that Donald Trump made, right? Let's go with what the actual judge said over 40 years. And the answer is...
I understand that aspect of it, but I'd have to get a better perspective on, like, what are the cuts involving, right? Like, is it people that are making less money that can't afford it to where it would benefit those individuals? Is that what
it's price cuts to the companies, the major companies. That's what he's cutting, making sure they do better pricing for the American people.
Okay,
it's not about taking away benefits.
Hold on one second.
Right?
Hold on one second.
Welcome back, JB.
Hold on one second. Is anyone who's speaking now a judge or familiar with law or familiar with discrimination?
I'm getting benefits, though. I'm getting benefits, and they're not cutting my benefits.
You don't understand benefits at the legal level.
They're not cutting my benefits.
Whose voice is that?
That's cool. See at the bottom.
That's cool. See the resident moron.
Yeah. Hey,
they're not stealing my benefits.
Okay, hold on a second. Hey, Cool Steve, would you let the gentleman respond, and then the moderator, the main moderator, is back. JB's in the house. JB, we were just talking. We had a cue. YB came on and said there's no racism. I repeated the article. I was giving him a chance. JB wanted to know. YB rather wanted to know. Well, what were the cuts about? YB, I would just say before we move to the next point, and then let JB reset the room. YB, if you could just tell me how you respond to what you actually heard. The legal expert that sits on the bench, appointed by Ronald Reagan, right, said he's never seen this type of racist bullshit in 40 years of him sitting on the bench. Your response?
Yeah, so you want me to just respond to a statement that he made?
Okay, let's just go to the next person. Hey,
how is it racist if it affects everybody?
Hold on a second. I know you guys hear my voice. CO, you're a moron. Be quiet. I'm not CO. Cool C. Be quiet. You're a fucking idiot. But let me go back to CO. Who are you talking to, CO?
I was talking to YB, JB.
YB, did you want to respond to that question this young man had?
He wanted me to respond to a statement based on that's it. Like there's no other information behind it. It's very just like there's just holes in it completely. I'm just.
Hold on, wait. Let me ask you a question. Would it be better if he gave you some clarity on the statement? CO,
I didn't
clarity
ask him for that. He didn't give it to me at all.
All right, let's see if he gives it to you now. CO, you want to give him clarity or no? CO? All right, he might have stepped away.
Yeah, so JB, the last thing I wanted to say realistically is to like all the people that are having these quote unquote racial issues in America today, with all of this knowledge, with all this information that is out there today, how is that changing your life or making it any better?
Can I respond to that, JB?
Wait, hold on. Changing my life?
No, not you specifically.
Oh, in general, got you.
Yeah, in general, for like some of the people that are, like in JB, I mean it as in if like.
Don't listen. Yo, YB, you've been in my space before. You don't have to hold your tongue. Say what you gotta say.
Oh no, I know. I'm just trying to say it in the best way possible. If somebody of like the community of my community, right, doesn't get a job, is deemed racist, which is kind of ridiculous. If they can't get a loan or a mortgage, they just deem it racist. If somebody says something to them, just that they would say to anybody else, they just deem it racist because it's coming from a white person, which I think is kind of ridiculous.
Oh, thank you, YB. Thank you. Hold on. I know this.
Okay, let me move him down because he has no mic integrity. I'm not playing. Come off mic, I just move you down. I don't give a fuck. But we're going to go Miss Clark, and I think Othello said you wanted to chime in.
No, wait, Clark and then Beth was after Clark, just FYI.
Okay, so we'll go Clark, Beth, and then Othello. Miss Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that this conversation is kind of, I'm not even going to address what Keegan said. I think that we've got to a point where we tend to still assume that systemic is supposed to be like governmental power and laws on books, but we forget that systemic can also be a curated environment where these things happen. I often use the military as an example, as a prior military veteran, because I did see where certain departments and things had certain individuals that realistically I would never want to serve underneath, quite simply because they curated that environment. And I'm talking about like JAG has come back and investigated them for 10 years worth of discrimination and racial practices. I'm talking about like when you have people, I'm just giving an example of it, of white airmen who have been caught with drugs, but the black roommate is the one who suffers the consequences and get out because they didn't tell or were unaware that they had the drugs. There's a lot that can go into this. And like I said, granted, if you want to try to say systemic is only on a level where realistically governments are involved, laws are in place, that's on you. But systemic can also be a curated environment. Like even when I live in the South, right? It is nowhere legal for there to realistically be sundown towns. And people operate in that way. But guess what? They still fucking exist, and I know where I can take my ass and where I can't. Even though, quite literally, there's no law in the book that says it's okay for there to be a sundown town. They still do that. They still have a system set up in place that people partake in to enact these things. And that's the part that I think has shifted. I don't think systemic racism is no longer the outward projection where, you know, your fire marshal, your judge, your policeman, and the regular people are involved. I do think that systemic racism has changed to be curated in certain smaller environments where it can be hidden better. Now, am I saying it's just completely rampant, like it's just like Rip Tar out here? No. But when it does pop up, it's like this quick way to, and I will say this, when it does pop up, there's like this really hard push to make it seem like it doesn't exist. And then at the same time, I will say, as my fellow black people, we do have a way of conflating, because I'm not going to get on to YP about what he said, because I do believe that black people conflate a lot of shit into racism when it's not. But when it's overt and it's there, it's still a push to act as if it doesn't exist. And that's why I use the military as an example.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I'm going to let you run it for a little bit because I just got back in. I'm just trying to catch up. Is that okay now? Nice, Sig, Vero, CO? Guys? Anyone?
Yes.
Beulah? Thank you. I know Beth was next. That's all I know.
I'd like to hop in the queue.
All right, Beth and then Truth. Beth?
And then JT.
It was Beth and Othello.
Was it Beth, Othello, then Truth, and then who was the last one?
JT.
Beth? Beth going once? Okay, so there you go, babe. I heard you. I saw you. You good?
Do you need me?
Do you want to keep it up?
Yeah, go to the next person and then probably rip.
You got it. You got Othello? Or is Othello then Truth?
Yes. So, YB, I heard you say something. You said that racism in America doesn't affect well-to-do, wealthy black people. Okay? So, if we just look to the housing appraisal scandal that has been going on, forever, but they now focus it on it in the New York Times, CNN, as well as other major news publications, that in the housing appraisal market, black people in total have been devalued $162 billion by racist home appraisers. So these black people, they go to college, they make their money, maybe outside of college, they buy a nice home, and when they're ready to sell, the appraisers come and they devalue the house 25 to 50% when it's a black person. So they went undercover and they went into a black home and they put a white family's pictures in there, and they set up a fake white family. This is the news that did this. When that appraiser, when the appraiser did the home, he appraised it a whole totally different type of amount, right? So you're saying that this does not affect wealthy, the systematic racism does not affect wealthy black people. It does. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So based on what I'm reading here, it had to do with specific low-income neighborhoods, right? So if you can tell me which wealthy black person that it affected, right?
It wasn't specific low-income neighborhoods. There's multiple reports going around, and they're talking about the appraisal in certain low-income neighborhoods, but they're also talking about black people who have homes in multicultural neighborhoods.
I have an example. I'm really sorry to cut you off. I have an example of a famous person. I cannot remember his second name, but Ryan, who did the Black Panther movies.
Ryan Coogler.
Yeah, he didn't.
Supposedly 10 to 15 years old, though.
Yo, wait, hold on a second. We'll see you, fucking moron. I know you hear the lady speaking. Get her.
Yeah, like from my memory, he tried to get some money out, and they called the police on him and whatever else, right? That's one example.
What do you mean he tried to get money out of the house? I don't understand that.
Let me read the title.
The bank.
Article. It's widespread racial bias found in home appraisals. Researchers found that evidence of a persistent practice that gives higher values to homes when the occupants are white and devalue them if the owners are people of color. And that does not matter about the neighborhood. So even if it's in a low-income home, a low-income neighborhood, if the white owner owns that home in a low-income neighborhood, he's going to get a higher appraisal. And when they did the total amount that was devalued from black people who want to get their homes appraised in America, they've taken $162 billion from us just in home appraisals.
What year was that article?
Okay, give me a second.
That's old. It's like 10 years old.
My example was from 2020.
10 years is not a long time.
May I speak to Alaska's point? Because you also had the actor Ryan Coogler. You also had the recent actor, director Ryan Coogler, who is a prominent black man, who is a wealthy black man, go to the bank to try to pull out money, and they racially discriminated against him and wouldn't even let him pull out of his own account, even though he provided them with all of the ID, all of the information, all of his bank card, and then they called the authorities on him. And he sat there and was like, they're like, why do you have so much money? He's like, I'm a director. And they're like, yeah, right. And he's like, no, I directed the movie Black Panther. And they're like, yeah, right. And then when he pulled up his picture, they were like, we don't think you're him. And he's like, my name is on my ID. My name is on my bank account. I just want to pull out cash. Can I just pull out some cash?
And so
it was like a full debacle.
Yeah, the article
that I shared are from 2022 and 2023.
Yeah, if I could, and I don't know if JB's still here or not, but I wanted to ask a quick question.
Yeah, I'm here. Let me just say this 2 seconds. Everybody disregard Cool C. He drives across country in trucks. He's a serial killer. Just ignore him. Kids.
God damn. Okay, not a serial killer. Whatever. Hey, for whatever it's worth, I saw an article here recently that said that regions of town matter, and that it was said that I think Nevada, Texas, South Dakota, and New York have the most serial killers. I thought it was interesting. You guys can Google it. But hey, listen, here's a question that I have, right? At the end of the day, there's some super intelligent people in here, and some remarkable positions are being made about the existence of systemic racism, how this affects black people. We've heard people express how anti-Semitism affects and impacts Jewish people. But I would venture to state, right, for lack of a better whipping board, using Keegan's and the Keegans of the world as an example, right, or even to some extent YB, that sounded as if he might be African American, but doesn't thinks African Americans complain too much. Miss Clark, Mrs. Clark, JT, Truth, what do you all feel about the fact that we've had these conversations for several years, right? But then all over social media, arguing with our friends that we went to school with all day, every day. We've given them statistics. I posted an article where a Reagan judge just said this is some bullcrap and it's racist as hell, right? The gentleman YB was like, well, I need to know more information. Like, basically what I'm saying is, will we ever get anywhere in these conversations, or what is it that has to happen? Because for whatever it's worth, the Keegans of the world, in my humble opinion, are the reason that Trump's in office. Because he only had concepts of a health plan, and the tariffs aren't really working that well. I'm just saying. I'm just being real. I'm just saying. I'll wrap it up here. The point I'm making is that it's a real sentiment and it's a real part of America. And no matter how many times we give long speeches about what happened, I don't know if it's going to move the needle for the Allens of the world. Would somebody like to answer?
Yeah, let me say this. I'm not trying to change anybody's way, because respectfully, if you come across me in my part of town, I'm going to be honest, you might get a bullet put in your ass at this point. I think that what I've gotten used to is just excommunicating niggas who think a certain type of way and surrounding myself with people who realistically understand what's going on in the world and just keeping my head on a swivel. Like, that's all we can really do. I'm heavy on the separation part, like, realistically speaking. I believe to each their own. Like, Keegan can have his mindset, me personally. Keegan can have his mindset as long as he keep his happy white ass over there. He can sit there and cuss me out in his head all day. He can shout to the Lord and the demonic spirits of which enter his goddamn body, right? Just don't come fucking with me. And I think that's kind of like where a lot of black people, people who think like me are getting. You can sit over there with your frumpy dumpy face all you want. Just don't come over here fucking.
Well, Miss Clark, respectfully, hold on, Jordan. I don't speak for Keegan because I got to be honest, personally, I can't stand the guy. But he probably has the same mentality as you do. You stay over there, I'll stay over here. Just don't fuck with me, and let's move.
I agree, and I think that's the best thing we can do at this point. You stay over there, don't fuck with me. I ain't gonna fuck with you. Now, if you come over here fucking with me, I'm gonna put my foot all the way in your ass until it reaches the knee.
So, this is an extremely nuanced issue. As I mentioned earlier, when I was in jail or behind bars, let me use a couple other examples. I was once mowing the front lawn of my parents' house, right? And I was dressed in a very shabby way, so to speak. And someone pulled up and said, does the owner of the house know that you dress like that? So, there are implicit and explicit biases. Life is unfair, and we do have to kind of challenge social norms by making sure that we combat stereotypes all the time, right? When I was at a zoo as a zookeeper, I had a master's degree, and someone came up to an exhibit and said, you see that guy there? If you don't go to school, that's what's going to happen to you. Now, I have 3.5 degrees. I was born privileged. I lived in the house of my parents. I'm not suggesting that I've had so much overt trauma other than internal. But the point is, and when I was in jail, I had a shaved head, and people assumed that I was a white supremacist, although I don't have a single tattoo. So it is very hard. Like, there is a status issue where people do have to take some responsibility if they are going to perpetuate stereotypes, right? You've got to work around that to some degree. So when we talk about going to work, people have to dress appropriately for an interview. You have to take responsibility for certain things. Otherwise, people will run with stereotypes, weaponize them, and make and create harm for a whole population that's not deserving. So I do think that we need to honor archetypes, stereotypes, and do our best to be our best versions of ourselves. If someone is playing very loud music and they're being obnoxious, there's going to be some white, ignorant, white, racist person looking for trouble who's going to use that one reference to generalize for everybody. That's how stereotypes work. So I think there's something to be said for take accountability for yourself and try and influence the people around you to be better. Now, each one of those fucking times, I wanted to either jump into that guy's car and strangle that motherfucker for saying it, which wasn't really that big of a deal. He just, said I was looking shabby, but I took offense to it, thinking that I was, someone not good enough, right? The zookeeping thing, the same goddamn thing. Very few white passing privileged people worked in zoos back when I was there. It was a passion of mine, but when that fucker said that, I wanted to fucking strangle him and his kid. So, I understand the reactive abuse, but there is something that we can do in some cases to take accountability. I'm done.
JB, if I can hop in now. I finally got rid of the measuring guy.
Hello, Beth. What was he measuring?
My house flooded out from my AC, and I have to replace.
I was joking, Beth. The mic.
Yeah, no. I was listening earlier about the park incident, and I had a friend this morning that I met on this app, but only lives a little south of me, right, in the best state, and I say it all the time, out of the 50, the great state of Florida. But he had to make a phone call this morning to let the police know he was coming into a prominent black community with $1 million homes. I mean, you're not looking at just $1 million home, right? You're going in with 4 million, 5 million, 10 millions. And he's like, I'm going in with my sniper rifle. I got to call the cops real quick to let them know this white guy's coming in with a sniper rifle. I was like, what? Like, they called you to come out. So, and he's not killing anybody. He was there to get some animals out of the way. But, yeah, I think the tables can be flipped every once in a while and realize that, white people aren't always the problem. Like, he knew to take security and let the law enforcement know he was coming in to that property and why he was there. So that's all I had to say, JB. I just listened to the nonsense.
Okay, I'm gonna let Vero and other mods run it because I'm flirting with somebody in the chat.
Did I miss my turn?
Yeah, go ahead. It's you, Truth, then.
I think it went on for a popcorn for a bit, but yeah, go on now. It's your...
Appreciate that. So, because when my turn was up, we were talking about, Sarah had said something to the effect that America's no longer racist, etc. So I was trying to think of the simplest way I can put it to the skeptics, right? So imagine a world where after World War II, the Nazis are defeated, but instead of being shamed and having the swastika banned, certain Germans just decided to fly it. They said, city rights, Nazi rights. I don't know. Yeah, I'm a Nazi and I'm proud. I'm going to fly the swastika. I'm going to fly it in my high school football game. I'm going to put it on the back of my Mercedes or my Beamer. I'm gonna litter it with bumper stickers or et cetera, right? And they tried to normalize it. Now, that's what the Confederate flag is. The Confederate flag is literally a flag of treason on the cornerstone of trying to own another human being, specifically born out of hatred for that person. So it wasn't even practical indifference. It was literally like, oh, they're subhuman. We sell their children. We rape their women. Ha-ha. We beat them. Ha-ha. Most of the men die in captivity. Ha-ha. It's funny. We brutalize these people. Ha-ha. Right? And that culture is what the Confederate flag is all about. So anytime you hear someone trying to, no, it's culture, it's tradition. What's the tradition? Treason against America. You're insane. You're an insane person. Here's why that's relevant. The majority concentration of black people are still in the predominant states in which they were predominantly slaves, right? We're talking about Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, etc. Guess where Confederate, because we have polls on this, we have data on this. Guess where the Confederate flag's the most popular? In those same states. And we have the numbers. The numbers are going to shock you. About 1 out of 2. About 1 out of 2 white people in the South view the Confederate flag favorably and as a symbol of pride and heritage. Heritage in what?
Okay, so now what you'll try to do is convince me and anyone with a thinking brain, and this is why people laugh at America and why liberals can't stand, and I'm not liberal, by the way, but as someone who's kind of center, I see two insane people arguing, and liberals have their own insanity. But this is where when they look at conservatives, like, you guys are in a fucking cult. You guys are, like, literally brain rotted. You're like, no, the Confederate flag, no, it's not. Literally, the cornerstone speech they're giving, and he mentioned slavery multiple times. No, it's not about slavery. No. Literally, you're fighting your own country to own a human being, and we're having arguments. Anyway. 1 out of 2 people in the South, white people, are flying that flag with favor or pride, or they look favorable to it. No, 1 out of 3 flies it. 1 out of 2 is favorable of it, so they don't look down on you for flying it. Okay. They fly that at football games, high school games. They fly it outside of certain courthouses. They fly it outside of certain military bases, which is so fucking ironic, right? You have a U.S. military base, and you fought a civil war, and you're flying the battle flag of the treason against that government. But okay, sure, whatever. Then you come and tell black people, who the majority of us, like 80-90% of us, are in those southern states. There's no racism in this country. This is why you get told shut the fuck up, because no one cares to argue with a fool. You get told to shut the fuck up. And if you have any integrity, you'll go figure out if I'm full of shit. You'll go, yeah, he had a lot of dip on his chip. Is he right? Am I really that brain dead? Do I have my head in the sand? Am I in a cult? But you know how you'll prove me right? You'll just keep fucking blabbling and do no research, and you'll come back with the same talking points, no education, no research, no debunk. I just made a ton of points. You'll just blabble like I didn't make any sense. You won't address any of the shit I just raised, and you'll just beat around the bush.
Wait. Truth. When you say you, who are you talking about specifically?
All the people who like to put their head in the sand and say there's no racism in this country, there's no racism in this country.
Got you. So I know Holly has her hand raised. Holly's a little Georgia peach. Yeah.
Okay. I missed your first part, but I heard you talk about the flag, the Confederate flag in the South, as indicative of racism still going strong, and that 1 out of 2 white people in the South believe that the Confederate flag is that they love their Confederate flag, right? Okay. I'm confused why. So I don't see it as that as a really good proof that, I'm not saying racism doesn't exist, by the way, but to say that the Confederate flag and then, I'm sorry, that's a little weak, bro. I saw a black dude in a truck recently with Confederate flag going strong, flying out the back of that truck, man. I mean, Confederate flag, regardless of what the history of it is, we can quibble over what the war was fought for. I think it's pretty clear. Yes, slavery was a big issue, but it's not the only issue. Like, the Confederate flag for most people in the South today is not symbolic of their love for slavery and their desire to enslave black people again. Like, it's indicative of their love of freedom, their pride in the South. It's just, you're doing too much with it, man. Like, it's just that, because if the question was, do 1 in 2 white people in the South want slavery again, and do you hate black people? I guarantee the answer would be no.
So since neither of us can read minds, let's just make it really simple. How is the Confederate flag different than the swastika?
What? Bro,
Can I answer?
real question?
Yeah, so just go ahead and make me sound dumb. How are they different?
Yeah, that was disingenuous, bro.
I'm just gonna.
Why y'all keep cutting in?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, she seems intelligent. It's a fair question. How is the Confederate flag different than the swastika?
How is slavery? Okay, first of all, Confederate
No,
flag.
I didn't say slavery. I said the Confederate flag. Literally, the Confederate flag. How is it different than the swastika?
Okay, I guess if you wanna mince words here, you're right. Like, the swastika has a deeper history than just the Holocaust. So if you want to talk about what symbols mean to people, I mean, what do you want to do here, bro? Like, we could take this all day long. Like, symbols mean different things to different people. But wait, truth. The swastika, by all intents and purposes, all across the world at this point in history, is accepted as a symbol of hate. Confederate flag, living in the South, Confederate flag is not viewed upon as a symbol of hate. Maybe by you, but I'm telling you, that's not how it's.
Do you think black people agree?
Ask your black brethren who fly the Confederate flag what it means to them.
Black people don't fly the Confederate flag. And really
They
quickly,
absolutely do, ma'am.
Really quickly,
It doesn't mean.
Wait, hold on. Really quickly for Holly. You saw a lone black man flying the Confederate flag, did he have a white wife sitting in the passenger seat? Because I guarantee you,
No.
his wife wasn't black.
No.
Black people, by and large, don't have
Black people in the
Confederate
South. See how many of you.
I hate to say it,
don't have Confederate flag.
Everybody, Vero, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I hate to say it.
Oh, sorry.
No, I hate to. I grew up along the Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico, get it right. But yeah, it's true. You know, in Galveston, Texas, which is where Juneteenth kind of derived from. Even I grew up in Texas along the Gulf of Mexico, so we've been celebrating Juneteenth since I can remember. But even on Juneteenth, we go down to Galveston, we go to the beach, we hang out. People are driving on the beach in Galveston. In many other cities, they do that, but Galveston, you're driving up, it's like a parade of cars, hundreds and hundreds of cars. You'll see black people with their black wives, their black friends, listening, shaking their ass to New Orleans jump music, New Orleans bounce, with a Confederate flag in the back. It's just the truth, and that's just the way it is. I don't know what it is, but
Is it the Confederate flag or the rebel flag?
it's good question. Touche. I'm not sure.
It doesn't matter. Go. Hey, Truth, would you want to respond?
I refuse to even believe that. Anyone can give some ridiculous anecdote, and that's one of the most ridiculous I've ever heard. Luckily, we have more data on this. 90+% of white people report seeing it as a symbol of racism.
Go ahead.
You find the one black guy out of the millions. I don't know even know it. I guess you're walking a very special path. I've never heard that in my life.
And you know what's interesting too, Truth, about what you're saying, bro, is that, you know, the same people who would say something like that and try to diminish what the Confederate flag has meant to the literal descendants of slaves, right, are the same people who have no problem with Trump, we talked about earlier, removing black heroes who fought for this country from the annals of history. The same people who are on the front lines of affirmative action and DEI are the same people who have no problem with legacy emissions that emits 3 times as many white people who just happen to be family members of people who went there. And that's what we talk about when we say systemic. See, when you talk about what the system of white supremacy does, it privileges you to the point to where you don't even have to be bothered with having to worry about. See, for you, the Confederate flag is nothing. It's fun and giggles, right? But when we see that, we see something completely different, because just as the brother was mentioning, how the swastika is seen for a Nazi. Look, you need to understand something, that the Holocaust lasted 3 years, right? There was approximately 6 million Jewish people who died in that process. There were over 10 million slaves that died on the way over here. And then the ones who survived got to the shores only to be raped, murdered, and enslaved for 250 years. 2.5 centuries. And then guess what? After that happened, you still had 80 years of black codes and 60 years of Jim Crow. That's 400 years of open white supremacy. And you still got people who think, well, you know, white supremacy is not so bad. Well, black people are just always complaining. It's like y'all trivialize what we've gone through in this country. You don't want to give us reparations, even though we pay reparations right now, today in 25, to Native Americans. My ancestors ain't slaughtered nobody, ain't commit genocide. My parents paid reparations to the Japanese. We didn't put Japanese in internment camps. Everybody around here can get justice except black Americans.
JT, I feel the energy, baby. I love it. Let me make sure, all white people or just some white people?
No, just some white. Obviously not all, JB. I'm talking to the ones who, which I prefaced it by saying the same ones who would agree and say crazy stuff like that are the ones I'm talking to. Obviously, we know that all white people aren't like that, but for the ones who submit to this ignorant understanding about race and about systemic racism, those are the ones who we're talking about. Because, and I mentioned in the chat, and I'll land with this,
Even during Jim Crow, JB, you had white people saying, well, black people have all the privileges. White people are just, we're having to take a backseat to these blacks. Like, the lunacy.
Well, JT,
Whites, go ahead.
I just want to say I retitled the room. What does the Confederate flag represent? I think that's it. Hold on, Judy. Please let me do my reset. Thank you. Healthy debates. What does the Confederate flag represent? I'm getting, I don't even know what that is. Jalapenos thrown at me. What's up, Ellie? How you doing? Alpha, Mike Moon, Asia, I see you. Matt, Cool in the house. Lady MD, Rodney, Nikki, Ali, Michael, cashing your pink tickets, your cheap fucks. Thank you very much. Hold on, Jordan, man. Can I finish my fucking reset?
I didn't say a goddamn word.
I know, but when you come off, that's distracting. Thank you. Dude's been on Clubhouse 9 years. Yeah, Jordan, what do you have?
I was just going to say that, there's always a pecking order, and which is atrocious to have to even honor, right? But, people, terms evolve, things change, and if you don't know by now that the Confederate flag is offensive, that just kind of says you're white trash, right? Like, I hate to tell people that. So the point is, if something is offensive, you stop offending people. And if you continue to offend people, that's where racism comes into play, because you don't have regard for other people. And just because you think it's not insensitive, other people don't. Like, this is what white trash is, and I hate to say, because I'm not terribly liberal anymore, but in academic communities, the reason that esteemed professors, and they don't get compensated that well, but they're esteemed, is because they're extremely well read. They know what's offensive. This is why they're very careful about the Israeli-Palestinian issue. And I don't want to get into that now, but the point is, if you're offending somebody, that's all it takes. You don't have to use the language of woke, this or that. If something is offensive, like, even the fucking rock stars are smart enough to know this. The Dixie Chicks, who I'm not necessarily a fan of, they're now called the Chicks because they realized, wow, we didn't think that Dixie would be offensive to people, but apparently it is, so we're gonna fucking stop. If you're white trash and you still are honoring the Confederate flag, you're a fucking idiot. And I'm a fucking egotistical, white privileged, white passing Jewish guy who's as obnoxious as fuck, but I've also been down at the very bottom, and that was still privileged, right, for me in my situation. There's no tolerance for white trash, and I'm just going to lay it out there. There's a
Wait, Jordan, don't mute up. Let me ask you questions. Now, okay. I'm just stirring the pot because Vero said I'm being spicy.
Okay.
What about people's First Amendment rights to wave that flag?
No, I mean, you're entitled to that right. But if you want to continue to, if you're still out there offending people, like the smart people, I don't think celebrities are necessarily brainiacs, but they're publicists, and I know that now working in the space, they're smart enough to say, let's offend the fewest amount of people possible, whether we really agree on something or not, because our livelihood depends on it, and they're making more money than they'll ever need, right? So if they finally think it's smart to not permit a Confederate flag or to take Dixie out of the name, why does a fucking an average white Joe Schmo think that they deserve to have any fucking say in it? And I know Holly doesn't like that I'm talking to her, but this is true. This is what elitists think of white trash as. And this doesn't mean elitists are right, but that's what they think.
Thank you. So before we continue, everybody throw me some love and admiration because I changed my PTR. What do you think of my new PTR? Is that fantastic? That's my dog Enzo. I love this fuck. Here's my ride or die right here. Okay, Holly, you want to push back on what Jordan?
I do, because he's kind of taking his conversation somewhere else.
No, I'm sorry.
Oops. Let me know if I lose y'all. He's taking the conversation a little somewhere else. So you're not actually talking to me. I'm not sitting here saying whether an individual should or should not wave the flag. The point was countering whether the flag is indicative and the way that of racism still existing in that capacity, right? Like using that as a metric to judge how racist the South still is. The point is, whether or not it offends Black people, that doesn't tell us whether the individual waving the flag is doing it in order to offend. It doesn't tell us whether the individual waving the flag is doing it because it's a symbol of racism for them and that's what they want to espouse. Whereas the swastika, I mean, I could be wrong, but my impression, again, I may be wrong, is that those who wave the swastika around, it's pretty clear that they're doing it because they want to express that they don't like a certain group of people. I mean, whereas the Confederate flag, I'm sorry, that's not the case. I'm not saying that every Confederate flag owner is not a racist. I'm saying that in my impression as a Southerner growing up, I never was under the impression.
Hold on, Alaska. Hold on, Alaska. Holly, I love you like a fat kid loves cake, but I don't think I've ever disagreed with you more with everything you're saying right now. But I know Alaska wants to have a dialogue with you. Yeah, guys. Alaska.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was seeing if that. I was right. I was waiting to see you because I thought I cut you off. It's about context, right? Like, if I saw a swastika and I was in India, for example, my first inkling would be to look at the greater context of wherever I've seen this, and it probably, in that context, would be something to do with the religion there rather than, swastika. So it's about context. To me, it's an empathy thing, right? Like, there's certain things I don't do because I don't know who, especially in public, because I don't know. I don't like doing it, but also I wouldn't want someone to be of another race or culture and be offended because I'm just fucking around. Like, it doesn't seem like that big of a price to pay. It's just manners, in my opinion. At the very least. Can I jump in? But I'd like to know, like, what about the flag, like, what about that flag specifically do you love so much that you can somewhat, in a light manner, kind of shoo away the other historical context of it?
Because, again, you guys keep talking about it like we're trying to defend the flag as something we love. First of all, people like the flag because it symbolizes a historical moment, a big time, which, in their opinion, we were fighting for the freedom to make decisions, okay? Whether those decisions are, you like them or not, whatever. I mean, there were Black Confederates too, right?
Wait, to make what decision?
It's about pride.
Sorry?
To make our own economic decision. It was about states' rights. Some people are, I'm just telling what some people argue.
Yeah, but
not everyone.
No, I'm from the UK, so I'm just asking which states' rights specifically.
Well, so at that time, the federal government, there was this kind of debate of what, I don't know, I'm not a historian, but like my understanding is there was debate between how much control the federal government should have versus states' rights. And, yes, slavery was a big part of that. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying that there are Confederates who are who still think that was good. I mean, that's kind of weird to me, but okay. But tell me, again, my question still remains, why are there Black Confederates? Why are there Black people waving the Confederate flag? Do you think that they agree with slavery? And regardless, again, not everyone I would argue to you that the majority of people who wave the Confederate flag on their house or whatever, it is not a microaggression of them being like them wanting slavery back or hating Black people. I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
So this is the thing, though, right? It's like how other people interpret it. It only takes one person in the crowd to be offended. It's, COVID was a better example. And again, I'm very moderate. But if you don't want to wear your fucking mask at your house, that's up to you. Because someone in your family's infected, that's up to you. Like, you can do your own damage. But if you go into public and there are sensitive populations in public and you choose not to wear your mask and you get them infected, that's a real world consequence. With the Confederate flag, you could argue that's a more innocuous example. But the point is that when intellects develop, they realize, hey, I didn't realize how offensive that could be. I'm going to stop doing that because it's upsetting to someone. It's okay to say, hey, I used to do that, but the person who's the problem is the one who continues to do that. It's like, it's okay to evolve because people make mistakes all the time. But when you find out that you're offending one person, even if they're people of color with a Confederate flag, that's not your problem. Your problem is to not perpetuate harm for others, right? They might be perpetuating harm, but you don't have to be part of that system.
Can I say something though? Like, I think it's a stupid question to sit here and be like, and we have to start calling out like stupid.
Ms. Clark, could you say that?
We got to start calling out stupid redundancy and people thinking they got a one up on a question. I can tell you a myriad of reasons why Black people carry that flag. One, because they're uninformed. Two, because guess what? You have people who side with their own fucking demise. Like, we act as if back then we didn't have Black people turning in other Black people who were escaping to freedom. You don't think that they had some type of loyalty to the South? Like, there's a myriad of reasons. I understood, like, and that's the reason why, too, I also asked the question, like, to sit here and be like, oh, people don't carry this. Last time I checked, when white supremacists are out here rallying, one of the main flags they goddamn carrying is goddamn Confederate flag.
Wake it up.
Like, we not about to sit here, and I really hate when people play stupid, because I know you're not that stupid, because if you are that stupid, you don't need to be having this conversation. So I'm going to call out the redundancy and the idiocy, because I'm hoping that you're actually smarter than this, than to sit here and do this. But one thing we got to stop doing also, stop going back and forth with people who are intentionally being obtuse. Because I'm not for educating stupid bitches.
Mrs. Clark, can I ask you a question? Amen. Wait a minute. No, let that breathe for just a second. I say the same thing. These people be so blissfully ignorant and proud and loud and wrong on the mic. Just let them talk. Let them reveal themselves. Don't go back and forth with these demonic energies. Miss Clark.
Here's the thing, and I appreciate what your submission, Ms. Clark, and I appreciate you too. If you guys would entertain me, let me try to make a long story in 60 seconds, right? In 2015, when everybody was at war, just like we are now in this divisive world, there was a march because people were taking down the Confederate flag from capitals, right? And I had a bird's eye view, for whatever it's worth, in Jackson, Mississippi, as a group of people marched from Jackson State University to the capital of Mississippi with a series of speeches. And a civil rights leader's wife, widow, spoke. Merle Edwards spoke in that space. The KKK was at the base of the hill. Several hundred people were there, good, bad, or indifferent. And after she spoke, there was an 80-something-year-old white woman. She could probably almost look like Holly from what I could see in the PTR, right? She came over and she grabbed Merle Edwards, Medgar Evers' widow, and she grabbed her and she started crying and she hugged her, right? This is a true story. And without going into all the details, someone asked her, what did you just say to her? That was such an emotional exchange. And she said, I heard on the news that you guys were coming to take down this Confederate flag. And she said, I just came up here to apologize to her. And this has been sitting in my soul all of this time. She went through all this stuff. And she said, I just wanted to apologize for what I did back then. She said, they told me back then that Martin Luther King and them were communists. They were coming to take our guns and take our way of life. And I'm just so sorry for what I did. Now, this lady could have been a part of lynchings. I don't know if she knew the secret of who shot who. I don't know. But here's the fact of the matter. The moment crystallized something for the people that witnessed what this 80-year-old white woman that looked like Holly said. It said that she was genuinely, where we might say these people are blissfully ignorant, you can feel her compassion, her empathy, and her redemption. She was genuinely confused in that moment. And what she said was, they fooled us now. They fooled us then, and they're trying to do it again now. But the moral of the story being, throughout history, people are pit against one another for power and politics and greed. And it really made me understand why Daryl Davis, if you guys want to Google him, the guy that undisrobed 200 plus Klansmen, it made me realize why he was so effective. That these people, some of them are subjected to information and they really don't know. Can I be truthful with you? I believe Holly believes what she believes and doesn't see anything in it. And what it speaks to, and here's where I'll close, people don't realize the difference in the Third Reich and what we're dealing with this Confederacy is how people see black people, one. And two, the the Third Reich wasn't as good as the Lost Cause in basically whitewashing the whole Confederate cause and making it seem like some noble cultural event. They strategically spent a dozen years putting up those Confederate statues and making them seem like heroes, and that it was about states' rights and choices. And everybody knows, according to the head of the Confederacy at that point, it was literally about slavery and nothing, damn near nothing else for what it was worth. And they were treasonous and they were anti-American. My point here in closing and landing is there are legitimate people who are good humans that are just confused by the deluge of propaganda and misinformation. And I'm not saying they deserve our compassion, but they at least deserve our consideration.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real quick. Can we?
Let me get in there to you, bro.
Yeah, so I have a picture of a black guy who was raising the Confederate flag. Honestly, I live in the South. The Confederate flag honestly doesn't bother me at all. There was a meaning behind this flag, and it literally stated the union between the southern states. Realistically, everything else I feel is it's just being conflated just based off the history of what happened during that time. But realistically, it doesn't affect my life at all. I'll also say this too, to the people that have an issue with it, do you really feel like it's like, is anybody like going to you with this flag and like offending you with it?
And before we answer that question, Bobby, respect your opinion. Didn't doubt that you live in the South, and I hear it, and you've made your point.
Do you doubt that I live in the South?
No, I didn't doubt that you live in the South. It's okay. Yeah. Bobby, appreciate your opinion. Your opinion heard it before. Did anybody want to respond to actually what I said and the conditioning, where basically my point has always been, this is literally an issue just like if we want to compare it to the Nazi Third Reich regime, the propaganda was the issue. It was demonizing that group of people to make them feel as if they weren't worthy of anything. And I'm saying that's the hard part. When you understand what this means to black people, and then you could just callously laugh at it and look at it like you guys are stupid for feeling this way. I'm saying this is a condition that's deliberate in how people make us pit each other, one against each other. Anybody have any?
Wait, CEO, I had one more thing to say. CEO, you interrupted me again to where I lost my train of thought. I didn't get to complete my full statement.
Let me give you 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay, cool. So the whole talk about 400 years, I get that, but at the same exact time, everybody has to have smoke for the Spaniards, the French, and the Portuguese, because they are the ones that brought majority of black people, including my family, to the Americas, right? They were the ones that did it in mass, right? Everything else just was a trickle effect of what was just already happening, right? They're the ones that started it. So to have this smoke for America, that I get for everything that happened after the fact, but the majority of the smoke needs to go to them, in all honesty.
Okay, Spanish, Portuguese, and French. Anybody else want to respond?
I do. I want to go
next to.
Hold on a second, Holly. Who's after Holly?
Jody.
That was me. I've been waiting, but no, I'm gonna let the lady go first.
Okay, Jody. Yeah, ladies first. I think that's what JB will want. So Holly go and then Jody.
All right, CO. I like what you said. I do. I just want to get some things straight here because I feel I've been quite mischaracterized. I appreciate that I hear what you're saying. It's offensive. I get that. I'm going to go back to the initial reason why I spoke up. I was countering the claim that the metric, by using the number of people with Confederate flags or that view it as a symbol that is worth waving in the South, I do not believe that is a quality metric to use to measure the prevalence of racism. That's my only contention, because regardless of what it means to you, I'm telling you that in my experience, this is all anecdotal, I'm saying I disagree with it because in my experience, it is not a symbol of racism to those that I know and the people that I know that wave it. It is a symbol of freedom. It is a symbol of Southern pride. Okay, so that was my only contention. I'm not saying I think it's a symbol of pride. I'm not saying I wave the flag. I'm not saying we should wave the flag. I don't really give a fuck. If it offends you, I'm sorry. Maybe it's not a good idea. I don't really fucking know. I'm saying it's not a good metric for measuring.
We heard you every time you say that. Hey, Holly, have you ever, by chance, read or just Googled what the lost cause is at all?
I've not, CO, but let me say, the reason I've said it multiple times now, CO, is that I'm being lambasted. And by the way, I don't appreciate this because my livelihood depends on my reputation. No, I am not okay with people making comments about me going to Daughters of Confederacy bullshit. So all you motherfuckers in the chat, fuck off. Thank you. The last guy, you little bitch. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was literally.
Hold on a second. Holly, so listen. So basically, what you're saying, you want us to respect the fact that something offends you. Point noted. Hey, Jody, go ahead.
Fuck no, bro. Okay, now I'm being mischaracterized.
You guys don't know how to listen. You guys are bad listeners.
Can I just
hold on a second. Hold tight. Let me just hold tight. Oh, sir. No, Holly said that she was offended, right? I said you want us to respect the fact that she's offended. She said she's offended.
She literally said that she wants to respect the fact that people are offended by the Confederate flag. She literally said that she's not encouraging people to wave it, and she literally said maybe we shouldn't be waving it. What I heard her say, okay, fuck whatever. I'll go on mute. That's cool. I'll go ahead.
Okay, hold on, listen, my friend. So here's the statement I made. She also literally said.
Now here's the thing that I was in the middle of a sentence. Hold on 1 second. You don't get to tell me hold on 1 second while I'm in the middle of
He's
fucking
literally
speaking.
moderator. Who are you to come into these folk room and just bogart, brother?
Okay, so we put him back in the thing. So hey, Jody, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I did. That pissed me off. Like, I mean, how he goes go? You the moderator, ain't you?
It's okay.
Am I mistaken?
No worries, sir. We can go back to the point.
We moderate.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Anyway, I literally live in the South, man, South Georgia. Then y'all were familiar with Hazelhurst, Vidalia, that area. And let's be for real, man. I lived in Atlanta. I lived in South Georgia for a while. Look, the Confederate flag. Let's stop it, man. That's their last middle finger to the North. To black people. Okay, it's their final act of rebellion. For many of them. I don't disagree with Miss Holly. There are some Southerners. It's a Southern pride thing. It's a cultural thing. But that's a very small faction of white Southerners. Very small. Very small.
And that's what they.
But the vast majority of them, it's a middle finger to the North. It's their final act of rebellion. Their big point is we lost the war, we lost control of black people. At least we can still wave our flag.
Yeah.
And come on, man. And let's use common sense. When you see these white nationalists, these openly racist groups marching, besides the swastika, what's the other flag they're waving? That speak. Come on, man.
Yeah. Neo-Nazis and neo-Confederates tend to run hand in hand for whatever it's worth. Did someone else? Thank you, Jody, for that submission. JB's back. Yeah, the host of the room is back, so he can make sure that everybody gets a voice. Anybody else wanted to speak?
Oh, Jordan's gonna interrupt me anyway, but go ahead, Jordan.
So this is the same thing that's emerging with the term Zionist, right? And again, I'm all in favor of condemning the Confederate flag because I think it's ridiculous when it offends someone, but when it starts to offend a population, that's time to take it down. If you resist and persist, you are perpetuating racism and discrimination, ultimately. But with Zionism, for example, there's a new movement to stop the use of the word Zionism because some people, not all people, are weaponizing it, right? And so if I come in a room and there are other Jewish people in the room, and they're not offended by the term Zionism or Zionists, but I am, hypothetically, then someone is offending someone. And so even if there are Jewish people to apologize, accommodate, whatever, we can't control other people in that regard, but we can tell others that we're offended, right? And so I'm just using this as an example. This is how language gets weaponized and evolves over time and becomes highly problematic. So if you find the term Zionist problematic and other Jewish people don't, right? You are accommodating this language in these spaces, right? And this is how I see the issue with the Confederate flag. If you're offending one person, whether aliens are using the flag, if people of color are using the flag, it doesn't matter. You've offended one person, and this is not my liberal viewpoint. This is just common decency and courtesy, right? And so I think that you coming up with a few more examples is not a terrible idea, because I think the Confederate flag is a great example of being permissive of something that is entirely inappropriate in this era.
Jordan, let me jump in. Thank you for that share. So I want to read something in the chat. JB wrote, Sarah, fuck you respectfully. Healthy debates is just fine, because your covert racist doesn't give you the right to cry every fucking second. See, you're the problem with this world, Sarah. You sit there, you punch at people, but when you get punched back, you got a little fucking CUNT. Stop your bullshit. If you don't like my fucking house, get the fuck out. That leave quietly button has been the best feature on this app since this app came on. I'm sick and tired of you fucking gaslighting the chat, gaslighting the room. If you don't like it, go cry to Roger and stay in his spaces. But I run some of the best fucking rooms on this app, and that's a fact. Alaska, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, as I was going to say before Holly jumped in and called me a bitch, that I'm sorry that I made a joke about you not being able to respond because you were on the way to a Daughters of the Confederacy meeting. That was a joke. So firstly, yeah, I really do apologise for that. Secondly, what you said your claim was not your claim at all. You never said, like, we weren't talking about how to rate different parts of the country by how racist they are via this flag. That was never a thing. Two different speakers also said to you, like, mentioned the fact that you were laughing and making light of something that's not something to laugh about for the majority of people in this room. So, you know, I just pick a lane. Do you want to make fun of stuff and, like, have jokes, or, like, am I not allowed to? Just let me know what the rules are, and I'll treat you in that manner. Yeah.
Okay, you're wrong. He
I
would
will
have
say,
used it as a metric.
like,
No,
one is more
What
sad.
was I laughing at? What specifically was I fucking laughing at, bitch? Fuck off. You know what? I don't. You know what? You're a little cunt. I'm gonna get out so I can cool down.
Bye. Tea is usually good. Like, chamomile helps me.
Oh, fuck, shut the fuck up, you little condescending.
Okay. Alright, thank you, ladies. Let's not be passive aggressive either. Let's just move on.
I'm being
Thank you.
aggressive. There's no.
You were being forward aggressive for sure, Holly. You sure are.
Well, let me jump in real quickly. So here's what I heard, right? I left this room, and then I got 2 text messages that Holly was getting punched down on. Now, Holly's a big girl. Trust me, she's battled with some of the biggest influences on this app. So I'm not here to white knight or save her, put on my cape. But we're all entitled to our opinion, even if you disagree with it. Now, here's the problem I have. When 2 hot chicks are fighting, let them fight. Back to you guys.
Okay, as a woman though, I don't want to embarrass ourselves by just talking about slander. But for sure, I wasn't talking about you, Holly, being passive aggressive. I was actually talking about Alaska being a little passive aggressive with the chamomile tea. But hey, that's her thing too. I'm with it. But I wanted to get back to the point and to the conversation. Of course. Right now, is the Confederate flag. What does it represent? Today, if any flag is offensive, I mean, like, some people are offended by the LGBTQ. And I put in the chat earlier, rainbows used to be all over my Lisa Frank folders and binders in elementary school. You know, now people can't even look at a rainbow without being, like, gay. I saw an iridescent. Do y'all know what iridescent means? If you're a mechanic, I was a mechanic in the military. So if you were a mechanic, you know what iridescent means. It's an oily look. When the light shines and the spectrum moves about the oil, it turns rainbow, right? I saw some man with an iridescent glass, like, I'm not drinking out of a rainbow cup, and I'm like, oh my God, sir, what's going on here? Right? Symbols change throughout time. The swastika meant something, still means something, actually. In India, yes. Over time, it's meant something else. I think that just needs to be respected. I'm from Texas, right? I don't wave the Confederate flag. I live in New York City now. You know, I don't wave the Confederate flag. I don't do that because the symbol has.
Well, Vera, you know, Queen Elizabeth was a mechanic in the Army as well.
Kitover.
What's up, Legend? Legend Film Labs, how you doing?
Hey, what's happening? What's going on, room?
Still a show. What does the Confederate flag represent?
Can I interrupt, JB?
He's such an asshole. Go ahead, man. Just a warning. Nobody ever get in a car with this guy speaking right.
She's absolutely right. Not only do these symbols change and evolve, some people weaponize them like presidents of the United States to bring back symbolic imagery and messaging to be provocative, to conquer and to divide and conquer, to create chaos, to distract us from things. There is no simple excuse for why Donald Trump is ecstatic about the Confederate flag. He knows what it symbolizes, and he's ecstatic that people are dumb enough to use it thinking that it means something else, because it's benefiting all of what he is hoping for. So this is another reason to be sensitive. This is another reason why the ignorance is so hard to believe, right? It's because these people know that Donald Trump is using this symbolic imagery to divide people and polarize us, right? And so that's even worse. So I am friends with Holly, but I'm very disappointed in how she feels about this, because it is so triggering for people, and it's one of those things that you just don't have to do.
Well, Jordan, let me ask you a question. I can't speak for Holly. She's not in the room. Hopefully she comes back. But we'll use Holly as an example. Do you think Holly has pretty privilege or white privilege, that she feels the way she does?
Probably yes, because she simply could have apologized and said, hey, I'm sorry that it's offensive to people. I'm going to think again about it. Because otherwise I might think, wait, maybe she's attached to this idea that the Confederate flag is something that should be used. Like, that was an easy out for her to just say, hey, I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry, right?
Well, Jordan, how come my pretty privilege doesn't work on this app? I've tried to use it, nobody fucking falls for it. I don't know, man. Look, Holly's conditioned the way she is, maybe because where she lives, her lived experience. I don't know. I'm not gonna stick out for her. But it bothers me when we get to this point of toxicity where people are calling people the C word. You know, we're never gonna break through with these type of conversations.
Well, here's the thing: is that in her case, she could have de-escalated. She knows where the direction this conversation was going to go. So in this case, and I feel bad that she's not here, but she pushed it, because she could have simply said, hey, that's a perspective, you know, I'm going to think about that, and dropped it. But she's the one who allowed people to become reactive, because she kind of pushed a bit of an agenda.
Well, Jordan, let me say this real quick, man. See, we got like this dingling in the chat, Sarah. See, this is the problem I have, Jordan. I want everybody listening to what I'm going to say. You don't have to agree, but just please hear me out. We use words so liberally, right? Because CEO was attacking her point. I don't know if he was attacking her personally. I wasn't here. Okay? She calls CEO a racist. Now, Sarah, I'm a little smart. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, on the stage, or in the world, right? But here's the deal. I'm smart enough to know who to make my mods. Jordan, a nice Jewish man in California. Vero, she scares me, but she's a nice lady. Nye, I will always mod Nye. She respects the space. Okay? CEO and I have built a rapport off this app. I got to know this man personally. Right? I'm the cracker in the corner. And I don't think he's a racist at all. I want to, if I could empower him for his beliefs, I'm going to do it. The problem is people like you, Sarah, who have fucking blinders on and don't want to hear people. You listen to listen, not listen to hear. And that's the problem. You live in your little fucking ivory tower. Yeah, because you're the one that's talking the most shit in the chat, Sarah. That's why I'm addressing you. To be honest with you, I'm going to be respectful now. I'm so sick of her bullshit and her fucking victimhood. She loves to poke at certain communities, but when they poke back, oh my God, he's a racist. He's a misogynist. Listen, crying Karen, your days are over. Cancel culture's done. Go ahead, Nun.
I just noticed she said in the chat that I moved her because, wait a minute, what does it say? Because she said she likes black men.
It's
Now
me,
she
we
said
can't
I like
hear.
black men. Oh, can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you.
I can hear.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear her. Yeah.
Yes,
Anyway, I just
please.
want to address this. Sarah says in the chat that I removed her from the space because she said she likes black men. Sis, I didn't even hear you say anything like that. If I had heard you say that you like black men, I would have told you to take a big BBC and shove it in your mouth and shut. I removed you because you just kept going on and on and on and on about absolutely nothing. I didn't hear you say you like black men. On that note, take a BBC and put it in your mouth and chill out. Or sit and spin on it, sis. Take your pick. One thing we will agree on, the far left is reason why I have left the
Is it me or do I not hear it?
So
I hear her. I hear her.
I agree with you on that point, Sarah. The fact that you like BBC, congratulations. You won an award. I don't care, sis. Sit and spin on it, okay?
Wait, let me ask you a question, and I'm being serious. If she likes black men, does that make her less racist because she likes to fuck with black men?
No.
I'm just asking seriously. You know, because she says some racist shit in the chat, but then she'll say, that wasn't meant to be racist.
Oh, sorry, it's a
Mr. JB, can I-
sexualization of, well, there are so many books on this.
Can I shed light on that just a little bit, Mr. JB?
Please do, Jody.
I don't know her personally, but I know the mentality. I've dated black women, white women, but these days I've come back to the chocolate side of things. Just some toxicity over there. But yeah, as far as most white women, we're just a fetish, bro. They can be just as openly racist, want us dead, but they love the BBC. The BBC is in right now.
I'm not white, you dumb fuck. I'm not white.
Was that to me? I just said I wasn't
It was
addressing you, man.
exactly to you. And if black men, if someone says, listen, if you didn't hear what
Have
they
white
asked
privilege.
they asked
Wait,
me,
guys, hold on, Sarah. Guys, please don't interrupt Sarah on her racist tirade.
Sorry.
They asked me, what do I like about black people? And I listed a bunch of things, okay? And I joked at the first, I said, oh, I love black men, but the fact that when someone says the men of your race are desirable, you refer to them as BBC, it actually shows how low you see the men of your own community, of your own race.
I like people
You
like
need to go home and sit down and reflect on that.
Wait, Sarah.
No, you need to go home and reflect on that.
Sarah, I have a question for you. Is it true about BBC or is it a myth? You would know better.
I'm not answering that, but I said it's because they have a culture, they respect their mothers, they're soft, they're nice, and you refer to the men of your own community as BBC, like they're worth nothing other than getting fucked or getting fucked by them. That shows how low you think of your own community. That's all I'm going to tell you, Nye, because that is not what I said, and that's just disrespecting black men.
Let me just say this to Sarah in the
Talk
room.
about the men of your own community, like.
Let me just say this to Sarah in the room. Sarah, in your response of two things. I'm Generation X and I'm a Capricorn. You know what that means? I don't give a fuck about what you're talking about, Nick.
So,
Hey JB, for shits and giggles, just so you know, I'm the one who asked Sarah what she liked about black people, and she gave a couple of positive comments, and I literally applauded her and said, over several days of interacting and engaging with her, this is the best moment I have. I almost wondered if Sarah was catfished for a couple of seconds.
No matter what you say, her opinion of you has already been formed.
100%. So, Sarah, did I not have a positive moment with you on the stage?
You did. We were having a very genuine conversation, and I know you had a positive moment because of my comments, you always thought differently, and that's why I always laugh at people. I'm like, I am not racist.
So wait.
That moment doesn't mind all the other BS. But go on.
It's okay. No, I'll let you guys have the dialogue. But Sarah, let me ask you a question. If you had a moment with this gentleman here, why would you call him a racist?
You told me give me a name. I looked at the stage. I was in, I don't know.
But why do you say that's racist? But why do you say that's
Because
racist?
he called me racist earlier today.
Oh, okay.
Because he doesn't like non-whites.
He likes me.
Yeah, but I doubt that, sir.
I don't know if he likes you or not, JB.
You don't know my history, sir. So anyway, and JB, and with Holly,
Truth, I don't want to talk to you. You're an anti-Semite. You hate Israel. You hate Jews. You want to watch Israel getting wiped off the map. That's why you have issues with me. You know what? You and I, we had issues in another house, in another room, and you dragged it here, and then you told me I'm full of shit. You told me to shut up, and then I moved me to the audience. You know.
How do you know? Wait, Sarah, how do you know it was 9?
I told her it was me.
She owned it.
I love 9. 9
I love 9 too. That's why I was shocked because I've been disruptive and I wasn't today. But she moved me down to the audience, so I'm like,
in defense of 9, just really quick, guys.
I don't know you. We've never talked before, and I'm not an anti-Semite. Like, what the fuck?
Hey, hold on a second, Truth. In defense of 9, hey, Sarah, 9 didn't move you because you were a racist, or did you have opinions? 9 removed you because of why I see you getting removed before. You literally jump off mic all the time when other people are speaking, and it was the mic discipline that made her move you because somebody else was making a point and you kept interrupting.
he was cussing me out. See y'all.
Yeah, no, I understand, but
Did
whatever
you
it was,
guys tell
I
him
remember.
to not personally attack me? No, but I was removed.
Yeah, well, you kind of sort of attack people too, Sarah. Sarah, stop being a victim all the time, Sarah.
I learned it from the best.
Sarah, I don't normally address you. You come on the stage, you say what you want to say. I don't address you in the chat. I don't get worked up with whatever you talking about in the chat. Personally, I don't even pay attention to what's going on in the chat. But to CO's point, that's precisely why I removed you. I didn't even hear what you were saying when I removed you. It was all about just mic discipline, right? So if you take that personally, that's on you. Again, no personal. I have nothing against you, Sarah. I don't even know you like that, right? They call you a racist in the chat. I don't pay attention to what you be talking about. You come up here and go on and on and on. You don't believe racism is real, systemic racism. Why would I even address you?
Sarah, wait, Jordan, hold on 1 second. Jordan, I got you, Jordan. But let me ask Sarah just one question, then I'm probably gonna dip because I'm starting. Sarah, what do you think is more racist, MAGA or black men? Who do you think is more?
I don't know. Don't drag me in this. I'm not going to answer a question. From now on, I'm not answering questions that you guys don't like my answers. Because then people like Truth, they're going to come off their mics, tell me to shut up. Look, his mic is open right now. He cannot. I don't see Nye throw him down to the audience because he's black. That's amazing. You guys didn't remove a single black person from the stage today. But I was like, what, the 5th? And then after me was the other dude, which he really did deserve to be thrown to the audience.
All right, we're done. All right, thank you. Holly's back. Holly, have you cooled down, Holly? I got you, Jordan. Hold on,
I'm sorry. I lost my shit. Sorry.
No, listen.
Sorry, I'm sorry I called your name.
Listen, Holly. In America, you can call somebody the cunt all you want. Freedom of speech.
Yeah, but I don't like that. So I'm sorry, Alaska.
Sarah, for the record, last week
It's okay. I'm sorry that I upset you that much for real, because I always, I'm sorry.
Hold on, really quick. To Sarah's point, Sarah, last week we had a black radical on the stage who called me a dirty cave bitch for defending a black gay man. I removed him from the stage multiple times.
Now,
So this idea that you have that I don't remove black folks from the stage, so far I've had no reason to do that, right? I don't generally remove anyone from the stage, regardless of what they're saying. Like I've said before, like a couple days ago, Pepe in a previous room called me a stupid black bitch. Pepe comes up here, I don't give Pepe shit, and I never once remove him, no matter what he's saying. So I let people come up here, whether I agree with their points or not, and speak. I don't remove folks on the stage from the stage. I just happen to remove you today, just like I'm sure my voice annoys some people in here. You quite annoyed me because you kept coming off the mic being disruptive. That's why I removed you. It has nothing to do with race or your personal beliefs. All right? So you probably don't get it now, but in the morning you will, sis.
It is the morning right now, but either way, Nye, I like you, and you guys know that I'm not like it. If I don't like someone, I'll tell it in their face. I do think you're fair. I like your point of view. I like your political view.
Okay, kumbaya.
Yeah, kumbaya, JB.
Kumbaya. Hold on.
But you
Listen, Sarah, attacked you. And if I don't go to fucking Jordan and his Jewish privilege, he's gonna have a stroke. Go, Jordan.
Thank you, bud. So this is the thing. If we have free speech in this once beautiful country, and this is a double-edged sword, right? Because people become hypocrites. If I go up to a white woman, let's say in El Paso, who is 600 pounds, has a club foot, 3 autistic dogs, I'm just using that kind of figuratively, and I start making fun of her, but she also has a Confederate flag, we all get triggered by different things, and this is why you want to try and mitigate opportunities to trigger people, because you don't know what's going to be offensive. We can offend people without even trying. So why offend people when you know something?
I do that, Jordan. I do that every day. But go ahead.
So that's all I wanted to say.
Hey, JB, let me know when you have a second.
I have a second, Sean. Go ahead. Yeah, let's hear your California thinking.
Yeah, I've been in the room when we were talking about systemic racism when CO and SIG were having it out, right? You remember that?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Now, I've been on this app for a long time. I just like to get to know CO a little bit better. Where did he come from, and who is he? Because CO, you're kind of new, and I'm like wondering how you suddenly coming out and saying all the things you're saying. What do you represent? I mean, I know that you're definitely not representing Republicans. You're definitely a Democrat. That's super straight and obvious. I'd like to get to know you a little bit better, man.
We're not going to center this around me, man. I'm just.
Well, we were centering around Sarah, so I thought maybe we could center around you a little bit. I'd like to get to know who the queen bee in healthy debates is, because you're one of them now.
I won't suck up all the oxygen in the room, man. There's enough people on here for that. So my joking. But go ahead and ask me a straight question, Sean B, and I'll ask it, and then let's pass it to someone else. Go ahead. What do you have?
Well, that was my question. That was it. Just curious where you came from. When you joined Clubhouse, just wanted to get to know a little bit about you. But I know it's kind of switching subjects. But it seemed like we were centering on Sarah a bit.
See, I'm
you
gonna
got Truth down here. Hold on. My second question is, we got Truth down here, who's also like your little minion, apparently. Because Truth, you need to change your name to False. Because you're all false. Everything comes out of your mouth is false.
Oh, Sean, what's one thing I said that's false?
Oh, sorry.
Your liberalism is a viral virus, bro. You're beyond left. And I have no problem with Democrats. You're like extreme left. Are you getting paid? Is someone paying you? Soros paying you and CO to be here?
You're Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Truth, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me address something real quick. Just mute up if you can, please. Sean, let me ask you a question, man. Does it trigger you that I have a strong black man as one of my mods? Does that trigger you?
Not at all.
Okay, so why would you question who he is? What is it your business? If I signed off on him, hold on a second. If I signed off on him, that should be enough. You don't ask the same questions for Vero or Nye. Nye and CO are basically relatively new around me, but I like the energy and I like what they stand for. So I don't understand your question of who is he and why is he a mod in healthy debates. I'll tell you what, Sean, and I say respectful. Let me finish. Go open a room and pick whatever mod you want. I'm going to pick my squad that resonates with me. But go ahead.
No, I respect you, and all I was trying to say is, JB, you are transparent, and you speak your truth, and you're one of the best mods out there. You give everyone a voice on your stage, for real. And that's what you represent. So, and I know Vero. I know Vero. I definitely know Sig. I know several people.
Yeah, but you know what happens, Sean, you know what happens on these apps?
I've been on this app for over 4.5 years.
Yeah, so have I. But you know what happens on this app? Rooms, houses, whatever you want to call them, they evolve or they die. You right? So I needed. Listen. I'll keep it real. I love Jordan. He's my friend in real life. We could talk to each other offline. But Jordan's part of the old squad of Healthy Debates. I was the only one on Healthy Debates that was running for months. And I said, you know what? I need people that I resonate with. Now, it's not that I don't resonate with Jordan, but the subject matter that I run, I resonate with them because they have a voice. They have a voice that I can't speak. I don't have that voice. I'm not a black man in America. I like to run these shows.
Who's Jordan?
He's the driver. He's the other mod. He's the other token white guy in the room, okay?
Oh, I just was asking. I wasn't trying to attack. But I did want to ask.
Well, listen,
There's a big round voice that's attacking friends of mine on your stage.
Your friends, hold on, Sean. Your friends,
they gotta have some respect on the stage, you know?
Okay, they got my respect, and that's enough. But let me tell you something, man. The people that you're white caping for, Holly, Sarah, I fuck with these ladies, but they say polarizing shit all the time, and they have to be called out. Now, listen, I had no problems with Holly what she said. I don't agree with it. I wasn't here when she was getting punched down on. But rest assured, Sean, she's one of the strongest women on this app, and she'll stand on her square. She don't need some white dude to come up and say, why are you picking on Sarah? Sarah's a racist. I don't care what she says. She can say she's not, but she is. Maybe she doesn't realize she's a racist and needs to be pointed out. Now, I don't agree with men talking down to women on this app, right? Let us say her racist shit. Let her get off her chest. Wouldn't you rather know who's around you than get surprised by them?
But you just proved my point. I like to know who's around you. When you have beings up that I don't know, I like Nye. Nye's cool. CEO has been very verbose. Verbose is having. Okay, checks out. CEO was having a major debate with Sig, calling Sig out. CEO doesn't know Sig from the front to the back. Period. Straight up. Pause. Okay. So, CEO, you're saying we need to know who we're talking to? Well, I don't know who I'm talking to on your stage except for you, JB, and Vero.
Okay, once again, I'll say this. If I mod them, that means I'm signing off on them, which means I know them, which means I trust them. That's it.
Okay.
Whatever discourse happened between CEO and Sig, from what I understand, the last, and rooms we ran since that happened, they've been respectful to each other.
It's a little faster when CEO doesn't want to say anything about who he is.
Because it's none of your business.
Period.
Well, why does it your business, though, Sean?
You know what? But the thing is, apparently, all of our business is your business.
Only when you come and share it. When you come and share it, this is a social audio app. Look, I'm not CEO's defense attorney. He says many things I don't agree with, but you know what? I respect him enough to get it off his chest so we can have a conversation. I'm not going to tone check him. You know what's funny? Hold on, Sean. I'm not done, Sean. You know what's
funny? Understand me when I say what I'm saying.
Okay, I understand. I'm being respectful, too. But here's the thing. I find it funny that when I bring some new voices into this house, people have questions for them because maybe they don't align politically, racially, or whatever. But I sign off on these people. These are my friends. I fuck with CEO hardcore. One day when he feels like sharing his personal business, trust me, you'll be fucking amazed by it.
No, I think he was actually extremely articulate when he was debating with Sig. No cap. I really appreciated listening to the debate, and I enjoyed being on stage listening to the two of them going back and forth for real. So no, I don't know who CEO is. I don't know. Yeah, maybe he had a different name or a different account because I swear his voice is familiar. I'm just trying to get to know CEO.
No, that's kind of unfair. I'm just gonna say, even though you may know me on this app and other spaces, you don't know who I am. And my thoughts on my culture. We don't really speak about black issue. You don't know. No one. Nye has never asked, Vera, who are you? Nye has never asked me that. No one has ever asked me that. And these people, you know what I'm saying? They welcome me with open arms. I'm asking you to do the same with CEO. And that's all.
Well, let me say this real quick, CEO, and then I'll pass it to you. I apologize to CEO, and I apologize to Nye. Right? Because I didn't give them the heads up that they were going to get blowback as being new mods in healthy debates. Right? Being a mod is no big deal, bro. You have as much a voice as CEO, Nye, Vero, or anybody else with Green Bean. So I should apologize to them because I knew there was going to be some blowback because I'm tired of hearing the old healthy debates are so great. Shut the fuck up. Things evolve. Right? We either move or we die. I'm the only one that's been opening these rooms in healthy debates because Roger has this new house, and Roger's my friend in real life. Kelly, the same thing. But if you guys have an issue with it, then go to some other house. But what you're going to do is you're going to miss really great conversations. CEO?
I'm trying to hit the button there. No, I appreciate it. Hey, JB, I think it's a testament to the authority and the power of your 5-year history on the app, man, that people have a lot of reverence for what you did, what you said. I wasn't here for whatever it's worth. I've only been on Clubhouse for about 2 months for whatever it's worth. This whole thing is fucking fascinating to me, man. And I haven't stands. A couple of people have asked me to jump on and be mods in different rooms because of opinions I've espoused Sean B, but I didn't know this was an app. I don't know anybody on any of these stages, mostly, to be honest with you. And
I'll tell you, CEO, it's very tribal on this app. If you're new to the tribe, like, who is this guy? How dare he have a voice?
Right. It's so funny. Hey, JB, you ever seen the movie Django?
No, I haven't.
With Jamie Foxx and Leonardo DiCaprio, there's a scene in there with Steven. He's guarding Mr. Candyland's plantation, and Jamie Foxx rides up on a horse in an indignant way, and he was like, "Who is this nigga on this mare?" And it was this scene, and that's all I could hear as Sean was talking about. It was almost like the audacity of this dude to be intelligent and articulate and be on the stage, and I don't have a background on him. What is going on here? And it's just really funny as hell, man. For people who know that movie, you know what the hell I'm talking about. But man, the indignance of a black man to be up on this stage, sharing his opinion and being articulate about it is crazy. But yeah, no, Soros didn't pay me. I don't get paychecks from anybody. I believe in what I believe in. But I'll just say this one point, and then let's pass it on, because this is so not about me. Hey, Sean B, I shared some history notes with JB. He knows who I am on some other side in terms of fatherhood and so forth and so on. Maybe I'll give you some notes, but it's so not about me. It's more about our ideas, man. So I'll just say this, though. This whole concept of the leftists is destroying the world, I'll tell you what, I don't agree with that. I don't believe the leftists or the rightists are destroying the world. I believe the humans get the opportunity to have their opinions. And I think this new world where there's a toxicity and a politicizing of every single issue in terms of whether you're woke, whether you're left, whether you're right, I think it's the stupidest shit in the world, man. I think people believe what they believe in. I am pro-human. I'm a part of the African-American culture. Maybe you noticed that. And I'm pro-black, but I also believe that every other culture's right to do what they do, man. And I think I've been non-biased in the way that I spoke. So I'll close by saying, Holly, for whatever it's worth, I heard your point. I disagree with your point. I'm from the South. I have friends that wave Confederate flags, and I tell them the same thing I'm telling you. But I'd like to think that, Holly, when you heard me for reference, you heard me speak with some degree of empathy, or at least consideration, for the fact that your perspective of the Confederate flag has less to do with you hating black people or want black people to be in servitude, but rather just the conditioning of how good the lost cause narrative affected our culture, where literally they've sanitized certain things to where people don't think about the Confederate flag in the South in a bad way. I was raised, for what it was worth, in the South. Holly, was I at least gentle? Did you hear me not give some consideration? Because I think before you jumped off, Holly, for whatever it's worth, you said, hey, CEO, I hear some of the things that you're saying. Am I wrong here?
Wait, before we go to Holly, I just need to say one last thing. And I mean this sincerely. The greatest thing I have in my life are my children. And if I could be half the father this man is, there's no bullshit. I've accomplished a lot. So before you start judging him, really, give it some time to join and learn about him. Because this dude is next level as a father. So go ahead, Holly.
I don't disagree with anything you said. My issue is the way that my statements were mischaracterized, and now I'm being called a dumb racist repeatedly over and over. So, yeah, I agree with you.
Quick question. My family, we're being hella black today. We're barbecuing chicken and cutting up watermelon for Juneteenth. So I had to step away from the mic, and I came back, and it sounds like there's some grievance because Nye and CO are modded. I missed it. I was being black away from the mic.
Can I get some of that chicken and watermelon, please?
Absolutely. No chitlins here. We don't have any chitlins, though, for anybody who wants to know. If anybody's triggered, listen, I'm honored that JB mods me. I never, I don't hit up JB on the back end, because truth be told, I've had people hitting me up on the back end, mad at me. Why are you on the stage with him? Blah, 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 blah. Why are you modded with him? Right? I was always a listener to the audience. So, for me, it's an honor to be on the stage. Most of the time, I'm up here listening to learn. But if y'all are triggered that a black woman has the mod badge, congratulations. You're the winner of the Dumb Ho Award. That's not my problem. I'll go back on.
Happy Juneteenth, everyone.
So, something I want to say, he got off the stage, and we're so past it now, but it bothered me, because Sean, you said I need to change my name to False. And I'm like, just give me one example of a single thing I said that was wrong. And it's especially relevant because the things that I said, if you found contempt in anything that I said, that's highly suspect of your character.
because literally all I did was talk about the history of the Confederacy, the true, objective, unbiased interpretation of that, the comparison of it to the swastika, the favorability polling of that flag in regions where black populations are the highest in concentration, and how black people view that flag. And everyone else seemed to have got it. So I'm just like, you denying that is suspect as fuck.
Well, before Sean answers, because he's coming back up. See, Sean, give me a second. Let me just get this off my chest. It's these gaslighted assholes who continue the toxicity that derails these conversations, right? For Sarah to say, "Oh, Holly, you're still being attacked." I didn't hear one attack. CO came at her with respect and grace, but that's not enough for you. Get out of your ivory tower, go touch some fucking grass, and stop with the bullshit, lady. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I wasn't even here for most of the topic that currently is now. It was earlier on when we were talking about racism and systematic racism, right, Truth? And I get it. Like, I'm definitely not one that would deny that whites have privilege, okay? There's definitely differences in how people are treated based on color. That still happens to this day. But the big issue I have was when you were talking about it, you're basically, everything that was coming from you were just CNN key points. I mean, I could basically go on right now to ChatGPT and say, give me epic key points from a liberal standpoint on systematic racism. That's what you were doing.
That's cool, but you know I'm right?
But I don't care what color you are.
No, but do you think that's relevant? Do you think that if you talk to a Jewish person, he's talking about anti-Semitism, that you're going to find an overlap between his statements and ChatGPT? You think it's fucking appropriate to tell him, hey man, it sounds like you're reading ChatGPT and he's fucking Jewish and you're talking about anti-Semitism?
That's not paranoia. That's not
You sound like one of those DL members that are just on the street screaming, fuck Joe Biden, whatever, not fuck Joe Biden, but whatever, fuck Trump, like...
Oh my god, fuck. As in, oh man, by the answer, what was I? Uranium, right? Under civilians' homes, funded all these terrorist motherfucking proxies, destabilized the fucking region, openly poked at Israel, daring Israel and the West to stop it. That's not some sort of passive posture. That's a form of aggressive escalation. And let's be clear, Iran isn't just building weapons, it's exporting their ideology. It sends weapons to Hezbollah, it sends it to Hamas, trains militias in Iraq, Syria, crushes its own people at home. And you'd think that they treat the nuclear weapons as a defensive measure, but look at how they treat their own citizens. Why would they show more restraint internationally? This is not an argument I understand. No, it's not the same. You can criticize Israel all you want, but don't insult your own intelligence by pretending that the Iranian nuclear ambition is just the eastern mirror of Israeli policy. One has nuclear weapons and keeps the region in an uneasy balance. The other wants them and wants war. There's a difference between the two.
That's your perspective. I respect
That's
that.
reality.
But